Zhang Jingming, let's break up. Under the glow of streetlights as night descended at Huaxia Shirqing Beta, beside the sports field small flag, Stan Tang, Xiaoli addressed her boyfriend Zhang Jingming in a cold tone. Xiaoli, there's only 1 year left of university. Didn't we promise to marry after graduation? Zhang Jingming was incredulous. They had always envisioned entering the sanctum of marriage after university, having shared 3 blissful years together. Although Zhang Jingming came from an ordinary family, his handsome looks, refined features, and consistently top-ranking performance marked him as an outstanding student. Tang Xiaoli, the class beauty endowed with natural grace and impressive academic ability, was regarded by everyone as the perfect match for Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming had always believed that meeting and loving Tang Xiaoli was a gift from fate. Ever considerate, he spent his hard-earned money on clothes and bags for her. Under moonlit nights, Tang Xiaoli would whisper to Zhang Jingming that if there were a next life, they would be together again. However, this blissful romance did not last long. 3 years ago, enormous ancient trees sprang up overnight from underground in many parts of the world. These ancient trees toppled many city buildings as they grew in an unprecedented manner. With a rough diameter of 7,000 to 8,000 meters and a height over 400 meters, they were truly awe-inspiring. In Huaxia Shirqing, merely 5 or 6 streets away from Beta, one such colossal ancient tree stood. No one knew its origin. It appeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient tree's vast crown blotted out the sky, and its venerable aura exuded an impression of timelessness. With ancient trees emerging worldwide, the Earth's spiritual energy began to rejuvenate. Unfathomable creatures began appearing one after another, their images posted online and sparking a media frenzy. Watch, what is this? Am I reading the classic of mountains and seas? It's terrifying. That colossal beast can even fly. Welcome to the world of the classic of mountains and seas. Did you see that? That small hill is moving. Indeed I did. Not long after the strange beasts appeared, many individuals with supernatural abilities emerged in human society. Their abilities came to be collectively known as spiritual energy. Scholars meticulously categorized them by degree, starting with E. DCBASSSSSS. In strict terms, current experts hold that the upper limit of human ability lies around level, while higher levels remain speculative. The Beta, attended by Zhang Jingming in Shirqing, was a school specializing in spiritual energy. Upon discovering the resurgence, the school invited experts and underwent a complete transformation. Zhang Jingming, once a top student, suddenly plummeted to becoming one of the underachievers. The drastic reversal was unbearable. Jingming, since things have come to this, let's part ways amicably. Tang Xiaoli's tone was exceedingly indifferent, as she could not accept that Zhang Jingming had become so mediocre. Xiaoli, did you really end up with Lu Jijia, just as the rumors claim? Zhang Jingming reached out, wanting to embrace Tang Xiaoli and demand clarification, but her icy electric gaze left his outstretched arms trembling uselessly. Frowning in disgust, Tang Xiaoli brushed his hands aside. I am with Lu Jijia now. So what? He is no good. Xiaoli, aren't you aware that Lu Jijia is involved with many girls? Lu Jijia told me everything. He said it was because I hadn't appeared yet, and now that I have, he will cherish only me. Furthermore, besides his illustrious family background, Lu Jijia is a D-level spiritual energy practitioner. My brother said that at his age, having D-level abilities, his future is limitless. By then, Tang Xiaoli seemed full of anticipation for the future, but when she glanced at her former boyfriend, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Zhang Jingming was rendered speechless. Despite 3 years of the spiritual energy resurgence, during which many had acquired abilities, he felt nothing within his body. Throughout these 3 years, Zhang Jingming suffered countless disdainful glances and humiliations from his classmates. After all, nearly everyone else had manifested spiritual energy, even if only at the lower end of a level. Yet while others possessed even a trace of ability that they could later improve through diligent cultivation, he felt absolutely nothing within him. For this reason, Zhang Jingming sought counsel from the school's spiritual energy experts, who explained that one's ability to harness spiritual energy depended on how well the body could absorb the qi of heaven and earth. If one could resonate with the ambient qi, the body would function like an antenna, receiving and utilizing the spiritual energy. However, with a constitution as insensitive to the qi as Zhang Jingming's, that's it, I'm leaving, declared Tang Xiaoli resolutely, as she waved and turned to leave. Xiaoli, since you've decided to break up, shouldn't you return the designer bags and clothes I bought you all these years? Although Zhang Jingming was known as a gentle soul, he was by no means someone to be taken advantage of. I spent nearly 50 to 60,000 yuan from my hard work on you, he declared. After finishing, Zhang Jingming spread his hand, as if to say, hand them over. Tang Xiaoli, aware of her guilt, appeared slightly flustered, exclaiming, Jingming, you scoundrel. Suddenly a man's voice resounded from the darkness. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of taking back gifts given in pursuit. From the shadowy corner of the flag stand, 3 figures emerged laughing as they approached, with Lu Jijia leading the group. Why can't I take it back? That's my hard-earned money. If I give gifts, they're meant for my future wife, not for just any random person. Zhang Jingming shouted hoarsely, just the day before when I bought that Kiki bag we promised eternal love, and now you twist it into a breakup. A surge of overwhelming defeat left Zhang Jingming utterly unfiltered. Zhang Jingming, you. Tang Xiaoli's face turned bright red, shocked that the usually gentle Zhang Jingming could utter such words. Seeing his lover being verbally humiliated by Zhang Jingming, Lu Jijia exploded. Zhang Jingming, I reckon you're courting death. Today no one will save you. I, a level spiritual energy practitioner, will beat you to death. Not only will my family protect me, but the school will also brush this off as a mere trifle. At that moment, the 2 men behind Lu Jijia began clenching their fists, ready to vent the day's pent-up grievances on Zhang Jingming. The 3 men encircled Zhang Jingming. Red glimmers emanated from Lu Jijia's fingertips, revealing his fierce expression. It appeared that true murderous intent had been kindled. Today they intended to restore honor for Tang Xiaoli. Wow, boss. Is that really a level ability? That it could manifest so visibly spoke to genius indeed. Lu Jijia's 2 henchmen, the one with golden hair and the slim one, looked on with envious expressions. After all, how many level talents could Shurching boast at that age? Following him meant access to abundant cultivation resources, as his powerful family ensured that even a small share was plentiful. Lu Jijia coldly added, once this is settled, I'll reward you with a spirit pearl. A spirit pearl, the crystallization of nature since the restoration of spiritual energy, was exceedingly rare and precious, often harvested only through perilous expeditions beyond the realm. It was known that spirit pearls could aid cultivation and enhance spiritual energy, and had even become a tradable currency among some practitioners. At the mere mention of spirit pearls as a reward, the golden-haired and slim henchman's eyes lit up. When they looked at Zhang Jingming again, he resembled a lifeless shell. Tang Xiaoli stood at a distance, coldly observing the unfolding scene at the flag stand, as if it had nothing to do with her. Even the once exemplary Zhang Jingming now proved to be a spiritual energy null, unworthy of her company. At that moment, Zhang Jingming's heart turned as cold as ice. That seemed he had been blinded by his own folly in misjudging Tang Xiaoli. Just as the group was about to lay hands on Zhang Jingming, a strange voice resounded in his ear. System initializing. Initializing in progress. 10010. 10030. 100100. Kill intent index 100. Dragon Ball system activated. Skill activated. Gue Pai Qigong. A translucent, ghostly interface suddenly appeared before Zhang Jingming's eyes. Ignoring the impending brutal assault from 2 of Lu Jiji's henchmen, he studied the interface intently. Although many intricate details of the interface went unnoticed, he only grasped its general outline. This, however, bolstered his confidence immensely. Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls. Kamehameha. Damn it. With all these at hand, who needs a bicycle? Just as Zhang Jingming began to carefully read the instructions for Kamehameha and the accompanying directives, Jinmeo's fist was raised high, while Tang Xiaoli looked on coldly, as if regarding an unrelated stranger. It must be noted that the henchman Jin Mao possessed only low-level power abilities. Everyone could already envision Zhang Jingming's pained expression moments before being struck. At least one might end up missing a tooth or 2. Just as the punch hurtled toward Zhang Jingming, nearly connecting, a sharp and commanding female voice rang out in the dark, its piercing tone sending shivers down Lu Jiji's group. Enough of this performance. I've had my fill. A tall, stunning figure emerged from the shadowy depths behind the stage, her presence alone causing a sudden chill to sweep over everyone. Will you leave on your own, or must I take action? As she stepped out of the shadows, her face cold and unyielding as ice, radiated a chilling aura that froze the hearts of all who heard her. While everyone stood stupefied, the woman approached Zhang Jingming. Only then did all eyes finally behold her exquisite features. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and her beauty so peerless that onlookers were rendered speechless and humbled as she exuded a lofty, aristocratic air. The henchman Jin Mao recognized the advancing woman, and in panicked retreat, he stumbled back. It's Ning Mingqing, the genius among geniuses. He stammered. Even when spiritual energy had just begun to recover, she was already recognized as a great adept. This was far beyond what their circle could dare touch. Could it be that she knew Zhang Jingming? Is it her? Lu Jijia gasped, a shiver of apprehension running through him. Meeting her even once was a rarity, for Ning Mingqing's class was shrouded in mystery, reputed to be filled with formidable and fearsome individuals. Moreover, Ning Mingqing hailed from an illustrious lineage that had never waned from the pre-spiritual era to the post-spiritual age, a true noble family influential enough to sway major decisions. 3 years ago, when the world's spiritual energy had only just been restored, Ning Mengqing was already recognized as an grade spiritual adept. A year ago, she even ascended to grade. Grade. That was sufficient to secure a place in some of the elite teams outside their realm. Rumor had it that an elderly patriarch of the Ning family had reached the pinnacle as a grade adept. In Shicheng, the Ning family reigned supreme, while Lu Jiji's family was nothing more than a newly risen, unseasoned faction emerging after the resurgence of spiritual energy. In comparison, they were utterly insignificant, a mere trifle. Yet Ning Mengqing strode directly to the dumbfounded Zhang Jingming and cast him an icy glance with her mesmerizing eyes. Irritated, she snapped, "What are you staring at? Keep gaping, and I'll knock your eyes out." Her venomous tone made the stunned Zhang Jingming sheepishly scratch his head. All he could muster was an awkward, stuttering laugh. Heh. It was no wonder, for Ning Mengqing's beauty could render countless men entranced and powerless. It could even evoke envy and jealousy among women. With skin as flawless as ice and features as ethereal as a celestial maiden, Ning Mengqing's allure was beyond compare. Then Tang Xiaoli stepped forward disdainfully and asked, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business." Tang Xiaoli retorted. Ning Mengqing's stunning presence only deepened her feelings of insecurity as she noticed Lu Jiji's gaze had been fixed on Ning Mengqing ever since her arrival. "He's my boyfriend, so who's meddling now?" Ning Mengqing then moved to Zhang Jingming's side and nonchalantly linked her arm, with his prompting him to struggle frantically to free his hand. Her expression darkened as she lowered her voice, warning, "Don't move. If you do, you'll have your hand chopped off." At the mention of losing his hand, Zhang Jingming immediately froze and forced a smile, a response that elicited a sidelong glance from Ning Mengqing. Typical coward. No wonder that woman treats you so badly. Then, with a rigid and dominant expression, Ning Mengqing addressed Lu Jiji, Tang Xiaoli, and the others in a commanding tone. "I'll give you one, number 3. Get out of my sight immediately." Ning Mengqing's voice, as cold and merciless as a winter glacier, reverberated through the night, making Lu Jiji and his group shudder in fear. This was none other than the Ning family of Shicheng. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, she had been in a grade presence, and just a year ago ascended to grade. Neither she nor her esteemed family were to be trifled with by pseudo-geniuses like Lu Jiji. The gap in spiritual power, even by one tier, was an insurmountable chasm, let alone the multiple levels between them. Lu Jiji, feeling his own inadequacy, prepared to retreat with his 2 minions. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Tang Xiaoli suddenly erupted in a hysterical outburst. "Unforgivable. Zhang Jingming, clearly you were already planning to split up with your old flame. So someone else had been waiting on the sidelines all along." Tang Xiaoli, usually so self-assured in her playful manipulation of Zhang Jingming, was utterly incensed to discover that someone else had already secured a backup, leaving her fuming with anger. "Zhang Jingming, well done. So you had already found a spare tire." No sooner had her words faded than a crisp slap resonated through the air. Ning Mengqing simply raised her wrist with casual precision, delivering a swift slap into the air that left 5 distinct finger marks on Tang Xiaoli's cheek. This display of power rendered everyone speechless. Striking from afar, was this truly grade? What indeed was the extent of her prowess compared to a year ago? Who can say for sure? It was terrifying. Tang Xiaoli clutched her burning cheek and glared furiously, on the brink of a hysterical outburst, when Lu Jiji and his cohorts intervened desperately to restrain her. "If you dare lay a hand on her, none would dare bury you. Even death itself would not silence the repercussions." As fellow spiritual adepts, Lu Jiji knew all too well how highly Ning Mengqing was regarded by the higher echelons. The group hastily dragged an almost delirious Tang Xiaoli away in a frantic retreat. Seeing the group flee in disarray, Zhang Jingming felt a surge of satisfaction, though his tongue remained laced with biting sarcasm, as he called out, "Run slowly, don't fall. And Tang Xiaoli, don't forget you still owe me 50 to 60,000 yuan." In the darkness, after a brief moment of stunned stillness as Tang Xiaoli was forcibly escorted away, she resumed her frantic struggle. Gradually the figures faded into the night, leaving only her agonized, echoing screams piercing the sky. On the stage, only Zhang Jingming and Ning Mengqing remained still locked in an ambiguous arm-in-arm embrace. "I," began Zhang Jingming, his words faltering as he struggled to express his gratitude. "Shut up." A crisp slap echoed as Ning Mengqing abruptly let go of Zhang Jingming. Under the cover of night, his handsome face blushed ever so slightly. "Today's mess is solely because I took a disliking to that girl. So stop letting your mind wander." In a serious tone, Ning Mengqing warned Zhang Jingming. Then, turning away, she left him standing under the night sky, his hand covering his face as he stood lost in thought. What on earth was that all about? Damn it. But then, as he recalled the subtle, intoxicating fragrance that lingered around Ning Mengqing, he thought, it was totally worth it. Absolutely worth it. Haha. Zhang Jingming grinned foolishly, scratching the back of his head. Wait, what was that voice just now? A Dragon Ball system. 7 Dragon Balls. The system. As Zhang Jingming silently contemplated the word system, a translucent operational interface materialized before his eyes. Dragon Ball system activated. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 50. Strength 8. Agility 8. Appearance 107. Available skill points 5. Initial skill Kamehameha LV1 usage instructions. Crouch, slightly clasp your hands together in a half-open position and loudly enunciate the words came. Haim. Huh. Zhang Jingming hurriedly followed the instructions, articulating each syllable, came haim ha. With particular emphasis on the final word, he shouted it with all his might. A slender white energy wave surged from the center of his clasped hands, soaring into the night sky, vanishing without a trace. A thrill of joy surged through Zhang Jingming. He had successfully unleashed the Kamehameha. Instantly, the combat power on the system interface skyrocketed to combat power 1000, indicating that mastering a skill significantly boosted his strength. Excellent. Zhang Jingming was very satisfied with the power of this energy wave. He estimated that even the most skilled energy users Qi 1 and Qi 2 would struggle to match its force. Suddenly, he noticed the words store appearing on the system interface. Curious, he clicked on it, revealing a dazzling array of skills that had appeared in the Dragon Ball series. Spirit Bomb Wolfang Fist Solar Flare Kamehameha Flight Technique King Kai Fist 1, 20 times Kamehameha, LV1, LV10. Every skill required the purchase of spirit stones, and employing a skill would enhance combat power. The system could also automatically convert so-called energy levels into combat power. For every 100 points of combat power, the host would receive 5 skill points to allocate as desired. After studying the store, Zhang Jingming felt a pang of disappointment. Acquiring spirit stones was utterly out of his reach. In the outside world, these stones had no fixed price, directly enhancing an energy user's abilities and serving as currency. Conservatively estimated, a single spirit stone could be exchanged for approximately 5 million currency units. It was beyond Zhang Jingming's wildest dreams. With a sigh, he turned his attention back to distributing his skill points. Appearance 107. This must refer to his looks, right? It seemed he was not doing too badly. Zhang Jingming felt a swell of pride as he examined this value. He decided to allocate 3 points to max it out. Appearance 1010. Congratulations, host, your appearance has successfully advanced, granting you an additional skill point. After reaching 10, his appearance leveled up. However, not long after the interface shifted. Appearance update successful. Appearance 10010. Zhang Jingming's face darkened in an instant. What a ripoff. It could be raised this high. He wasted 3 attribute points. Damn it. Forget it, let's boost my strength instead. Zhang Jingming quickly allocated his remaining 2 points along with the reward point to strength. Strength 11. Upon confirmation, Zhang Jingming felt a sharp pain in his arms and abdomen. When he touched them, he discovered numerous contours and lines, and his heart leapt with joy. Muscles were forming. He immediately felt a surge of strength coursing through him. After refreshing the strength value, his combat power increased once more, now reaching 1250. Suddenly, Zhang Jingming noticed something. What was this Wheel of Fate? He discovered a new entry, and upon opening it, a brand new interface appeared. Wheel of Fate. Every 1000 points of resentment allows for 1 spin. Prizes galore. While this system is incredible, Zhang Jingming felt a surge of happiness, momentarily forgetting the pain of his breakup with Tang Xiaoli. Sigh. Which prominent figure doesn't have a bit of green on their head? Without a hint of green, could one activate a system? No. With a joyful heart, Zhang Jingming whistled as he exited the school. The next day, after attending his mandatory energy perception class, Jiang Wentai stealthily slipped into the classroom, panting as he plopped down beside Zhang Jingming. You're skipping class again. Zhang Jingming, engrossed in his notes, didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Jiang Wen, with a look of disdain, said, Come on, you always take class seriously, but you still can't perceive the energy. We're all just average students here, so no one should look down on anyone else. Suddenly, Jiang Wen noticed Zhang Jingming's profile and was taken aback. Hey buddy, did you get handsomer overnight? His eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed like Zhang Jingming had indeed improved in appearance, but perhaps it was just an illusion. No way. Haven't I always been this handsome? Zhang Jingming quickly picked up a small mirror from his pencil case and checked. I do seem a bit more handsome. With that, he tilted his face towards Jiang Wen, inviting him to take a good look. Jiang Wen felt a wave of disgust at this display. Dude, are you trying to gross me out? With a disdainful expression, Jiang Wen playfully punched Zhang Jingming's arm. Thud. Wow, Jingming, you're so solid. What muscles? After that, he squeezed Zhang Jingming's bicep, then compared it to his own soft arm. How envious, wishing he could have that. Zhang Jingming grinned, scratching the back of his head. Of course, all his ability points had gone into strength. How could he not be solid? However, he couldn't casually mention the system. It could lead to unnecessary complications and might make others think he had a few screws loose. Zhang Wen didn't pay much mind, being a seasoned foodie who prioritized food above all. He took out 2 drumsticks from his backpack, offering one to Zhang Jingming, who repeatedly waved it off, indicating he wasn't hungry. Zhang Wen was unconcerned, retracting the drumstick and stuffing it into his own mouth. "Wow, so delicious," he said, his mouth full, smiling at Zhang Jingming. Just as the two were joking and laughing, the school's loudspeaker blared to life. "Attention, attention. The Energy Month inspection is about to begin. All faculty and students please gather on the playground. Attention, attention. The Energy Month inspection is about to begin. All faculty and students please gather on the playground. Attention, attention. The Energy Month inspection is about to begin. All faculty and students please gather on the playground." The loudspeaker echoed repeatedly as students in the classroom excitedly rushed out. Those who had shown a marked improvement in energy would receive spirit pearls as encouragement, and the value of spirit pearls was immeasurable, directly enhancing energy levels. By the time Zhang Jingming and Zhang Wen arrived at the playground, it was already packed with people. To his surprise, standing atop the flag podium, where he had broken up with Tang Xiaoli, was Lu Jijia, along with several students from school who were energy users of grade E and above. Upon closer inspection, there was Tang Xiaoli prominently among them. It seemed she had benefited considerably from being with Lu Jijia, elevating her to the level of these exceptional students who had awakened their spiritual energy. However, Zhang Jingming searched meticulously but couldn't find Ning Mingqing, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Under the teacher's guidance, students lined up by class and approached a device resembling a boxing training machine to test their energy levels one by one. With each test completed, the teacher loudly announced the results. The first to approach the testing machine were the exceptional students on the podium. They proudly walked down from the flag podium, heads held high, and made their way to the testing machine. All the students cast envious glances in their direction. Everyone dreamed of standing alongside them in glory. How enviable! The first to be tested was Lu Jijia, who confidently strode up to the testing machine, his fingertips glowing with red starlight. The teacher in charge of the testing nodded, thinking to himself, "This must be a sign of awakening fire-type spiritual energy. A student with great potential." Lu Jijia touched the testing machine with his glowing fingertip, causing it to shudder slightly. A line of text appeared on the screen, which the teacher read aloud. "Lu Jijia, level C. Fire type. What the hell is this even possible? He's improved again. Practice can't compare to innate talent." Laughter erupted among the students. It hadn't been long since the last test, and Lu Jijia had already made another leap. It seemed his family was pulling all the strings to cultivate him something truly enviable. However, Lu Jiji's arrogant demeanor at school didn't endear him to many. Some students quietly commented on his appearance. "Look at him, bead-eyed and rat-faced. What does it matter if his spiritual energy is high? He's still ugly." As the whispers grew louder, they reached Lu Jiji's ears, and he shot a venomous glare in the direction of Zhang Jingming, who was happily chatting with Zhang Wen. Lu Jijia misinterpreted their laughter as an insult from Zhang Jingming, and a surge of malice rose within him, though he knew better than to show it. Next up was Tang Xiaoli. She walked to the machine and beckoned a small stone on the ground, which floated into the air and struck the testing machine. "Tang Xiaoli, top tier, a level spiritual energy space type," the teacher announced loudly, causing another uproar. How did Tang Xiaoli improve so quickly? Wasn't her spiritual energy just unlocked last time? Exactly, she barely made it to a level last time. What gives? Little did they know that Lu Jijia had shared some of the spiritual stones his family had given him to assist Tang Xiaoli, all in the hopes of winning her favor. Indeed, under Lu Jiji's pressure, Tang Xiaoli seemed to have succumbed. "Hey, don't be upset. That girl has probably been betraying you for a while. Looks like she's benefited a lot from the Lu family to improve so fast," Zhang Wen remarked, having learned of the breakup between Zhang Jingming and Tang Xiaoli that morning, feeling it was a loss for Zhang. Zhang Jingming felt disgusted. After all, they had been together for so long, and what he thought was a pure relationship had crumbled under the weight of cultivation resources. Now Tang Xiaoli held no allure for him. Zhang Jia, a level spiritual energy ice type. Du Ming, a level spiritual energy fire type. Ming Jie, level beginner spiritual energy strength type. Students frantically tested, some disheartened by minimal improvements, while others were called out for clear advancements. Finally, it was Zhang Wen and Zhang Jingming's turn, causing a stir among the classmates, the only two students without any spiritual energy. Sure enough, Zhang Wen, the testing teacher suddenly halted, studying the display on the machine, which clearly showed 0. Zhang Wen has no spiritual energy. The announcement elicited a wave of laughter from the students on the playground. Haha, still nothing. I knew it. Look, I was right. I win. Such a laugh. This is the highlight of every testing session. Next up is Zhang Jingming. Aren't they like two peas in a pod? Why are they friends then? Because they're both blank slates. The term blank slate is commonly used to refer to those without spiritual energy. Facing the uproar, Zhang Jingming stepped up to the testing machine. The teacher recognized Zhang Jingming, once a top student, but unfairly, he had been given no spiritual energy since the resurgence of spiritual energy. With a gentle sigh, the teacher shook his head, reluctant to witness Zhang Jingming's results. Move over, don't crowd. What's going on? Who's coming? Ning Mingqing. Where? Are you blind? Suddenly the students below buzzed with excitement as Zhang Jingming turned to see Ning Mingqing approaching for her test. Surrounding her were several young heirs who had risen after the resurgence, fawning over her. Ning Mingqing frowned, clearly displeased yet unable to shoo them away. They were persistent. With a stoic expression, Ning Mingqing slowly walked towards the testing machine, capturing everyone's attention. The female students felt a pang of shame, burying their heads. There was no helping it. Ning Mingqing's beauty was blinding, making her seem untouchable. Zhang Jingming merely paused for a moment before refocusing on the test, thinking to himself, let me show you a shockwave. He slightly bent his legs and formed his hands into a blossom shape, placing them at his waist. Gathering his energy, he aimed at the testing machine. The students noticed Zhang Jingming's unusual stance and began to jeer. Look at him, what's he doing? Ha ha ha. What a fool. I can't handle this, I'm going to die laughing. Zhang Jingming's pose drew laughter from all around. Lu Jijia called out with a wicked smile. Now let's welcome Zhang Jingming to begin his performance. He thought to himself that the sight of a non-spirituality student would be pitiful, eagerly awaiting to see him ridiculed like a stray dog. As his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted again. It seemed everyone was looking forward to Zhang Jingming's performance. This was the most entertaining part of the spiritual energy tests. Each time after the test, Zhang Jingming's awkward expressions and the teacher's bewildered reactions became fodder for jokes among the students for a long time. Yet many girls couldn't help but steal glances at Zhang Jingming's striking profile. Even though Zhang Jingming has no spiritual energy, he's so handsome. Yeah, I never noticed before, but he really is quite attractive. I really like him. What a pity he has no spiritual energy. Ooh, I'd pursue him even if he's only a level. As those words were spoken, a group of girls sighed, expressing their disappointment. Zhang Jingming, unaffected by the external commotion, steadied his pose and enunciated clearly, Kamehameha. With a swift motion, the palms of his hands shot forth a stream of energy towards the testing machine. Boom. A loud crash resonated as the testing machine was rocked, nearly toppling over, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of power was this? The machine, a 2-ton iron object, had almost been upended, and everyone was left speechless, including Ning Mingqing, who stared wide-eyed at Zhang Jingming. The teacher responsible for reading the results approached, examining the data carefully, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Finally, looking at the numbers on the machine, he stammered, Zhang Jingming, spiritual energy is 0. Laughter erupted around the testing area, with some students doubled over, clutching their stomachs and tears streaming down their faces. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, feeling quite embarrassed. He stepped forward to touch the testing machine, astonished. How could this not register any spiritual energy? He had seen the machine wobble under his influence. But then again, perhaps it simply wasn't there. Years had passed after all. Still, his Turtle School's Kamehameha had proven to be quite impressive, nearly toppling the 2-ton testing device. Amidst the laughter and teasing glances, Zhang Jingming threw an arm around Jiang Wen's shoulders. Why the long face? So what if you lack spiritual energy? It's not like the responsibility of saving the world falls on us. Jiang Wen had been despondent, his face ashen, as he watched his classmates take turns testing their spiritual energy levels. Disappointment clouded his thoughts until Zhang Jingming's words jolted him back to reality. Right, they weren't the ones saving the world. Let's go play some games. Jiang Wen exclaimed, a smile breaking through his earlier gloom. Just as the duo was about to sneak away, a voice called from behind them, next, Ning Mingqing. Suddenly the crowd fell silent, all eyes on the ice-cold beauty who seemed to have stepped out from the Moon Palace. She was a star student at North Lion City University, embodying the hopes of both faculty and students alike. Ning Mingqing's expression was as frosty as her name suggested, yet her beauty was undeniable, an imperious allure that made her seem untouchable, as if the gods themselves were gazing down upon the earth. Many boys lacked the courage even to steal a glance at her. Zhang Jingming, however, was an exception. Upon hearing her name, he halted, turning to Jiang Wen with interest. Let's watch her test before we leave. Intrigued Jiang when joined him, both curious to see how this paragon of excellence would perform. The entire assembly was captivated by the spectacle, even the old principal too peeking through the curtains from his office. Who would have thought that the old fat man would start paying attention to his students? An elderly man with an ethereal presence sat across from the principal, sipping tea with a smile. Oh, Principal Tu sighed, his voice heavy with concern. The pressure is immense. There's a demand for a batch of elite students with rank or higher spiritual energy. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dire. The elder stroked his long beard thoughtfully and replied calmly, I think that last child displayed quite a bit of potential. Old Tu, how accurate is that old machine of yours? Principal Tu shook his head, the flesh on his face quivering. It's impossible for it to be wrong. The margin for error is less than 1 in 10,000. It's the latest testing machine we just acquired last month. That's curious. I saw the air currents she produced nearly topple the machine. The two old men paused their conversation as they turned their attention to the testing machine outside. Everyone was focused on this test, as it could determine the fate of the school. Exceptional abilities would attract significant government support and resources. Ning Mingqing remained expressionless, but her beautiful eyes held a newfound seriousness as she stood before the testing machine. With a slight lift of her hand, she threw a punch at the air. Boom! The sound echoed, leaving everyone stunned. It was nearly as loud as Zhang Jingming's earlier attempt. The testing machine's screen flickered with flashing red lights, displaying a line of text, Ning Mingqing Crank's Spiritual Energy Strength System. When the instructor announced this result, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Crank in the strength system. The goddess was indeed formidable. Excitement and jealousy filled the air. Some were astonished, others delighted, while a few simmered with resentment. Crank top tier. When I go home, my family will use Ning Mingqing to pressure me even more. Oh my, she's reached crank top tier. The goddess, truly the goddess. Crank top tier. Will I ever reach that height in my life? Stop dreaming. Reaching drank would be a miracle. Many rushed forward to congratulate Ning Mingqing, some eager to curry favor, others genuinely excited. The most fervent were the young scions of families that had risen in the wake of the spiritual resurgence. Jiang Wen's mouth hung open in astonishment. This was the goddess of all the boys at school, and her achievement left many feeling inadequate. However, he quickly shrugged it off, pulling a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his bag and chomping down soon, wearing a broad grin. Zhang Jingming smiled at his friend, who perhaps a simple life was the best way to go after all. Just look at how happy this guy was. Let's go play some games, Zhang Jingming suggested, shaking off his earlier disappointment as he pulled Jiang Wen toward the city's gaming center. Yet the events of the previous night lingered in his mind, wondering if she had only intervened to help him vent his frustration. Moments later, the testing machine crashed to the ground, shattered beyond repair. This machine, built to withstand the assaults of high-tier spiritual energy users and to deliver precise readings, lay in ruins. The crowd gasped, staring at Ning Mingqing in awe. Such terrifying power. A cacophony of voices erupted. Wow, she's incredible. She can even break the machine. Who would dare marry her? One wrong move, and you'd find yourself in pieces. Marry her. Dream on. Only a few wealthy heirs in Lion City could think of that. You and I should sleep on it. Breaking a testing machine had never happened in Lion City before. It had undergone rigorous testing and selection. Principal Tu winced in his office, his face contorted with pain. It was just last month that we traded 20 spirit stones for this, all for precise testing. The elder continued to offer reassurances until Principal Tu calmed down. Meanwhile, Ning Mingqing's icy gaze scanned the crowd for Zhang Jingming. She was all too aware of her spiritual energy. She could never have damaged the testing machine. It had to be him, Zhang Jingming. At that moment, he and Jiang Wen arrived at the gaming hall, and suddenly Zhang Jingming sneezed. Damn it, who's talking about me behind my back? Unbeknownst to him, Ning Mingqing had just declared Zhang Jingming as her partner for their shared training at school. This revelation sent ripples of gossip throughout the campus, mostly tinged with jealousy and resentment. How could a nobody be paired with a goddess? What secrets might lie between them? No one dared to voice their thoughts. If even a whisper of it reached Ning Mingqing's ears, it would lead to dire consequences. After Zhang Jingming sneezed, his resentment value in the system began to surge. Luo Sifeng resentment 10000. Zhang Wanxiao resentment 7869. Jiang Chonghong resentment 10000. Huang Tun resentment 8888. What the hell is this? He recognized the first few names, but who was this Huang Tun? Little did Zhang Jingming know he had become the public enemy of all the boys at Beida in Lion City. Suddenly accumulating nearly 100,000 resentment points left him utterly bewildered. The wheel of fate is now spinning. Would the host like to start the lottery? Of course, why not? Zhang Jingming, an eternal optimist, shrugged off the source of all this resentment as he grew more curious about the lottery. He never expected much from such things, viewing them as mere entertainment. The wheel of fate is spinning. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 skill points. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have received 8 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 spirit stone. Thank you for your patronage. After 10 draws, he had amassed a total of 13 skill points and 1 spirit stone. This delighted Zhang Jingming immensely. He exclaimed, "Thunderclap! Heartless Haralash! Little bird vodka!" Jiang Wen looked on in astonishment. What was this guy going on about? Quickly, he shifted, uncomfortably chewing on his chicken leg, and turned his face away, clearly signaling that he did not know this person. To have received a spirit stone was remarkable. Its market value ranged from 4 to 5 million, making it quite precious. Rumor had it that spirit stones could unlock one's latent spiritual abilities. Without hesitation, Zhang Jingming used the spirit stone to purchase a double Kaiō-ken technique in the shop. After all, he could only perform a single wave shock. In fast-paced combat, that was hardly practical. Moreover, currently the double Kaiō-ken was priced at just 1 spirit stone. Upon purchasing it, the double Kaiō-ken seamlessly integrated into Zhang Jingming's consciousness. Images of the technique's operation flooded his mind, and he quickly familiarized himself with its usage. It would significantly enhance his combat power, albeit with some strain on his body. As for skill points, he decided to allocate them all to strength. Given his slender build, Zhang Jingming had always felt he was too thin. His physical constitution was not very robust, so he poured every skill point into strength. Warning: excessive muscle growth may affect host agility. Would you like to halt growth? Yes, no. Yes. Zhang Jingming chose yes. After all, he had no desire to resemble a muscle-bound Schwarzenegger. A sturdy physique coupled with agility was his ideal. Ultimately, his muscle growth reached a certain shape and ceased solidifying there. At this moment, his attributes panel refreshed. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 2350. Strength 24. Agility 8. Appearance 10,010. Skill points available none. Skills: double Kaiō-ken skill, Turtle School, Kamehameha, LV1. The two played until late, and ultimately Zhang Jingming lost more than he won. In terms of gaming, Jiang Wen was undoubtedly a master, skillfully dominating in this simulator. After bidding farewell, Zhang Jingming returned home, and upon checking his phone, discovered a flurry of messages revealing that Ning Mingqing had announced a decision at school today to become partners with him. Zhang Jingming was left speechless. What the hell? Wasn't this pushing me into the fire pit? Now he had become the public enemy among all the male students. I need to clarify this with her tomorrow. This was a disaster, a total mess. Yet some positive news pinged on his phone. It turned out to be from a few close friends from middle school whom he hadn't seen in ages. Ichio, Jingming, I heard you hooked up with the top girl at your school. I'm truly impressed. Lu, how you? Jingming, when are we getting together? Share some tips with us. Wang Erden. Yeah, this is big news, even we heard about it. Jingming and Ning Mingqing are partners. In the end, Zhang Jingming replied, brothers, I have no idea what's going on. I haven't even agreed to this match. Not long after, their responses flooded in. Get lost. With an annoyed emoji attached. Zhang Jingming chuckled, finding it amusing. It had indeed been a while since he had seen these good brothers, and they were still the same. Putting down his phone, he noticed his parents had not yet returned, so he headed into the training room. This was a space his parents had specially prepared for him to practice. After the revival of spiritual energy, schools had transformed, primarily assessing spiritual abilities rather than the basic academic scores of the past. The training room was spacious and intentionally dimly lit. Zhang Jingming's father, Zhang Qi, had mentioned that darkness was best for meditation as it could unlock spiritual abilities. Unfortunately, he had yet to tap into even the slightest hint of spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming lit 4 scented candles in the corners, a request strongly urged by his father, who believed that electric lights would hinder the sense of spiritual energy. His father's concern for Zhang Jingming's spiritual awareness was palpable. In the dimly lit training room, Zhang Jingming began to attempt using the double Kaiō-ken according to the instructions on the interface. A surge of explosive power erupted from his muscles. This overwhelming force was nearly unbearable, and the sensation of his muscles tearing brought waves of intense pain. Zhang Jingming could hardly contain himself as he let out a series of agonized groans. Before long, his hair stood on end, as if he had been struck by static electricity. With a single punch, the air around him was disturbed, producing a resounding sonic boom. What the hell, this is incredible. Zhang Jingming was astonished by the punch's might, but in that moment of distraction, the power of the double Kaiō-ken dissipated. In an instant, it felt as if all his stamina had been drained, leaving him slumped on the ground. Sweat poured from his body in an instant. While showering, Zhang Jingming listened to his favorite broadcast, which featured a news piece titled, "Humanity's Utter Defeat." It captured his attention. Humanity's unrestricted technological advancements driven by selfish desires ultimately led to catastrophic disasters. Now with the revival of spiritual energy, deities and gods were warning humanity about the correct path forward. The world tree in Lion City had grown extensively, its roots stretching over 10 kilometers. Outside Yahweh City, Dinglong Town had fallen to an invasion by otherworldly monsters. In the Middle East, more than 30 kilometers of territory had been lost to invaders. Europe. Humanity now guarded several gathering circles which served as their last bastions, including Lion City, where Zhang Jingming currently resided. Meanwhile, the otherworld had long been overtaken by monstrous beasts. No one could clearly explain the origins of these monsters. After the revival of spiritual energy, they launched a full-scale assault on human cities, prompting humanity to form the Blue Star Alliance. This was the only way they managed to hold on to a few remaining strongholds. After finishing his shower, Zhang Jingming quickly texted Wang Jihong. "Bro, is it really that dire outside Yahweh City? Are you alright?" Wang Jihong was Zhang Jingming's childhood friend, having grown up together. After the revival of spiritual energy, his family had moved to Yahweh City. Not long after, a reply came. "Hey, no worries. We're in the city safe and sound. How about you? Heard you hooked up with a school beauty. Dude, don't listen to their nonsense. It's the school beauty who's after me, and I haven't even agreed. Get lost." Understood. Such was the unspoken understanding between good friends. No need for excessive words. As long as they were well, that was enough. In the southern part of Lion City, ancient trees take root, their dense foliage sprawling over the landscape, with visible roots extending for dozens of kilometers into the earth. Since these trees soared into the sky, this area has transformed into a residence for the noble families of Lion City. Compared to the northern and eastern parts of the city, this region boasts remarkable safety and abundant spiritual energy. In a slightly less prestigious location lies the Liu family villa, where Liu Jijia resides. Liu Jijia was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man whose face bore a gloomy expression, occasionally showing him something on his phone. Tang Xiaoli sat quietly beside them, visibly intimidated by the middle-aged man. Second uncle, look at this test result for Zhang Jingming. There's no spiritual energy at all. Yet his strike nearly shook the 2-ton testing machine apart. The middle-aged man Liu Zheng was Liu Jiji's second uncle and the current head of the Liu family. His face, shadowed and sullen, was punctuated by small, shrewd eyes that occasionally sparkled with insight. After scrutinizing the screen Liu Jijia had provided, he seemed to ponder deeply. Indeed, it is said that certain items dropped by monsters from beyond can yield such effects, enhancing the abilities of the bearer. Are you suggesting that Zhang Jingming might possess such an item? It's merely speculation. What do you think, Xiaoli? Liu Zheng inquired, knowing of her past connection with Zhang Jingming, deliberately prompting her. His tone was laced with an unsettling undertone, making Tang Xiaoli uncomfortable, yet she felt compelled to respond. Second uncle, I believe he must have something. Zhang Jingming was previously an ordinary individual, and his sudden ability to shake the testing machine speaks volumes. Upon hearing her reply, Liu Zheng nodded, forcing a grim smile. He seemed satisfied with her response. He mused that this girl was consuming some of the Liu family's spiritual stones, and if she turned traitor, he wouldn't mind letting Liu Jijia deal with her before finding a replacement. Seeing Liu Zheng smile, Tang Xiaoli finally relaxed, her previously tense legs now able to loosen. After their conversation, Liu Jijia eagerly pulled Tang Xiaoli back to his room, filled with anticipation of discovering something valuable about Zhang Jingming. If necessary, eliminating him would not be out of the question. After all, if the school's goddess had taken a liking to him, he must be dealt with. Before long, Liu Jijia, exhausted, came to a halt. Breathing heavily, he retrieved a spiritual stone from the drawer of his bedside table and handed it to Tang Xiaoli. Use this stone as you see fit. I've exhausted my family's quota for the month, so be careful. Your second uncle is so stingy, giving you only a few spiritual stones each month, Tang Xiaoli complained, displeased. Liu Jijia hurriedly glanced around, covering Tang Xiaoli's mouth with his hand, and whispered, "Are you trying to get us killed? This is the Liu family. If anyone hears you, we're finished. Damn it, I still have more to enjoy." A night passed. Today's lesson focused on self-cultivation of spiritual energy. The teacher briefly discussed the stages of spiritual energy and what occurs after awakening. Generally speaking, newly awakened spiritual practitioners start at a rank and can sense and absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. They possess specific abilities depending on the individual. There are various classifications of those who awaken spiritual energy at different times, such as fire, metal, or wind practitioners, and so on. Currently, the highest level accessible to you students is rank. Aren't you envious? It seems the class is quite eager, all wanting to awaken their own series. Let's all work hard. Next, I will guide you in perceiving spiritual energy. The teacher continuously led the class, piquing their interest as they engaged in spiritual cultivation. By the end of the lesson, many students felt enriched with spiritual energy. They practiced enthusiastically, reaping significant benefits. Numerous students achieved unexpected results through their meditative practice. Zhang Jingming also diligently repeated the lesson's content, calmly attempting to sense the spiritual energy, though it ultimately proved fruitless. Lu Jiejie scowled. Zhang Jingming, can you stop pretending? You're just an ordinary person. What do you know about feeling anything? Zhang Jingming glanced sideways at Lu Jiejie, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, how do you know what I'm feeling? There's a big pile right in front of me. Lu Jiejie was taken aback, confused by the remark. His lackey, a small blonde, nudged him. Boss, he just called you a pile of something. What's that about? What's he calling a pile? Damn it, Zhang Jingming. Lu Jiejie suddenly realized that Zhang Jingming was insulting him in the simplest, most direct manner. In that instant, anger surged within Lu Jiejie, yet he refrained from using his spiritual energy. He was determined to beat Zhang Jingming into submission with his bare hands. Lu Jiejie was confident in this approach. There was a world of difference between having spiritual energy and not having any. He imagined himself making Zhang Jingming look like a dog humiliated on the ground. However, the next moment he would regret this thought 1,000 times over. Zhang Jingming's physical prowess was remarkably high. Even an untrained Drank practitioner would struggle against him. Lu Jiejie's plan fell through. Just as Lu Jiejie swung his fist towards Zhang Jingming, who sat at the back of the classroom, Zhang Jingming's fist landed gracefully and precisely on Lu Jiejie's abdomen. There was no technique involved, just a casual strike from his seated position. An explosive force pierced through the layers of fat on Lu Jiejie's belly. Wow! Everything he had eaten that morning erupted violently, splattering everywhere. All the students gaped in shock, disgusted as they covered their noses and watched the scene unfold. An ordinary person had just made a Drank spiritual practitioner vomit. Unbelievable. What was happening? Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Is this real? This Zhang Jingming is truly a model of our generation, daring to take on Lu Jiejie. Tang Xiaoli sat heavily in the corner, her expression grave as she watched, more convinced than ever that Zhang Jingming possessed something extraordinary. Lu Jiejie cradled his stomach in agony. The force of Zhang Jingming's punch was overwhelming. It felt like a yak had charged into him at full speed. Even as a Drank practitioner, he couldn't recover from such a blow, let alone stand up. The searing pain in his belly made Lu Jiejie gasp for breath, trembling violently. How could he be beaten by an ordinary person, especially in front of so many classmates? The humiliation was unbearable. Zhang Jingming's system displayed Lu Jiejie's resentment points flooding in. Lu Jiejie's resentment points 4588. Lu Jiejie's resentment points 7850. Lu Jiejie's resentment points 9999. Lu Jiejie's resentment. What the hell, this resentment points are stacking up so fast. Little did he know Lu Jiejie's mind was racing with 1,000 curses. He had always bullied others, and now he was being humiliated by an ordinary person. No way, Zhang Jingming must die today. Struggling against the pain, Lu Jiejie's face began to twitch and the tips of his fingers glowed with a faint red light as he activated his class spiritual energy. He raised his eyes, glaring fiercely at Zhang Jingming, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. The temperature of the air around Lu Jiejie noticeably rose, creating a palpable wave of heat. Zhang Jingming's system registered the intense murderous intent directed at him, automatically assessing Lu Jiejie's information. Name: Lu Jiejie. Age 18. Combat power 3,887. The words were displayed in bright red. Risk assessment: highly dangerous. Clear and strong hostility detected. With his spiritual energy activated, Lu Jiejie clearly held a significant advantage in combat power over Zhang Jingming, who stood at 2350, nearly able to crush him. This realization ignited a strong sense of crisis within Zhang Jingming, prompting him to silently activate his King's Fist technique. The doubled power of the King's Fist caused Zhang Jingming's muscles to tense, exuding an explosive aura of strength. Seeing the situation escalate, Tang Xiaoli stepped in, saying, Zhang Jingming, no matter what treasures you possess, Brother Jia is not someone you can provoke. Zhang Jingming looked at the woman he had been in a relationship with for 3 years and suddenly realized how blind he had been in the past. A wave of nausea washed over him. Just then the classroom door was kicked open and the director of education, Ma Jiangtao, rushed in. It turned out someone had witnessed the fight spiraling out of control and, fearing for Lu Jiejie, had opted to report it to the teacher instead. Coincidentally, the director was in the teacher's office and rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Well, look at you, Zhang Jingming, a novice, can actually fight at class. After saying this, he turned to Lu Jie with a cold smile. You're truly embarrassing at class. Did the school train you to be beaten up? This remark made Lu Jie's neck flush with anger, his face pale. How humiliating. Zhang Jingming was dead. Zhang Jingming's system received another notification. Lu Jie's resentment value, 99.99. Enough, stop fighting. A month from now, the world's spiritualist university will hold its first martial arts competition. I can use some connections to have you two matched against each other. After making this announcement, Director Ma glanced at Zhang Jingming. Are you participating? Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, hesitant, and asked, are there any prizes? The winner will receive 30 spirit stones. As soon as Ma Jiangtao finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a frenzy. 30. That's so extravagant. What level can 30 spirit stones elevate you to? Who knows? Even a novice might reach class, definitely above class. Well, I want to participate. Count me in. Many classmates simultaneously expressed their desire to join. Ma Jiangtao waved his hand for silence. You can sign up with your homeroom teacher. I'm just here to give you this advance notice. Zhang Jingming glanced at the menacing Lu Jie and declared seriously, I'm in. He pointed at Lu Jie and I plan to defeat him. Zhang Jingming's response left everyone in disbelief. Defeat Lu Jie. What was a novice doing trying to stir things up? He might end up getting killed by Lu Jie. What a joker. That was the unspoken consensus among the students. Aside from his personal feud with Lu Jie, the prospect of 30 spirit stones was a fortune that Zhang Jingming, without any backing, could only dream of. Even if he didn't secure them, having a legitimate chance to defeat Lu Jie and vent his frustrations was worth it. After all, no man could easily forgive being cuckolded, right? Jiang Wen hurried over, grabbing Zhang Jingming with a worried expression. Are you really going to sign up? Didn't you notice that Lu Jie wasn't using his spiritual energy just now? Jiang Wen urged. It's fine, don't worry, Zhang Jingming reassured him, smiling brightly. Deep down, he thought this was an excellent opportunity to test just how strong his king's fist technique truly was. Jiang, when unaware of his own strength, was understandably anxious. He was a good friend. Not long after, several sensational rumors began circulating around campus. Ning Mingqing will participate in this competition. The three heroes of Jiangmen are joining. Hong Feng is competing. Bai Junyi is signing up. Wow, all top spiritualists from the school, it looks like we're just here to play along. Upon hearing these names, the crowd groaned in despair. Was there even a point in living anymore? No chance of victory at all. This was beyond hopeless. They were bound to get annihilated. Conversely, amidst the wails, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen sneaked off to play video games instead. Damn, you're actually this good. Zhang Jingming lamented with exasperation. This chubby friend of his was too skilled at gaming. Just moments ago, he had been defeated. Jiang Wen burst into laughter, his round face shaking with mirth. He then pulled out a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and diving in oil, coating his mouth. Delicious, want a bite? He asked between mouthfuls, oblivious to Zhang Jingming's lack of appetite. Zhang Jingming waved his hands, grimacing as if about to gag. At the Chanyuan City arcade, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen loved to come here to play, as there were relatively fewer spiritualists, making them feel somewhat normal. Just as they were engrossed in their game, a group of tattooed youths swaggered into the arcade. They immediately began harassing the female patrons, spouting apocalyptic nonsense about how humanity was on the brink of extinction and that they should indulge while they could. Their leader, known as Tiger Brother, had a face full of fat, and when he laughed, his jowls jiggled, sending shivers down the spines of some female customers who screamed in fright. Staff rushed over to intervene, only to be met with a flurry of blows from Tiger Brother's gang. The sight of Tiger Brother was anything but reassuring. He could frighten customers merely by entering the room. At that moment, Tiger Brother plopped down beside a girl with a charming face and twin ponytails, saying, "Hey, why are you playing alone? Let Tiger Brother join you." As he draped an arm over her shoulder, the girl turned pale with fear. Pushing his hand away, she tried to escape, but he yanked her back into his embrace. His gang erupted in laughter at her distress. "Come here, and let Tiger Brother give you a kiss." Just as he attempted to force a kiss on her, someone behind him flicked his bald head with a finger. Smack! Who the hell? Tiger Brother spun around, his furious expression ready to devour someone whole. To his shock, he found his gang sprawled on the ground, each battered and groaning in pain. Two figures stood behind him, a tall, muscular, and handsome young man, and a shorter, pudgy one grinning with a chicken leg in hand, tilting his head at him. Damn! Feeling insulted, Tiger Brother was about to explode when he stood up. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as the tall guy landed an uppercut to Tiger Brother's stomach, producing a sound like a drum being struck. Tiger Brother crumpled to the ground, a look of disbelief on his face. The fallen members of his gang nodded at him in agreement. This was the feeling of being the boss. Zhang Jingming clapped his hands, directing his attention to the bald man as he said, "Tiger brother, right? Apocalypse, huh? Harassing girls, is it? I can't stand these doomsayers who spread panic everywhere. They are nothing but troublemakers, unsettling everyone daily." Zhang Jingming could not tolerate such behavior even if it was before he unlocked the system. After all, it was just a beating, but it was a matter of principle. Now, with absolute power at his disposal, dealing with a few petty thugs was hardly a challenge. Chow Huss resentment value 99.99. Chow Huss resentment value 78.50. Chow Hu. In the moment when Chow Huss resentment was flooding the screen, another name unexpectedly emerged. Yang Zinmo's resentment value 333. Yang Zinmo's resentment value 356. Yang Xinmo. Yang Xinmo. Zhang Jingming cautiously glanced at the girl being teased by Chow Hu. "I saved you, little girl. Why the resentment?" Zhang Jingming looked at the girl with twin ponytails in confusion. The girl shot him a resentful glance before standing up from her spot in front of the game console. She walked over to Chow Hu, who was squatting on the side holding his stomach, and extended a slender, delicate hand. She simply rummaged through Chow Huss' clothing bag. As she rummaged, she muttered softly, "Damn, what kind of big boss are you with so little money?" "Chow Hu, huh? What the hell?" Smack. With a resounding crack, Yang Xinma delivered a blow to Chow Huss' head, nearly knocking him backward. A new bright red fingerprint appeared on his bald head. Looking at the marks on Chow Huss' head, Yang Xinma couldn't help but reveal her small tiger teeth and burst into laughter. "How ridiculous, you have no money and still come out to play. Look at this big bald head, all red now." Chow Hu was momentarily dazed, realizing that the girl had quite a powerful punch. After searching Chow Hu thoroughly and finding no more valuables, she proceeded to search his lackeys, easily beating down any resistance, entirely unbothered by the panic she had displayed earlier. She seemed like an experienced hand. Zhang Jingming and Jiang, when exchanged glances, both dumbfounded their mouths agape. Is she playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger? Zhang Jingming was at a loss for words. What was going on here? She looked like a rather pretty girl. In a student outfit with a short skirt and twin ponytails, how could there be such a stark contrast? Is she really that fierce? After tormenting Chow Hu and his gang, leaving them in a state of wailing, she finally lifted her head and looked at Zhang Jingming. With a smile revealing her small tiger teeth, she said, "You two almost scared away my client. What are we going to do about this?" Zhang Jingming was speechless. "Was it wrong to save you? If I had known you were this fierce, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all. And now you're asking me what to do. Chill out." With an inner monologue, Zhang Jingming asked, "Miss, does your family know how fierce you are?" Yang Xinma waved her hand and pulled out a chain from some corner, locking all of them together and placing the chains end against her back. "The bounty on these people is all mine. No one is allowed to fight me for it. Since you two meant well, I'll let you off this time." After saying that, Yang Xinma dragged the chain and said, "Let's go off to the police station." Just as they were about to exit the arcade, she turned back and flashed Zhang Jingming a grin, her small tiger teeth gleaming. Zhang Jingming shivered. While fierce, Jiang Wen felt his chicken leg was no longer appetizing. He couldn't even compare to a girl. As the two prepared to return to Lion City through the quantum portal, they marveled at this pinnacle of human technology, a miraculous invention that could surpass airports. It could reach any location equipped with the same device in a second. However, as they passed through security, the head of security requested their identification. After carefully comparing their photos, he said sternly, "Wait a moment." With that, he hastily took their IDs and left. Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged concerned glances. This was unusual. Normally, they would have passed through without any hassle. Sure enough, moments later, a group of Blue Star Federal Enforcement officers burst in and surrounded Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. A lean, high-cheekboned, middle-aged man in a federal enforcement uniform glared at them. "Come with us." "What's the matter, officer?" Zhang Jingming was perplexed. "I still need to go home to cook." Jiang Wen tugged at Zhang Jingming's sleeve, a bit frightened, and said, "What do they want?" "We haven't broken any laws, have we?" The lean man turned back sharply and said, "Whether you've broken the law is not for you to decide." Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged glances, taken aback. Could they hear their whispers? After that, the man directed the other officers to escort them out of the lounge. After driving for a while through Chanyuan City, they arrived at the Blue Star Enforcement Bureau building. A group of officers threw Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen into a holding cell. A foul smell wafted from the room, and the cramped space made it difficult for two large men to even stretch their legs. "Jingming, what do you think they want with us?" Jiang Wen asked, his round head unable to comprehend why they had been invited here. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, thinking for a long time before finally shaking his head. If I could understand this, it would be good. Could it be that playing games is illegal? Damn, there were so many people in the arcade, yet no one else got caught. As they pondered, a familiar figure appeared outside their holding cell. Zhang Jingming happened to see. What the hell isn't that? Who? Who? Jiang tilted his head, unable to see anyone. That. Damn it. The girl from the arcade, I saw her just now. Zhang Jingming said decisively. Damn, it's her. Call her over. Jiang perked up at the mention of a familiar face standing up from the floor and peering through the bars. His chubby face squeezed between the bars, his eyes darting around, afraid of missing out again. More than an hour passed before the figure appeared again, this time carrying 2 boxes of meals as she walked toward the holding cell. Yang Xinma wore her signature smile, revealing her small tiger teeth, looking particularly cute. Are you too hungry? After saying that, she handed over the meals, gesturing for them to eat a bit. However, in Zhang Jingming's eyes, her cuteness now resembled a demonic grin, revealing fangs. It was clear she had set them up. What does this mean? Zhang Jingming fumed, loudly questioning Yang Xinma. It must be your doing. Speak up, what do you want? Zhang Jingming's instincts told him that their confinement here was definitely the girl's doing. Sure enough, Yang Xinma playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face. Sorry, it was me who asked Uncle Jia to invite you both. I just wanted to ask for your help with something. Seriously, is this how you ask someone for a favor? Jiang was furious, his face shaking with indignation. Even someone as slow-witted as he was could now grasp that she was asking for their help. Yet her methods were infuriating to Zhang Jingming. If I told you long ago not to make trouble. A commanding voice resonated from a distance, deep and authoritative, suggesting a person accustomed to holding power, exuding an overwhelming presence. Following that, Zhang Jingming saw a figure swiftly approaching from around the corner, closely followed by the lean enforcement officer who had brought them here. A middle-aged man approached the detention room, pointing vigorously at the iron door and admonishing, enough of this nonsense. Open the door immediately. Yang Xinma discreetly stuck out her tongue, feeling a pang of guilt as she leaned against the wall, contemplating an escape. However, she was swiftly pulled back by the man who caught her in his peripheral vision. Resigned, she stood pitifully to the side, her gaze cast downwards. At that moment, Zhang Jingming, with his adorable demeanor, momentarily forgot his anger. When the door finally swung open, the man profusely apologized to Zhang Jingming and Jiang, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience, gentlemen. Allow me to treat you to a meal. I sincerely hope you will accept my invitation. With that, he turned to the slender, uniformed, middle-aged man beside him, exasperated. Lao Jia, how old are you? Why are you still fooling around with her? Lao Jia appeared embarrassed, exclaiming, it's a misunderstanding. This girl told me these two were Class A fugitives, and I mistakenly brought them in without proper verification. Afterward, Lao Jia earnestly apologized to Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wan. He commented on Zhang Jingming's striking appearance, recognizing he was no ordinary person, and noted his exceptional demeanor, suggesting he was far from an easy target. Feeling a bit bashful under the compliments, Zhang Jingming scratched his head and humorously replied, Well, Uncle Jia, what you say is true. Could you please tell me what exactly is going on? Otherwise, I won't be able to enjoy this meal. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man exchanged glances with Lao Jia, his face lighting up in delight. I'm Yang Jigua, her father, and I'm also the chief of the Chanyuan City Police Department of the Blue Star Federation. After a brief pause, Yang Jigua continued tentatively, This isn't the best place for a discussion. How about I treat you to a meal, and we can chat while we eat? What do you think? Before Zhang Jingming could nod in agreement, Jiang, his eyes sparkling with excitement, bobbed his head vigorously. Zhang Jingming shot him an exasperated glare, but Jiang merely held his head high, feigning ignorance. Thus, Yang Jigua and Lao Jia returned in casual attire and led Zhang Jingming and Jiang to an extravagant restaurant in Chanyuan City. Zhang Jingming observed his surroundings, finding it reminiscent of what he had seen on television, and thus felt no particular novelty. In contrast, Jiang, upon hearing that the food was exceptional, salivated while his eyes darted around, eager not to miss any culinary delights. Yang Xinma watched Jiang with disdain, muttering, Being in the detention room was hardly a loss for you. Your eyes are like those of a thief. Hey, keep it together, you glutton. Zhang Jingming whispered, trying to mitigate the embarrassment. Yang Jigua escorted Zhang Jingming and the others to a luxurious private room and warmly suggested they take their seats. After a round of pleasantries, Zhang Jingming felt all his grievances melt away. He even felt a bit embarrassed. The food laid before them was precious in this turbulent world, comprising items rarely seen in everyday life. As Yang Jigua encouraged them to eat more, his phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. With that, he nodded to the two and stepped out of the room. Zhang Jingming elbowed Jiang, whispering, Did you hear that? No wonder they occupy that position. Their level of discourse is quite impressive. With his mouth full, Jiang mumbled, Yeah. Oh, truly remarkable. Yang Xinma sat across from them, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Zhang Jingming, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, do you think that girl has a crush on you? Jiang Wen leaned closer, his greasy lips prompting Zhang Jingming to grimace and shift away. While Jiang Wen devoured delicious food, he continued to speculate about Yang Xinma. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Jingming quickly shut down the conversation, glancing around to ensure no one overheard. After all, Yang Xinma's father and Uncle Jia were present. Was it reckless or awkward to discuss this? The oblivious Jiang Wen saw nothing wrong. As the two bantered back and forth, the door to the private room swung open. Yang Jigua entered, accompanied by a young officer who resembled a soldier. The newcomer bore a strong jawline and exuded an air of authority, striding in with a commanding presence. Zhang Jingming immediately sensed he was not an ordinary individual. Is this them? The officer's astonishment was evident as he surveyed Zhang Jingming and the others, seemingly taken aback by their youth. He quickly turned to Yang Jigua for confirmation. Yes, Yang Jigua affirmed with a nod. Though these two young gentlemen lack psychic abilities, they certainly possess commendable skills. The young officer promptly stepped forward, saluting Zhang Jingming. Thank you for cooperating with this operation. Zhang Jingming was taken aback. Huh, what operation? He quickly redirected his gaze to Yang Jigua, while Yang Xinma hoped for a reasonable explanation. At that moment, Yang Xinma was staring at Zhang Jingming, and upon catching his glance, she smiled shyly, revealing her small canines. Is she infatuated? Zhang Jingming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, instinctively trying to ignore her. Yang Jigua cleared his throat and stood up. Let me clarify. This is Colonel Xiao Hui from the Changyuan City branch of the Blue Star Federation, responsible for exploring outer relics and various related activities. This time, based on my daughter's information, I understand that you two are valiant individuals and exceptional young men. Moreover, according to her, Zhang, your skills are quite impressive. Zhang Jingming's expression darkened as he could not help but interject, Uncle Yang, you're not suggesting we go into the outer realms, are you? Yang Jigua, beads of sweat forming on his brow, nodded hesitantly. I believe you are aware that the outer realms were once human territories, but monsters have since taken control. Currently, some vital resources scattered outside are urgently needed by the military. However, powerful beings occupy those areas, making it impossible for the military and psychic teams to approach. Thus, we are seeking individuals without psychic abilities to venture forth. Yang Jigua glanced at Colonel Xiao Hui, whose enigmatic expression deepened his concern. Damn it, I'm helping you out not because of my daughter's interest. I couldn't care less about your mess. Hurry up and respond. Yang Jigua's expression soured, for this mission was indeed arduous. Even fully staffed Clevel psychic teams returned with heavy losses. Sending a child out there. Truthfully, Yang Jigua felt uneasy, but the city's needs compelled him to act. Colonel Xiao Hui quickly grasped the situation and awkwardly took over. Yes, the reward is quite substantial, 5 spirit stones. However, it's imperative that those who go are without psychic abilities. Upon hearing about the 5 spirit stones, Zhang Jingming's mind raced with calculations. 5 spirit stones could be exchanged on the black market for at least 20 million new Federation coins, enough to elevate a non-psychic individual to E or D level. For himself, it was even more advantageous, as the currency for the myriad of techniques and items in the system marketplace was spirit stones, which would be immensely beneficial. Seeing Zhang Jingming lost in thought, Colonel Xiao Hui assumed he was still hesitating and felt a pang of sympathy for the young boy about to embark on such a perilous adventure. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, these resources have become increasingly abundant. We have serious doubts about their sensitivity to spiritual energy. We've sent many top-tier soldiers, at least level or above, but the results have been far from satisfactory. Colonel Xiao Hui was straightforward. As a soldier, he would not deceive anyone, and felt it necessary to convey the daunting nature of the mission. Yang Jigua looked helplessly at Zhang Jingming and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation. It would be unreasonable to pressure anyone further, especially since this task was exceedingly perilous. If the military misjudged the situation, it could cost the lives of 2 young individuals. At that moment, Zhang Jingming found himself somewhat admiring Colonel Xiao Hui for his honesty in addressing the challenges of the mission without resorting to deceit to achieve his objectives. This candor fostered a favorable impression of Xiao Hui in Zhang Jingming's mind. He was also quite intrigued by the 5 spirit stones, which could be exchanged for goods in the marketplace, or at the very least used to enhance one's spiritual energy. However, he could not allow Jiang Wen to accompany him into danger. Zhang Jingming understood very well that Jiang Wen lacked any real combat skills. While he might manage a simulation game, actual combat was a different matter entirely. He'll go alone, he declared. The moment his words left his lips, Colonel Xiao Hui was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he appraised Zhang Jingming up and down. Logically, upon hearing news of such a daunting mission, one would expect to back out, not proceed. One last question, how do you know we lack spiritual energy? Zhang Jingming inquired, perplexed. Yang Jigua gestured towards Yang Xinma and replied gently, the little girl possesses the ability to detect the levels of others' spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming couldn't help but glance at Yang Xinma, who remained as cheerful as ever, her small tiger teeth gleaming. He could only mutter under his breath, wow, a walking spirit energy detector. In the end, Zhang Jingming resolved to proceed alone, while Jiang Wen would return to Lion City. Yang Jigua would handle communications with Zhang Jingming's family and school. As night fell, the outskirts of Changyuan City were cloaked in darkness, with towering steel frames rising majestically into the sky. Their surfaces, painted a deep black, emanated an awe-inspiring presence. 3 military camouflage armored vehicles sped past, kicking up clouds of dust. Through the external viewfinder, Zhang Jingming observed this unfamiliar landscape, particularly the towering steel frames. Is this what is called the gaze of the Redeemer quantum energy cannon? He noticed circles of energy concentrators adorning the iron frame, exuding an aura of boundless power. One could only imagine the terrifying force it would unleash when activated. Colonel Xiaohui, clad in combat gear and helmet, nodded thoughtfully at his side. The quantum energy cannon, the final line of defense for humanity's home. Without such advanced defensive weapons, one could only wonder if there would be any remaining sanctuary for humankind. The camouflaged armored vehicles soon exited the city outskirts, passing through layers of checkpoints until they finally arrived at a territory once belonging to humanity, but now utterly foreign. Xiaozhang, we can only take you this far. This is an extraterritorial map. The supplies are generally located in this area, Colonel Xiaohui said, pulling out a crumpled map and pointing to several red circles he had marked. Zhang Jingming understood that this region was rife with E.D.-level monsters known for their ferocity. The armored vehicles drove off, leaving behind a solitary figure fully equipped for the task ahead. Zhang Jingming surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the breathtaking scenery, lush mountains, and thick forests. Amidst the verdant grass, traces of human habitation from ages past were barely visible. A group of green-bellied holy crows perched on the cliffs of a low mountain, emitting eerie calls. Quack, quack, quack. The sound echoed hauntingly off the cliffs, creating a desolate atmosphere. It was astonishing that within just 3 years, nature had nearly erased all remnants of humanity. Sigh. I wonder whether humanity has been a boon or a bane for this planet. Zhang Jingming sighed, feeling a profound heaviness in his heart amidst the unparalleled beauty surrounding him. Fool, you haven't even begun the mission and you're already lamenting. From a nearby bush, Yang Xinma expertly leaped down, smiling brightly at Zhang Jingming, her little tiger teeth sparkling in the sunlight. What the? Zhang Jingming found himself at a loss for words, bewildered as to why she would come along on such a dangerous mission. Catched. Yang Xinma tossed her backpack to him with a practiced motion. The black bag traced a graceful arc through the air, and Zhang Jingming barely managed to catch it. What is this? So heavy, he exclaimed. Yang Xinma laughed heartily. Look at you. I can't possibly let you go on such an important mission alone. He pointed to the sky with a mock expression of disbelief. Oh, aren't you afraid? A massive shadow swept across the sky, accompanied by a resounding roar that shook the air. The enormity of the shadow engulfed the entire valley. The overwhelming visual impact caused Yang Xinma to scream in terror, and in her panic, she lunged into Zhang Jingming's arms. Softly, she pressed against his chest, and it took a moment for the shadow to fully vanish. They remained in an embrace, sending Zhang Jingming's heart racing. This girl not only clung to him, but squirmed as well. Thankfully, he was clad in military garb, or the situation would have been rather embarrassing. Lost in his thoughts, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his neck. Ouch! What the hell? Yang Xinmo's small tiger teeth had sunk into his skin, and in his panic, Zhang Jingming pushed her away, shouting, "It hurts. It hurts." Blood trickled from the bite mark as she withdrew her teeth. Ugh! Gross. Yang Xinma grimaced, spitting onto the ground. You bleed so easily. Ugh! Disgusting. I got your blood in my mouth. Zhang Jingming glared at her, rubbing his neck. What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad? You took advantage of me, so it's only fair. Yang Xinma retorted defiantly, her cheeks flushed. You? Fine, you can hold me, but why do you have to squirm? She had forgotten that her squirming was a result of her own fear. Zhang Jingming was at a loss for words, but decided to let it go. After all, he wasn't the one at a disadvantage. He opened the backpack and revealed a device. What is this? It's live streaming equipment specially designed for military use. It maintains a signal no matter where you are. Yang Xinma explained excitedly, completely disregarding that she had just taken advantage of him. She rummaged through the backpack, pulling out a set of equipment, her delicate hands deftly maneuvering the devices. Put this on. She pointed at the backpack and gave Zhang Jingming a serious look, issuing commands. Zhang Jingming rolled his eyes, scratching the back of his head. Didn't they say that spirit users shouldn't come? Why are you here? Tilting her head, Yang Xinma smiled at him, causing him to feel uneasy. My ability is to detect and control spiritual energy. Oh, I can sense others' levels and manage my own. Impressive, right? Yang Xinma had her hands clasped behind her back, her body slightly leaning forward, exuding a playful charm that could melt the hearts of all who beheld her. However, Zhang Jingming remained unmoved. Those adorable little tiger teeth appeared to him as perilous weapons. As expected, when Zhang Jingming attempted to argue with Yang Xinma, her pair of small tiger teeth flashed threateningly. Let's go. Am I not allowed to leave? Zhang Jingming surrendered, defeated by those tiny teeth, and rubbed his neck, where the lingering pain seemed not yet to fade. He hoisted his backpack and walked ahead, muttering under his breath, I'll just wait for a cavity so someone can pull out those bothersome tiger teeth for her. What are you saying? Yang Xinmo's head leaned in, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she looked at Zhang Jingming. Oh, nothing, Zhang Jingming replied, feeling guilty, quickening his pace. Slow down. Turn the camera towards me. Yang Xinma called out, signaling him to stop rushing. Hello everyone. MMOMO, and welcome to my live stream. Yang Xinma made a cute face at the camera, playfully sticking out her tongue. MOMO, you finally started streaming. I can't believe I waited forever for this. It's live. Wow, I love it. Such a cute little MOMO. Look, where is MOMO? What is that thing? It's so huge. In the live stream, enormous birds soared across the sky, not as massive as the unknown beast they had encountered earlier, but still awe-inspiring to those who lived in the last bastion of humanity. Full stand still. Aim better. Yang Xinma was clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Jingming's filming skills, her pretty face frowning as she directed him to find the best angle. The comments flooded the screen. Where did you find this photographer? So clumsy. MOMO, do you need me to help you film? I'm a professional. Change the person. Look at this shot, it's shaking nonstop. Yang Xinma flashed her signature smile. This is the otherworldly realm, do you want to come? Oh wow, where did it go? I love this, it's so thrilling. Suddenly someone in the live stream gifted 10 rockets, followed quickly by another who gifted 10 treasure maps. Wow. A rich person has arrived. Everyone make way. Let the rich one through. Yang Xinma beamed with bright eyes, making a funny face at the camera. Thank you, rich brother, for the rockets and treasure maps. Zhang Jingming quietly asked, Xinma, how much can the rockets and treasure maps be exchanged for? Not much. A rocket is worth 100 bucks, and a treasure map is about 2000. Why? Yang Xinma rolled her eyes at Zhang Jingming, looking cautious. Little money lover. Zhang Jingming thought to himself. It was just a simple question, why so defensive? However, he quickly put on a cheerful demeanor and said to Yang Xinma, since I helped, shouldn't you give me a little salary or something? With a wave of her small hand, she giggled, no problem, but you have to film well. The comments erupted again. Who is this? Which fool dares to ask for a salary for filming our MOMO? Exactly, let's beat him up. MOMO, I don't want money. I'll come to the other world too. Oh wow, then go. Silly, all you do is talk. In the midst of the chaotic comments, the two continued deeper into the other world. Breathtaking sights unfolded before them. Distant mountains like indigo, lush trees, and sturdy pines. In the face of such beauty, Zhang Jingming felt compelled to quote a line from the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. The setting sun and lone wild goose fly together. Autumn waters share a hue with the endless sky. So beautiful, it was simply breathtaking. What's he doing? He's reciting poetry. What a fool. I don't care, I think it's beautiful. Such a magnificent view deserves such lovely words. The comments varied, but all were captivated by the splendid scenery. Before long, the discussion shifted to humanity's impact on this planet, whether it was destruction or construction, gradually veering off topic. Yet Yang Xinma thought Zhang Jingming's recitation matched the beauty around them perfectly. Her charming eyes fixated on him. A man with literary flair was truly captivating. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the valley. Startled, Yang Xinma jumped into Zhang Jingming's embrace, like a little rabbit, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings until she sensed no danger before leaping down. Realizing her loss of composure, Yang Xinmo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, enhancing her allure especially as her enchanting gaze sparkled, causing Zhang Jingming to momentarily lose himself. Yang Xinma's beauty belonged to a charming, innocent type, becoming more captivating the longer one looked. Unfortunately, all this was witnessed by over 30,000 viewers in the live stream. The comments exploded. I can't take it anymore. This playboy. Momo, stay away from him. Where are you two? Showing off your love here. What did I do to deserve this? Everyone cry for me. Yet the two remained unaware of the uproar, focused solely on their journey as they carried the equipment toward their destination. As they ventured further from the city, terrifying creatures began to reveal their presence. Yang Xinma, a master of spiritual perception, quickly pulled Zhang Jingming down behind some grass, placing a finger to her lips to signal silence. Shoo! Indeed, not long after, a foul wind swept through as a colossal creature raced past. The ground trembled incessantly. Frostpaw Tiger, a Class C magical beast, terrifying in combat. One could rival an entire Class D spiritual team. Yang Xinma recounted its details with ease, making Zhang Jingming silently grateful that this girl had come along, otherwise he might have ended up as nothing more than a pile of bones. He also cursed himself for being so money-minded, accepting such a simple task. Look, Jingming Ji, the one in the sky is a greenbone rock, a Class D magical beast, and over there in the woods is a polar titan, a Class A magical beast, but it seems it never attacks people proactively. Yang Xinma continued to describe these terrifying creatures, trembling slightly, revealing her genuine fear. Zhang Jingming looked at her puzzled. It's so dangerous and you're so timid. Oh, why did you come along? I just thought the live stream here would be great, Yang Xinma said, feeling a bit wronged. We shouldn't look at the other world anymore. Let's go back, Momo. Yeah, let's go back. Momo is so brave. I'm so touched, sending 10 treasure maps. I don't have much, but I can send some lollipops to Momo. Sending 100 rockets, go Momo. In the live stream, fans moved by Yang Xinma's courage showered her with gifts, showing support for their beloved streamer. Seeing the comments, Yang Xinma suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wow." Zhang Jingming quickly covered her mouth with his hands, stifling her sounds of distress. He murmured, his heart racing. This was the outer realm, a place so terrifying that they could not afford to make careless noises. Yet he couldn't help but notice how soft Yang Xinmo's lips felt against his palm, an odd sensation that broke through his concentration. They were getting close, and Zhang Jingming checked the map, gauging their current position. It seems we're almost there. We must proceed cautiously. Yang Xinma nodded obediently, her playful demeanor fading. She was acutely aware of the horrors that lurked in this area. Many energy teams had come here to salvage supplies, but only a handful had returned alive. By the way, what exactly are these supplies that warrant such sacrifice? Zhang Jingming asked, his confusion palpable. Surely the resources they were fighting for must be of utmost importance. Hard drives. Yang Xinma recalled, her eyes narrowing in thought. My father mentioned that they contain vital data regarding the recovery of spiritual energy. The phenomenon of spiritual energy returning was observed years in advance, but no one anticipated the onslaught of these beasts. In just a few days, numerous places fell to ruin. Ultimately, the surviving humans formed the last alliance through quantum portals, the Blue Star federal government. These hard drives hold immense significance for cultivating spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming crouched in the dry grass, gazing at the ruins below, where remnants of old buildings lay scattered amidst terrifying beasts. Some wandered lazily, others sprawled on the flat concrete, sleeping soundly, while a few groomed their fur incessantly. Even from a distance, the stench was overpowering. Yang Xinmo's face turned pale, and she whispered urgently, "This is it, Brother Jingming." The site of the C-Class energy team's demise. The ruins were once the heart of Shizhuang City, a well-concealed urban area with great research value, where the first research institute had been established. It was here that they had discovered the resurgence of spiritual energy 7 to 8 years ago, conducting extensive studies. Sadly, 3 years ago, ancient trees sprang up overnight across the globe, altering landscapes, and a horde of beasts descended from unknown origins. These creatures were impervious to weapons, of bullets could not harm them in the slightest. Survivors spoke of encountering armored figures amidst the beast horde, but everyone dismissed their tales as the ramblings of traumatized individuals. What should we do? Yang Xinma frowned, fully aware that this was no joking matter. One misstep could lead them into a deadly ambush, leaving them with nothing but bones to recover. Moreover, the presence of colossal creatures in the skies made matters more dire, for these beasts possessed a terrifying understanding and application of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of humans. This often put humanity at a disadvantage in battles of equal levels. Zhang Jingming proceeded with utmost caution, making his way toward the ruins of the research institute. As they moved, a few enormous beasts lumbered past, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Meanwhile, fans in the live stream were filled with anxiety. Perhaps the military is right, these beasts are not particularly sensitive to those without spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming forged ahead, mumbling to himself, his confidence wavering. Yang Xinmo remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The vast valley echoed with the roars of beasts and the heavy footfalls of giant creatures, causing her to tremble slightly, her petite frame appearing fragile. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jingming, who was preoccupied with the path ahead, Yang Xinmo was teetering on the brink of panic. The viewers in the live stream had already noticed her distress. They were frantic, and the barrage of comments nearly filled the entire screen. Oblivious fool Xinmo, don't be scared. Come back. Yes, come back. We love watching you no matter where you are streaming from. Good grief, this idiot only cares about himself and not our Xinmo. This place is terrifying. Look, something just flew by. I saw it too. What is that in the bushes? Suddenly a pebble struck the back of Zhang Jingming's head with a resounding thud, startling him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned to locate the source of the projectile. Yang Xinmo also noticed the disturbance and began to look around. At last, beneath a dense canopy, they spotted a peculiar creature. Though it resembled a beast, Yang Xinmo sensed no threatening energy. With large ears and a round body, it appeared comical yet agile. Upon noticing the pebble had hit Zhang Jingming, it began to dance on the branch, chirping with delight. Fuming, Zhang Jingming scratched the bump forming on his head, searching for a stone to retaliate. Finally, he found a suitable pebble in the grass and aimed to throw it back. However, the little creature feigned innocence, waving its tiny limbs, its features scrunching up adorably. With a few leaps, it descended from the tree and hopped onto Zhang Jingming's shoulder, sniffing disdainfully before shoving its face away. Then it leaped into Yang Xinmo's arms, clearly pleased, chattering incessantly and wrapping its small claws around her neck, burying its head into her chest. How dare you, you little lecher! Zhang Jingming seethed, feeling insulted. You disdain me. He took a whiff of himself. Oh, after a long day of travel, he did indeed smell unappealing. But still, it was just an animal. How could it judge him? And you were the one who threw a stone at me. Zhang Jingming's expression darkened as he approached the little creature, intent on scaring it. Yang Xinmo quickly shielded it behind her, blocking Zhang Jingming's way. You can't. It's too cute, you mustn't hurt it. The little creature seemed to understand Yang Xinmo's words, nodding pitifully. Chirp, chirp. I'm so adorable, you can't harm me. This thing looks utterly unremarkable, neither monkey nor bear, and yet you dare to carry it on your back. Zhang Jingming warned Yang Xinmo, trying to ensure she was not deceived by its appearance. To his surprise, Yang Xinmo revealed a set of tiny tiger-like teeth. You can't harm it no matter what. Be careful, or it'll bite you. Zhang Jingming recalled the sharp pain of those small tiger teeth piercing his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Forget it, since she wouldn't heed my good advice. Let her find out for herself. Zhang Jingming refrained from arguing further with Yang Xinmo, as his mission here was to retrieve the hard drive, and whether he could even bring it past the border checkpoint remained uncertain. The little creature and Yang Xinmo were chirping happily, and upon noticing Zhang Jingming's gaze, it raised its tiny paw in a show of defiance. Zhi zhi zhi. It continued to call out, seemingly warning him. If you dare come closer, I'll attack. Yang Xinmo's eyes nearly turned into crescent moons, delighting in the moment. Exactly. That's how you should treat him, he's a bad guy. After saying this, she couldn't help but giggle. I'm going to buy some oranges. You stay right here and don't move. Zhang Jingming sighed, deciding to infiltrate Research Institute. No. One by himself, it was better for her to stay put and not cause any delays. Yang Xinmo and the little creature continued to play cheerfully, distractedly responding, sure, take the equipment with you and stream live. Unbeknownst to them, the barrage of comments erupted once more. How dare you take advantage of MOMO? MOMO, he's taking advantage of you. Look at this comment. I'm going to buy some oranges. You stay right here and don't move. That's from Zhu Ziking's back shadow, spoken by a father to his son. Someone immediately clarified, igniting the chat room, as everyone called out for MOMO, but at that moment Yang Xinmo had a new fascination. Completely lost in the excitement, the fans in the live stream had no choice but to wait. Seeing the look on Yang Xinmo's face, Zhang Jingming could only curl his lip in resignation, shouldering the live streaming equipment and quietly making his way toward the ruins of Research Institute No. 1. The closer he got, the more apprehensive he felt. No wonder the spiritual energy teams had returned empty-handed after so many visits. It turned out there were so many magical beasts lurking in these ruins. A black hell tiger bared its teeth and let out a fierce roar at Zhang Jingming. Perhaps sensing that he bore no trace of spiritual energy, it calmed down, lying partially on its side as it began to groom its fur. Damn, that startled me. Zhang Jingming's hair stood on end from the unexpected roar. He had seen such a creature on television. When it went berserk, it could rip through heavy tanks and unleash a hellish black fire from its mouth with temperatures beyond comprehension. Once it had effortlessly dissolved a missile that had been nearly within arm's reach. Terrifying indeed. At this moment, Zhang Jingming was thankful for his lack of spiritual energy, at least he posed no threat to these so-called magical beasts. Perhaps when they were in a good mood, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. He continually reassured himself as he ventured deeper. Research Institute No. 1. The ruins on the surface were merely a lonely island above water, while the true colossal entity lay below ground. He had no idea what lay beneath. All the records were from before the resurgence of spiritual energy. He cautiously evaded various magical beasts, fortunate that the military's intelligence was precise. These beasts born from the resurgence of spiritual energy showed no interest in those without spiritual power. His journey was perilous, yet relatively safe, and he surprisingly found himself within the ruins of Research Institute No. 1. Several bloodwing wolves raced past, completely ignoring Zhang Jingming. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he locked eyes with a decaying centipede suspended midair. The unwarranted fright caused his heart to tighten, and cold sweat quickly soaked his clothes. Fortunately to them, Zhang Jingming was not considered food. With zero spiritual energy, consuming him would yield no benefit. Under normal circumstances, he was relatively safe. However, encountering some violent magical beasts could be quite another story. Zhang Jingming could only pray not to cross paths with particularly troublesome beasts. He had no idea what might happen if a fight broke out. The viewers in the live stream were already terrified by the unfolding scenes, with magical beasts appearing to provide fans with different surprises, while Zhang Jingming's tense, ragged breaths made them unbearable. Gifts poured in, and the comments exploded. May the gods protect me, Amitabha. Please don't let me encounter these monsters. Amitabha. Jesus Christ. Amen. God said nonsense, but it's terrifying. Would you dare go? A bunch of low-level spiritual cultivators. Would you dare? They're all a-level cultivators, just chatting online. Look at others. Not a trace of spiritual energy, yet they dare to venture into such terrifying places. Of course, Zhang Jingming was oblivious to all this. He was merely carrying the live streaming equipment, while the display was in Yang Zhenmo's hands. While playing with the little creature, Yang Zhenmo glanced at the screen and was taken aback by the sheer number of gifts. The small, greedy tiger teeth flashed with Yang Zhenmo's genuine smile, causing the little creature to squeak in alarm, fearing this mischievous girl might try to take a bite out of it. Gently ruffling the little creature's fluffy head, Yang Zhenmo began watching the live stream alongside the comments. As the camera captured Zhang Jingming finding the entrance to the basement, the thrilling scenes made Yang Zhenmo feel a pang of regret. How could she have been so playful, leaving Zhang Jingming to face the unknown and dangerous basement of Research Institute No. 1 alone? Suddenly, a black-backed gorilla wreathed in flames rushed past the camera, its massive frame sending rubble flying in all directions. It was evident that Zhang Jingming had wisely taken cover early on. Records indicated that these flaming black-backed gorillas were easily enraged and prone to attack anything alive, including other magical beasts. Yav. The little creature even leaned in to look at the display, pointing and chattering incessantly. Ya. Yang Zhenmo looked at it in surprise and asked, "Can you see the monitor?" The little creature waved its tiny paw back and forth, appearing quite indignant. Yav, do you look down on me? Of course I can see. Before the little creature could finish venting its frustration, Yang Zhenmo snatched it up, cradling it in her arms and giving it a playful squeeze. Zhi. The little creature protested with squeaks. Let me go, you wicked woman. At that moment, Zhang Jingming had already descended the stairs of the ruins to the 3rd underground level when a strange wind suddenly swept through. Then came his astonished exclamation. Shortly after, rippling waves appeared on the display, growing increasingly unclear. At that moment, it was impossible to see what had happened to Zhang Jingming. The live stream was still connected, but the visuals had become obscured. The chat room was filled with comments hoping for the host's safety, with many urging him to return, saying they could no longer watch. Too terrifying. Yang Zhenmo's slender hands holding the monitor were clammy with sweat. Had something happened to Zhang Jingming? Ah, damn it. In the darkness, Zhang Jingming was shoved by a sudden gust of wind, tumbling down several flights of stairs until he finally came to a stop, his back pressed against a corner. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Suddenly, a deafening alarm blared, and Zhang Jingming's mood fluctuated with the flickering of the bright red bulbs on the wall. He thought to himself that he had likely stirred up a nest of monsters. The sound of chains dragging on the ground echoed through the darkness, drawing closer to the corner where Zhang Jingming was hiding. A blinding, incandescent light flickered on, and as Zhang Jingming's vision adjusted, he was met with an astonishing sight. What on earth? In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, focusing intently to get a clearer view. Before him stood 2 white wild boars bearing their tusks and standing upright. Their bodies were bound with black iron chains with spiked maces hanging from the ends dragging along the ground as they approached. They glared at Zhang Jingming like wrathful deities, and before he could react, a massive hand lifted him effortlessly. He was carried directly into Research Institute No. 1, which was already 5 floors underground. As they entered the brightly lit hall on the 5th floor, Zhang Jingming gazed in disbelief at everything around him. The hall was filled with various upright walking monsters, some of which Zhang Jingming recognized while others were almost unidentifiable. It was a scene of chaos. These upright creatures busily transported wooden crates of supplies. Aside from their human-like appearance, their behavior was nearly indistinguishable from that of humans. Zhang Jingming's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with astonishment, rendered speechless by the unexpected situation of the underground research institute. If this news got out, it would surely upend the world's perspective. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingming hurriedly reached for his backpack, hoping that his live streaming equipment was still intact. If it could be broadcasted, it would serve as a warning for humanity. After feeling around, he could only grasp a handful of scattered parts. It seemed the equipment had been damaged during his tumble. What a pity, he thought, and wondered where these 2 pig demons would take him. The number of upright monsters around him was increasing, and their activity was becoming more frantic. Finally, they reached a corner that appeared to be the former monitoring room of Research Institute No. 1. Inside, a dozen monitors were assembled together, displaying the entire underground situation of Research Institute No. 1. A young man with tousled golden hair sat before the screens, observing everything with amusement. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Snap. The white wild boar holding Zhang Jingming let go, causing him to drop to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Zhang Jingming rubbed his knee vigorously, blowing air through his lips as if that would alleviate the pain. The white wild boar stood at least 3 meters tall, and after letting go, Zhang Jingming fell from more than a meter's height, resulting in quite a painful landing. The golden-haired youth gazed at Zhang Jingming, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is there no one left among your kind? How could they send someone as worthless as you? And who exactly are you? At this point, Zhang Jingming, having nothing to lose, felt little fear for his life and refused to back down. Oomph. The white wild boar glared at him with its large bell-like eyes, clearly displeased with his retort. It brandished its mace ready to strike Zhang Jingming, but was halted by the golden-haired youth. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the white, wild boars to leave. The 2 boars, with anger etched on their faces, snorted at Zhang Jingming before reluctantly exiting the monitoring room. As for me, the golden-haired youth paused, adopting a serious demeanor. I am Situ Chi, the Grand General of the 10th generation of the Demon Emperor Dynasty, Rong Jianzong. Situ Chi exuded an air of arrogance as he proclaimed his title. He then turned to scrutinize Zhang Jingming with disdain, saying, "You possess no spiritual energy." Zhang Jingming straightened his back, scoffing disdainfully. Since when do demons need spiritual energy to speak? Naturally, it is the strong who speak among the demon race. Situ Chi's expression soured, his eyes narrowing. Given that you have no spiritual energy, I won't make things difficult for you. We demons still harbor some pity for beings as insignificant as ants and insects. However, we need you. Watching the menacing expression on Situ Chi's face, Zhang Jingming had a premonition that the good days for humanity were coming to an end. The figure before him, Situ Chi, radiated an aura of spiritual energy, or perhaps one could call it demonic power. Unfathomable and terrifying, Zhang Jingming realized just how formidable the spiritual pressure in the air had been moments ago. If Situ Chi chose to unleash it, that force could tear apart everything it touched. However, Zhang Jingming was aware that he had a mission to complete on this visit, to retrieve the hard drive holding the research records on spiritual energy from Research Institute No. 1. Esteemed one, I'm here with a task, and if I fail, I won't return home unscathed. I can't afford to leave empty-handed, he proposed, sensing that this great demon would not take his life so easily. Situ Chi's eyes sparkled with golden light, and he sneered. I've cultivated for 10,000 years, you do not flaunt your petty tricks before me. 10,000 years. Zhang Jingming gasped, inwardly exclaiming, goodness, living for so long makes one an old demon, doesn't it? Situ Chi pressed a red button. Hey, who bring in that hard drive? Moments later, the door to the monitoring room swung open, and a young man enveloped in dark energy entered, respectfully presenting a hard drive before shooting Zhang Jingming a glare and bowing out. Situ Chi raised the hard drive triumphantly, his golden hair glistening as he proclaimed, don't think I don't know what those scoundrels were after when they came here before. I've seen the contents, which are merely records about the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There's no harm in giving it to you. Zhang Jingming felt a surge of joy. His wish had been granted. Outside the ruins of Research Institute No. 1 in a dense forest, Yang Xinma paced anxiously, her heart in turmoil. What should I do? Zhang Jingming must have been attacked by a beast. Should I go in and save him? Yet Yang Xinmao understood her own limitations, she might end up in danger herself if she ventured inside. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she felt as though she might go mad. Suddenly a small creature tugged at her long hair and squeaked "Zhi-zhi. Zhi-zhi-zhi." The little furry paw pointed insistently ahead. Yang Xinmao winced from the tugging, preparing to scold the creature, when she suddenly noticed the small black that ahead was Zhang Jingming. She dashed forward, tears streaming down her face. The little creature, seeing Yang Xinmao run, squeaked and scrambled after her. Zhang Jingming, whistling a tune, noticed a wild girl charging toward him with tears streaming down her face, and before he could react, she collided with him. Ouch! Damn it! Zhang Jingming exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, his masculine nature shining through. Yang Xinmo's heart raced like a startled deer. She quickly pushed him away, her cheeks flushed, her eyes still glistening with tears as she said, "I thought you might not make it out." "Well, here I am," Zhang Jingming replied, surprised by her strong reaction. He scratched the back of his head, wearing a foolish grin. The little creature climbed up Yang Xinmo's pant leg and squeezed between them, raising its little paw in protest. "Iya? What are you two doing? How can you ignore me? Quickly tell me what happened." Yang Xinmao said, noticing the equipment in his backpack was completely ruined. She urgently pressed for details. Zhang Jingming recounted everything that had transpired, explaining how he had been taken by two wild boars after obtaining the hard drive and had been released afterward. He then waved the hard drive in his hand, grinning broadly, mission accomplished. Though Yang Xinmao was anxious about everything she had heard, she was also relieved for Zhang Jingming. After all, completing the mission meant a substantial reward. Amidst their laughter, they finally returned to the border. "What about this little creature?" Zhang Jingming pointed at the plump figure on Yang Xinmo's back. "Aren't you worried your dad will scold you for bringing back something so mysterious?" Yang Xinmao flashed a grin, revealing her little tiger teeth. "My dad wouldn't dare scold me." She then hugged the creature close, affectionately rubbing its round head. Zhang Jingming paused, suddenly realizing it must have a name, right? Yang Xinmao thought hard for a moment, looking as if her vocabulary was lacking, then gazed at Zhang Jingming with hopeful eyes. "You name it. I don't like naming things, even my name was given by my dad." Yang Xinmo's serious expression made Zhang Jingming chuckle softly to himself, muttering, "Isn't it strange that your name was given by your dad? That sounds like a ghost story." After a brief contemplation, he suggested, "How about Mao Qiu Fuzzy Ball? Silly. Or since it's all white, we could call it by Shui White Snow." Upon hearing the name, the little creature protested loudly, "Zhi-zhi-zhi." Raising its little paw high, it seemed to declare its disdain for such a name. Yet it could not escape its fate, as the two naming novices insisted on calling it Mao Qiu. This left the little creature feeling quite dejected, lying in Yang Xinmo's arms and protesting for quite a while, though the two did not understand its grievances. Eventually, Colonel Xiaohui's military vehicle arrived to take them back to the city. Yang Zhigua and Colonel Xiaohui burst into their resting office, tears streaming down their faces. "How could you be so reckless, girl? What if something happened to you? What would your father do?" Yang Zhigua lamented, wiping his tears as Colonel Xiaohui looked on awkwardly. This girl had formed a close bond with the soldiers in her mother's unit due to her mother's military background, and Colonel Xiaohui had watched her grow up. He was understandably frantic. Neither of them mentioned the broken military live streaming equipment, promising to provide a replacement for the two soon. With that, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion. Almost simultaneously, the world learned that the demon race was about to return, sending everyone into a state of panic. Having received his reward, Zhang Jingming returned to Lion City through the quantum portal, gazing once more at the enormous tree in the center of the city, feeling a stark difference. With the revival of spiritual energy, the tree had risen from the ground. It turned out that this phenomenon was the planet's desperate attempt at self-preservation, while humanity had mistakenly believed that spiritual energy was a unique product of their evolution. How ironic, how tragic. This time Zhang Jingming would not feel inferior for lacking spiritual energy, for it was revealed that this entire situation was merely the planet's struggle for survival. Upon returning home, Yang Zhigua and Colonel Xiaohui had already informed Zhang's parents, so they did not press him too much, only asking with concern about his well-being. Spiritual energy remained an obsession for his parents. The universal sentiment of parental love was palpable. Why is it that such an outstanding child from our family cannot comprehend spiritual energy? If his health were compromised, understanding spiritual energy would become even more challenging. Zhang Jingming could only respond with a wry smile, quickly returning to his room after dinner to open the shopping interface. Having 5 spirit stones in hand inevitably stirred a sense of restlessness within Zhang Jingming. Yet as he continued to browse, he realized that 5 spirit stones were woefully insufficient. The dazzling array of skills in the store demanded an abundance of spirit stones for exchange. Freedom extreme skill. Good heavens, 3,000 spirit stones. Zhang Jingming was taken aback and decisively turned the page. Could he afford such a price? Instant teleportation. Another 3,000 spirit stones. Oh my. After persistent browsing, he finally discovered a row of rather inexpensive skill books tucked away in a corner of the store, most of which required only 5 spirit stones each. Phantom Fist, Wolf Fong Gale Fist, Frantic Orb, Solar Fist, Boom Boom, Wave 4 Body Fist. It seems the Wolf Fong Gale Fist is quite good as it can be used in conjunction with the King's Fist. The others feel a bit odd. Zhang Jingming pondered for a moment, and then spent 5 spirit stones to acquire the Wolf Fong Gale Fist. The intricacies of the technique automatically manifested in his mind, and his muscles instinctively adjusted, embedding this set of punches deep into his soul. It felt as if he had been born to master this fist technique. The system's attribute panel updated accordingly. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 4,755. Strength 24. Agility 8. Appearance 10,010. Available skill points none. Skills King's Fist X1 Kamehameha LV1 Wolf Fong Gale Fist. Looking at his current combat power, Zhang Jingming felt quite satisfied. At the very least, he could give that bastard Lu Jijia a good beating. Suddenly his phone buzzed with a message. Picking it up, Zhang Jingming saw it was from Ning Mengqing. Zhang Jingming, come downstairs now. I have something to discuss. He quickly drew back the curtains and looked down, spotting Ning Mengqing's slender figure. With a head full of questions, Zhang Jingming made his way downstairs. Gazing at Ning Mengqing's extraordinary beauty and her customary icy demeanor, he scratched his head and asked, what's the matter? Ning Mengqing rolled her cold eyes. Am I not allowed to look for you if there's nothing going on? No. I was just asking what you needed. Zhang Jingming, displaying his typical cluelessness, elicited a silent exasperation from Ning Mengqing. Many would yearn for just a few words with her, yet here he was. How infuriating. However, Ning Mengqing quickly suppressed her irritation. Was it you who broke the school's energy testing machine last time? Zhang Jingming paled at her words, having heard that the testing machine cost 20 spirit stones to replace. Bullshit, it was you who broke it. His straight-talking nature shone brightly in the night wind. Ning Mengqing half closed her eyes and scrutinized Zhang Jingming for a moment. Looking at this clumsy fellow, she found it odd that she had ever thought of him that way. Nonetheless, having declared themselves as partners, Ning Mengqing was resolute in her commitment, fully aware that her own energy levels were nowhere near enough to damage the testing machine. The person before her was indeed hiding his true potential. Since you've become my partner, you're considered half a member of the Ning family now. Here, take this. After saying that, Ning Mengqing produced a hand token inscribed with the character Ning. With this, you can charge purchases at all Ning family stores in Shicheng, and the expenses will be settled by someone. Zhang Jingming hastily reached out to take it, mumbling, this is great, this is great. Holding the token in his hand, he examined it for a while before surprisingly biting into it. Wow, is this really made of gold? With a face full of frustration, Ning Mengqing thought that if circumstances permitted, she might actually want to smack this man. As a goddess of strength, her emotions could easily spiral out of control. You are quite something. Ning Mengqing enunciated each word, maintaining her icy demeanor. However, you need to be cautious. Someone is targeting you. Recalling the purpose of her visit, she felt exasperated with his cluelessness. Our Ning family will soon be stationed at the border to combat the beast tide, so you must be careful, especially before the martial arts tournament. With that, Ning Mengqing turned dramatically and left, fearing she might not be able to resist hitting this terminally clueless guy. Zhang Jingming scratched his head, watching her retreating figure and muttering, pretty as she is, she seems a bit lacking in humanity. Halfway down the path, Ning Mengqing suddenly sneezed loudly. The next day, there was indeed no sign of Ning Mengqing at school, indicating she had also gone to the Ning family's border outpost. Jiang Wen, with his chubby face, kept questioning Zhang Jingming about the supplies, looking utterly incredulous. Brother, you're amazing. I swear I'd be terrified if it were me. Zhang Jingming spoke with confidence while Jiang Wen listened, enraptured, his disbelief evident. Huh, what an idiot, you actually believe him. Lu Jijia happened to pass by, overhearing their conversation, and mockingly derided them both. Lu Jijia's golden-haired lackey sneered, in this day and age, only Zhang Jingming can boast so much without any spirit energy. If it were me, I'd go buy a block of tofu and end it all in shame. Another lanky lackey chimed in, you know he's been to the outer realms. Watch your words. Jiang, when fuming, wanted to stand up and argue with them since he was an eyewitness. However, Zhang Jingming stopped him, believing it unnecessary to argue with fools. Lu Jijia looked at Zhang Jingming, sneering, you worthless piece of trash, living without any spirit energy is just a waste of air. The golden-haired lackey proudly raised his pockmarked face, declaring, watch me, I'll show you how to retrieve objects from afar. With that, he used his spirit energy to levitate a pencil from in front of Zhang Jingming performing a few tricks in the air, until the pencil suddenly plummeted with a loud thud, provoking a burst of laughter. Lu Jijia, witnessing the stupidity of his underling, was so furious that his face turned green. "You're also a waste, get lost." He then leaned in close to Zhang Jingming, his voice dripping with malice. "Kid, watch yourself. Many things you can't even imagine will happen. Don't think I don't know where you live." After finishing, he left with his two lackeys. Jiang Wen's face twitched in anger. "They're too arrogant." Zhang Jingming remained silent, a fire kindling in his heart. Threatening his family was a serious mistake. Reports from the border indicated that humans and beasts had been locked in battle for 3 days and nights, with corpses piling up like mountains. Even the Redeemer's Gaze quantum energy cannon had been exhausted. It was devastating. He couldn't help but wonder how Ning Mingxing was faring. Should he send her a text to ask, "Ning Mingxing, how is the situation over there? I've heard it's quite dire." An hour later, Zhang Jingming finally received a reply from Ning Mingxing, "It's not our turn yet." Those few words felt like a calming balm, lifting Zhang Jingming's spirits immensely. In the principal's office on the 4th floor of the North University of Lion City, Principal 2, his face round and jolly, was engaged in a game of Go with an elderly man exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. When Principal 2 made an incorrect move, he quickly attempted to retract it. The old man seized his hand, exclaiming, "Are you trying to bully an old man? No retractions allowed." With a mournful expression, Principal 2 replied, "Who is bullying you, you old coot? What harm is there in retracting one move?" Absolutely not." The old man waved his sleeve with a darkened expression. "You as a school principal should have more dignity." Principal 2 forced a chuckle, feeling the conversation had grown tiresome, and shifted the topic. "We've been playing for quite a while. Why haven't those old fogies from the mountains made a move? Do they truly believe they can remain uninvolved? If they dare, I will personally pay them a visit and give them a good kick." Principal Tu's eyes brightened with joy. "Then it will be much appreciated, old master." However, he then stealthily moved a black stone on the board, only to be caught by the old man, who smacked his hand in disapproval. Principal 2 hurriedly returned the piece to its original place. The two continued their lively debate in the office. As several teachers passed by the office, they shook their heads in disbelief. "I heard that the old man arguing with Principal 2 has quite the background. The 88th generation Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain, don't you know?" "Well, I don't keep up with these things. Every day these students are driving me to the brink. The perception class has them utterly confused, and there are still several students at the A level who can hardly sense spiritual energy. Take it slow, we still have a few students without spiritual abilities." Sigh. As the teachers walked on, they exchanged sighs, acutely aware that the world was about to become increasingly severe. Spiritual energies were the best form of combat prowess in the fight for humanity's survival. They felt the heavy burden of carrying the future of humankind on their shoulders. The borders had also calmed for several days, the beast tide having ceased its assaults, and peace returned. A week before the martial arts tournament, a flood of news erupted across the media. Disciples from major sects were entering the world to practice their skills, exterminate demons, and safeguard humanity. People went wild, feverishly spreading the news among each other. Long-suppressed emotions were released, revealing hidden sects that had remained in the shadows. Choosing this moment to return to human society to save all, it seemed as though the encroachment of monsters would soon ease. Everyone flooded into the streets, holding grand welcoming ceremonies, jubilantly receiving the disciples from various hidden sects. The streets of Lion City were adorned with banners radiating a festive atmosphere. Laughter and joy echoed within the university as it appeared that someone might finally rescue the people from their current plight. Though the announcement of the return of the Demon Clan was equally shocking, humans are often easily satisfied. If things could improve, even slightly, they would be content. Little did they know how they might feel upon realizing it was their own actions that had brought them to this point. At that moment, on the flagpole platform of the university stood a graceful young man clad in a white robe, a lightning-patterned sash at his waist, holding a jade pendant of fish design and a folding fan elegantly dancing in his hand. His white robe billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Director Ma Jiangtao announced, "This young man is named Kaiō-ken, hailing from the Kongtong mountain lineage, and his cultivation is unfathomable." As Kaiō-ken heard the introduction, a gentle smile remained on his face. He gracefully bowed to the students below, expressing his gratitude. His movements were suave, his demeanor refined. Instantly, he captivated a throng of girls. How can there be such an elegant man? Kaiō-ken is so handsome. Are all the disciples from these hidden sects this attractive? Oh my goodness, I think I'm going to faint. Did you know? Lu Jijia and Kaiō-ken are actually brothers. No wonder Lu Jijia is so arrogant, and his cultivation has advanced so quickly. Turns out he has the backing of a hidden sect. Qing's every action on stage seemed to resonate with the rhythm of time itself, as if all of nature bowed before him. As his brilliance shone, the faculty and students of North University were exhilarated by the arrival of this exchange student. Of course, the most excited was Lu Jijie, whose identity as a disciple of Kong Tong was solidified with Qing's arrival. With a proud expression, Lu Jijie looked down at his classmates with disdain. Especially when he turned to Zhang Jingming, his gaze was filled with venom. How could a mere novice dare to oppose me? I will have my revenge. The identities of these hidden sect disciples were incredibly precious in this era. Possessing such an identity was more than enough to dominate North University. Looking up, he saw that several so-called prodigies from school had gathered around his senior Qing, and even his own circle had gathered admirers, igniting a sense of superiority within him. Amidst the throngs of cheering crowds, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen felt utterly indifferent, even considering sneaking off to play games. Meanwhile, outside Changyuan City, a horrific beast-tide incident was unfolding. The gazer of the Redeemers, Quantum. Zhang Jingming felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the news. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated to the city center, though it was unfortunate for those energy warriors stationed at the border. He had heard on the news that many of them were around his age, some even as young as 15 or 16. They had just gained a modicum of energy capacity, just enough to bolster the fighting force, and were whisked away. What a pity. After gathering his thoughts and offering a few comforting words to Yang Xinmao, he ended the call. He checked his resentment value and found it had surprisingly exceeded 150000. Perhaps it had accumulated from his last experience in the simulation game room in Hengchong City. He decided to save up until he reached 200 for the next draw. There was no rush. Zhang Jingming casually browsed the fate will before shutting it down. The entire city of Lion City buzzed with activity, having just completed the welcoming of outstanding disciples from various sects, and now it was preparing for the inaugural martial arts conference of the Inner-City University. The city was under tight security, with energy defense teams patrolling the streets donned in military garb and wielding the standard alloy swords produced by Qixing Company. Their striking presence attracted countless tourists eager to capture photos. In this era where conventional weaponry was on the decline, Qixing Company had become synonymous with military manufacturing and quality assurance. Their most renowned products included the standard heavy swords and long swords for law enforcement and peacekeeping, characterized by their ease of use, high productivity, and superior quality. Most importantly, energy users could infuse their abilities into these weapons. Space energy users could grant a weapon spatial capabilities, allowing it to be summoned or retracted at will. Fire users could envelop the sword in flames, while ice users could cover it with frost, creating dazzling yet practical effects. Meanwhile, conventional firearms had become nearly ineffective against magical beasts and were largely abandoned. The decision to host the Inter-City University Martial Arts Conference in Lion City stemmed from its burgeoning status as a potential super first-tier city within the Federation. From geographic, security, defensive, economic, and demographic perspectives, Lion City ranked among the very best in the Blue Star Federation, potentially heralding the highest status. The purpose of the Martial Arts Conference was to select talent for various defense institutions to combat the monstrous threats from alien races. As he gazed at the lively and joyful crowd filling the streets, Zhang Jingming was struck by a sense of nostalgia. It had been a long time since Lion City had been this vibrant. Before he knew it, Jiang Wen led him to a small eatery in the southern part of the city. Jingming Lion City boasts 4 treasures: the flowers of Nanshan, the snow of Beihu, the beauties of Beida, and finally here we are, the Yang's pot stickers in the south. Jiang Wen rubbed his round belly and inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of fried delicacies wafting through the air. Since there aren't many tourists right now, shall we go in for a bite? Let's go. Zhang Jingming had heard much about this pot sticker place, but had never tried it himself. Upon entering, he found the place bustling with activity, with servers darting around and almost every table occupied. After searching, they finally found a spot to share with a shabby Taoist priest clad in tattered robes. Master, squeeze in a bit, he hope you don't mind. Jiang Wen eagerly settled beside the Taoist, beaming with a broad smile. The slightly rotund figure of the Taoist shifted on his stool to accommodate them. Jingming, hurry, come sit. Jiang Wen urged, pointing to the cleared space beside him and hastily offering Zhang Jingming a stool. Just as Zhang Jingming sat down, he noticed Jiang Wen's smug expression directed at him. Indeed, at this little Yang's pot stickers, securing a table wasn't as simple as just showing up. One typically had to wait at least an hour. Zhang Jingming was already aware of this, so he smiled politely at the shabby Taoist, grateful for the space they had been given, which made it easier for both him and Jiang Wen. What will you two have? The server, quick on his feet, approached as soon as they were seated. After Jiang rattled off a list of dishes, the server beamed and began jotting them down. "Oh, looks like we have a regular here. The pot stickers are our specialty, but all our regulars know that our tofu pudding is a must-try delicacy." With a flurry of movement, the server filled his notepad with Jiang Wen's orders. "All right, just a moment, gentlemen." As the server turned to leave, he suddenly grimaced at the shabby Taoist, glaring and demanding, "Listen, you scruffy Taoist, are you ordering anything or just?" Jiang Wen soon began to mimic the demeanor of a Taoist, reciting the final words with a hint of calm self-satisfaction. Zhang Jingming stared in disbelief, astonished that such eloquence could emerge from someone like Jiang Wen, who was usually so timid. Yet regardless of Zhang Jingming's perspective, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Wen was merely a weakling, at best a mere messenger of the altar. As the two exchanged jokes and laughter, the conversation shifted to the upcoming inter-city university martial arts tournament, and Jiang Wen suddenly fell silent. At that moment, he couldn't help but worry about Zhang Jingming, especially since he had signed up for the tournament. On a daily basis, Zhang Jingming seemed indifferent, spending his time aimlessly with Jiang Wen rather than practicing or meditating to sense the spiritual energy. However, Zhang Jingming appeared unconcerned, even attempting to reassure Jiang Wen. Flexing his muscular arm, he grinned and said, "What do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Jiang Wen slowly lowered his head, fully aware that Zhang Jingming was trying to comfort him. Yet he couldn't shake the fear of losing his only true friend to danger. After all, it was a competition platform where life and death were at stake. Lu Jijia, a man with a venomous nature, harbored a grudge against Zhang Jingming. How could one expect him to show mercy in a duel? Zhang Jingming sensed Jiang Wen's troubled thoughts and affectionately ruffled his round head, softly assuring him, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Jiang Wen remained silent, trudging forward quietly. Zhang Jingming gently draped an arm over Jiang Wen's shoulder, and together they ambled away, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. At the Lion City Sports Center, busy figures were everywhere as the venue needed to be transformed into the setting for the first martial arts tournament in just a few days. Supervisor Wang Fanzai had not returned home for several days. "Didn't I tell you all? This competition platform cannot merely be constructed with cement, it must incorporate some of the Federation's latest materials, just like those used in border fortifications. These are all spiritual practitioners capable of tremendous destruction. If the platform gets damaged, don't even think about coming back for your wages." Wang Fanzai walked around the site, irritable from days without proper sleep, and the foreman dared not approach him during this tense moment. One slip-up, and they would find themselves on the receiving end of his wrath. Principal 2 was observing the workers from a distance alongside the old master from Longhu Mountain, both exhaling deeply. "Look at Wang Fanzai, he's doing quite well. Just a few days in, and the venue is starting to take shape." Old Master Zhao stroked his beard, smiling. "I don't concern myself with such matters. You are the one responsible for this tournament. Whether it goes well or poorly has nothing to do with me." "Huh?" Principal 2 chuckled, dryly feigning protest. Old Master Zhao responded with a disdainful chuckle. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Principal Tu's face flushed with indignation, glaring at Zhao. The old master always seemed to challenge him. "Don't think just because I don't go online that I don't understand what haha means." "What do you mean?" "Haha." Wang Fanzai glanced back at the two elderly men, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short, both exhibiting a mischievous spirit. He let out a bitter smile and turned away. He had no intention of lowering his own intelligence by getting involved. After inspecting the venue, Principal 2 and Old Master Zhao drove back to Peking University, still bantering, leaving the faculty and students speechless. "How old do you think those two are combined?" one teacher whispered. "I don't know. I heard that Old Master must be over 100. Wow, he seems quite spry." "What about Principal 2? He's in his 80s. I haven't looked into it specifically." "What about you? Do you know?" "I don't know." The faculty and students passionately debated the ages of the two old men, unaware that their discussion was being overheard by Principal 2. In the principal's office, his plump face twitched uncontrollably, even shocking Old Master Zhao. "What are you trying to do, old man? You don't want to fight me, do you?" "Just wait a minute. These youngsters dare to talk about us behind our backs. Let me handle them." Old Master Zhao immediately realized that Principal 2 was using spatial energy to eavesdrop on the students' conversation. He smiled slightly and gently stroked his long beard, saying, "Old man, the words of people are to be feared, but we cannot resort to violence." "Huh? What nonsense, let me deal with these little brats properly." Principal 2 cleared his throat and picked up a microphone to test it. "Hello, hello." The loudspeaker on campus immediately echoed Principal Tu's voice. He smiled with satisfaction, though his expression remained fierce. "Now I will announce that in preparation for the first martial arts tournament, all faculty and students are to run 100 laps around the playground." "What the hell? This is so unfair. No way. The students and faculty Grimfist reluctantly made their way to the playground, including the usually arrogant director Ma Jiangtao, who stood awkwardly at the edge of the field wearing shoes that were on the verge of falling apart. How could he not spare me? That fat principal too. Should quiet down. The grade director whispered to Ma Jiangtao, warning him not to provoke Principal Tu further. However, before he could finish his sentence, the loudspeaker blared with Principal Tu's devilish voice. By the way, Director Ma Jiangtao, you seem so lethargic on ordinary days. Today, you should lead by running an extra 10 laps. Damn it. Ma Jiangtao was ready to curse at Principal Tu, but suddenly recalled something, immediately shutting his mouth and organizing the faculty and students to begin running. Old Master Zhao, smiling broadly, remarked, Principal Tu still has quite the fiery temper. Of course, every morning I am full of energy. Principal Tu straightened up, shaking his ample body, leaving Old Master Zhao momentarily speechless. At this moment, Principal Tu felt a secret joy. Who told you to go against me? Huh. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jingming and Zhang, when such commotion was unfolding at the school, they returned in high spirits, only to find all the faculty and students running on the playground. Confused, they called out to report their presence, only to be met with a tirade from Director Ma Jiangtao. Damn it, where have you two been? Get running, that's 120 laps. Hurry up. Zhang Jingming fared better, possessing remarkable stamina from his training, although he was puzzled why Director Ma was leading the charge today. Upon hearing they were to run 120 laps, Zhang Wen's body protested, as if all his excess weight had received a warning, causing him to nearly collapse. He received a kick from Ma Jiangtao. Get moving, you lazy pig. Achoo. Principal Tu unexpectedly sneezed in his office. But at that moment he had already withdrawn his spiritual energy, so he was unaware that Ma Jiangtao was venting his frustrations indirectly. The news of the entire school running together soon reached the city leaders, resulting in a commendation letter sent to the university. In this time of human crisis, strengthening our bodies and training our wills is a call we must all answer together. Therefore, the Federation Lion City government extends its highest regards to the faculty and students of Peking University. In response to this spirit, we hereby declare that all citizens should also run 100 laps. Principal Tu's face darkened. He couldn't believe he was also expected to run 100 laps, inadvertently crushing his own foot with a stone he had raised. In response to the mayor's call, Tu Pongzi enthusiastically took to the streets to participate in a nationwide running event, energetically prancing back and forth in front of the media, much to the chagrin of journalists who wrinkled their brows in distaste. This heavy-set man was quite the showboat. The next day, at the Lion City Sports Center, flags fluttered and cheers reverberated, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. The first martial arts tournament was officially inaugurated today, drawing a throng of contestants to the Lion City Sports Center, which became utterly packed. Once inside the competition area, the stands were filled to capacity with spectators waving signs in support of their favorite competitors, continuously shaking them and shouting names. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in human society for quite some time, especially since the resurgence of spiritual energy. In a world plagued by beasts, people had been repressed for too long. Finally, with this grand event, who wouldn't go wild with excitement? The list of competitors from the first round of auditions had already been submitted, with over 500 participants vying for glory. The competition was to take place on more than 30 specialized martial arts platforms within the stadium. Contestants representing cities across the Blue Star Federation made their appearances, raising their hands in gratitude to the audience as they took their positions on the platforms. The judging panel comprised outstanding disciples from several prestigious hidden sects. From Huaxiao, the judges included Kongtong's Sikong Qing Fonggu's Huzumo, Jizun Luzgong Zhongshang Ji's Dong Gongqing, and Longyin Pavilion's Huyanzhua, among others. Judges from other regions of the Blue Star Federation included Clark from the Holy See, Hubert from the Illuminati, and Christian from the Solar Knights, Clive, etc. Each judge possessed an impressive demeanor and elegance as they sat on the stage, with Sikong Qing at the center, smiling warmly and engaging in friendly conversation with those around him. Principal Tu and the Old Master were seated in a special box alongside city officials, enjoying a panoramic view of the entire venue. Observing the graceful comportment of the sect disciples on the stage, Principal Tu sighed in admiration. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Looks like the old man is finally coming to terms with his age. The Old Master lightly stroked his grizzled beard, smiling gently. Even the old glutton had moments of nostalgia. Principal Tu shot a glare at the Old Master, but with the city officials present, he refrained from expressing his irritation. The opening ceremony was nearing its conclusion, and the official matches of the auditions were about to commence. A host clad in a black suit and wearing large sunglasses jumped onto the central stage and declared the competition officially underway. Out of the more than 500 contestants, only 32 would advance to the final rounds, a testament to the brutal nature of the competition. This tournament finally brought Zhang Jingming together with his childhood friends at the venue. Unlike Zhang, these companions had each grasped spiritual energy since the resurgence. In fact, Wang Jihong had caught the eye of a hidden sect and had moved his entire family to the site of the Ji sect in Yanhai City. Reunions were always filled with joy. His elementary school classmate and inseparable playmate Ichio greeted him with an exaggerated punch, beaming with a broad smile. Zhang Jingming, as usual, leaned back, flailing his arms in the air while making comical sounds, drawing amused onlookers. Meanwhile, their other friends laughed uncontrollably. Lu Haoyu, Wang Erden, and Wang Jihong all displayed excited expressions as they rushed forward, embracing Zhang Jingming in a heartwarming scene that was quite moving. Zhang Jingming pulled over Jiang Pengzi for introductions, saying, "This is my college buddy Jiang Wan." Jiang Pengzi. Hello. Wang Jihong was the first to extend his hand towards Jiang Pengzi, shaking it warmly. Jingming's friends are our friends too. Exactly. The others chimed in, each greeting Jiang Pengzi with handshakes. Jiang Wan, unfazed, seized the opportunity to unveil Zhang Jingming's college mishaps, recounting tales with animated expressions that left their friends in fits of laughter. Zhang Jingming's face turned a deep shade of crimson, feeling quite embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Damn it, this fatso is revealing my secrets. Just wait until later, I'll get back at you. Zhang Jingming shot a heavy glare at Jiang Wan, causing him to shrink his neck, sensing a chill in the air. At that moment, Wang Jihong, looking worried, said, "Jingming, are you competing in the tournament?" "Yeah, but don't you lack spiritual energy?" Lu Haoyu asked, puzzled. Competing without spiritual energy was akin to courting disaster. No, Zhang Jingming replied, leaving his friends stunned with wide eyes as they contemplated what he was up to. Without it, you're still competing. Fighting is blind, especially when these punches are enhanced with spiritual energy. It could be lethal. Wang Erden felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Jingming, knowing how hard it had been for him over the years without grasping spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming scratched his head and smiled, feeling touched by the concern of his friends. "It's fine, you'll see soon enough." Seeing that their warnings were in vain, the friends decided to stop pressing him, respecting Zhang Jingming's choices. They encouraged one another before parting ways to their respective platforms to await their turns. The first round of auditions had almost no rules. The goal was to knock the opponent out or off the platform to claim victory. Zhang Jingming set up his live streaming equipment. When Xiaowei learned of his interest in streaming, he had specially gifted him an improved military-grade live broadcasting device. The device was compact, as small as a portable hard drive, yet extraordinarily powerful and easy to carry, much more convenient than the previous bulky setup. Zhang Jingming registered an account on a streaming platform called Red Sea, naming his live stream live coverage of the first martial arts tournament competitor here. Perhaps due to the immense number of broadcasts during this grand event, most streams suffered from poor signal quality, leading to frequent buffering and low picture quality, much to the audience's frustrations. Eventually, someone discovered Zhang Jingming's stream, which had only a few zombie followers, but boasted Ultra 4K quality and smooth playback, causing a surge of viewers to flock in. Originally a small platform, the influx of traffic startled the management team of Red Sea. The CEO, Chu Yao, leisurely sipping afternoon tea and nibbling on sunflower seeds in his office, nearly jumped out of his chair when he received a phone call. "What? 1 million viewers. Which stream? No. Quickly boost the server." "Huh. Can't adjust it. Why am I paying you for? Figure it out." Chu Yao slammed the phone down, still seething with anger at the management team, who usually slacked off, but were now panicking over the sudden flood of viewers. After a moment of consideration, Chu Yao realized something was amiss. He needed to personally oversee the server room. Perhaps today was the day Red Sea would rise to prominence. Once the server was urgently boosted, Zhang Jingming's stream saw its viewer count soar to 3 million. At that moment, viewers continued to flood in. 12000. 155,000, 200,000. Zhang Jingming was oblivious to the fact that he was merely a novice in the streaming world, responsible only for opening the live broadcast room, without any role in managing the atmosphere or engaging the audience. Inside, the fans were completely immersed in their own excitement, singing and cheering. For the fans, it was enough just to witness the grand martial arts tournament, a sight that satisfied their every desire. Some fans took on the role of moderators, while others showered the stream with gifts, creating a lively atmosphere. "Look, is that red-haired guy on the 35B platform strong? Wow, he can actually lift someone and throw them from a distance. Is this even a game? What a joke. Hey referee, why can that guy kick below the belt? Is he blind? Hey, no swearing. I'm talking about you. Check out that blonde guy on the 24C platform. What a role model. Every move is so flashy and skillful. Haha, absolutely. I'm dying of laughter. Whoa, that guy can't possibly be a disciple of Ma Baoguo, right? 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips. Someone was even counting the punches. While the moves are identical, but why does his face look so battered? Ha! These two truly are a match of wits and prowess. The fans in the live stream were wildly enjoying themselves, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingming was completely unaware that he would be taking the stage in the upcoming round on the 26C platform. The tension was palpable, as this was essentially his first real battle. He was intently watching the thrilling matchup between two unfamiliar fighters on stage, fire versus ice, a classic clash of elemental rivals. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder and thought it was a friend coming over to cheer him on after finishing their match. In an attempt to mask his nervousness, he forced a smile, which only resulted in a strained grimace. Turning around, he encountered a pair of gleaming little tiger teeth, which made him instantly feel exasperated. "What are you doing here?" Yang Xinma grinned mischievously. "You bad egg, are you not happy to see me?" Zhi. The fluffy creature recognized Zhang Jingming and waved a small paw in greeting. Zhang Jingming affectionately ruffled the creature's head, saying, "Not bad, you still remember me." The fluffy creature perched on Yang Xinmo's shoulder danced with excitement, thrilled to see so many people for the first time. "You bad egg, are you going to compete?" "How do you know that?" Zhang Jingming was puzzled. Did his anxiety show on his face? "Pighead, isn't it written on that scoreboard over there?" Zhang Jingming turned to look and saw the electronic screen beneath the platform displaying all the contestants' fight schedules. Indeed, it was his turn next. However, when he took a closer look at his opponent's name, he couldn't tell whether he felt excited or anxious. His emotions were in turmoil. The screen clearly displayed that Zhang Jingming would face Lu Jijia in the next round. Lu Jijia. Zhang Jingming gritted his teeth, the name escaping his lips with bitterness. The grudge over his girlfriend and all the bullying he endured would finally be settled today. But then he considered that the disciplinary director Ma Jiangtao was indeed influential, having managed to pit him against Lu Jijia in the first round of the qualifiers. As Zhang Jingming's thoughts raced, the match on stage concluded with a victor. The ice elemental practitioner narrowly triumphed, shattering the fire elemental's defenses with a well-aimed ice spear, sending the latter crashing to the ground. The audience supporting the ice elemental erupted in cheers, chanting the winner's name. The electronic screen switched to display Zhang Jingming's name, with Lu Jijia as the opponent. Regaining his composure, Zhang Jingming stepped onto the platform, gazing at the sea of spectators below, filled with a sense of grandeur, as if the world belonged to him. In the livestream, the audience had just finished discussing Yang Xinmo's appearance and the fluffy creature's nature when the camera angle shifted, revealing a completely different perspective. Is he stepping onto the stage? The streamer is also a contestant. Impressive. Mom, I'm so excited. Are we about to see the match from a first-person perspective? I feel like I'm already on the stage ready to face my opponent. The immersion is incredibly strong. Yet before the audience could celebrate, Zhang Jingming suddenly remembered something and handed a hard drive-sized streaming device to Yang Xinma for assistance. Yang Xinmo's wide, curious eyes gazed at the device, her expression shifting to one of annoyance. "Uncle Xiaohui, I hate you. How could you give this bad egg such a nice device while I only got a massive backpack to carry mine?" The fluffy creature sniffed the streaming device and happily chirped a few sounds before snatching it to tinker with it. "Wow, this big face is so cute. Isn't it supposed to be a first-person view? Why did it switch to this little monster? Don't look at me, focus on the stage. Being cute won't help. Exactly, we want to see the streamer get pummeled." As an experienced streamer, Yang Xinma noticed the audience's fervent demand to see Zhang Jingming take a beating and directed the fluffy creature to point the device at the platform. "Fluffy, behave. They'll buy you snacks later." Before she could finish, Yang Xinma realized something was amiss. She quickly snatched the device from the fluffy creature's paws and glanced at the screen. Over 5 million viewers were tuning in, and the numbers kept climbing. Having streamed for several years, Yang Xinma had only seen audiences of 30 to 50,000 on major platforms. She had never heard of this explosive Red Sea streaming platform, which was booming like this. Jealousy twisted her expression, and with a glint in her eyes, she grinned at the camera, playfully warning, "You better be careful. Your streamer is about to face a fate even worse than that of Ma Baoguo just now." The comments section erupted into a frenzy. "You're so adorable and honest, I won't roast you this time." All right, folks, let's set the stakes. Will the streamer get hit in the face first, in the stomach, or somewhere else? Betting 1 to 3. Stomach, face, eyes. The Red Sea streaming platform allowed for betting not only set by the streamer, but also by the fans in the chat. Once the conditions were set, people could place their bets. Ultimately, the betting pool in the livestream shot up to over 20 million Red Sea coins. Regardless of the outcome, the streamer could withdraw 10% of all wagered amounts. Yang Zinmo's previously elegant and beautiful face twisted in anger. She had intended to tease Zhang Jingming, but ended up generating such a massive wave of hype for him, earning so much in the process. Her little tiger teeth sparkled, making the fluffy creature cover its eyes with its paws in fright. At this moment on the arena, Lu Jijia looked at Zhang Jingming with a sneer, a hint of a curve tugging at the corners of his mouth. Finally, I can justifiably take care of you, Zhang Jingming. Recalling that punch from that day, Lu Jijia's resentment surged uncontrollably. In the great wheel of fate, the value of resentment was constantly being racked up. Lu Jijia's resentment value 4588. Lu Jijia's resentment value 7850. Lu Jijia's resentment value 9999. Lu Jijia's resentment. Zhang Jingming's eyes brightened. Wow, I'm almost at 200,000. At this moment, Lu Jijia appeared to Zhang Jingming as a walking ATM. After all, one never knows what good things might come from the lottery of resentment. Thinking of this, Zhang Jingming raised his fist, his eyes crescent-shaped with a mocking smile. How does it feel to taste my fist last time? If you beg for mercy now, I might go easy on you. On the surface, Lu Jijia appeared calm and unbothered, yet in reality, Zhang Jingming's resentment value was skyrocketing within the great wheel of fate. As the electronic screen announced the start of the match, Lu Jijia finally erupted. His clever spiritual energy unleashed completely, and faint flames enveloped his entire body, flickering ominously. He extended his right hand, a bolt of fire shooting towards Zhang Jingming, the flames scorching and piercing through the air like a fiery serpent aimed at its target. The audience below couldn't help but sweat for Zhang Jingming. This was an all-out attack, no holds barred. Zhang Jingming was aware of the power behind this strike. Silently, he activated the king's fist, causing his muscles and battle prowess to surge. At this moment, the flaw of not having invested his attribute points in agility became apparent. He was muscular but extremely inflexible, and in a critical moment could only brace both arms in front of him to take the hit. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending forth a powerful and searing wave of air. Bully! Yang Xinma shouted from the sidelines, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. As a spiritual energy user of the detection type, she knew precisely the type and magnitude of the energy being used. This strike was Lu Jijia's most formidable attack, deadly in intent. It aimed for Zhang Jingming's life. What treasures could Lu Jijia care for now? At this moment, he only wished to kill Zhang Jingming in the arena. Previously, Lu Jijia had thought Zhang Jingming might possess hidden treasures, which was why he had been holding back. But now, with such a splendid opportunity to eliminate Zhang Jingming, Lu Jijia certainly would not let it slip. If he accidentally killed someone in the arena, the worst consequence would be a charge of negligence. With a little money, everything would be fine. Lu Jijia knew this well, so he launched a brutal attack right from the start. For a blank slate like Zhang Jingming, a non-spiritual energy user, life and death were determined in an instant. The powerful explosion shocked everyone present in the arena. Old 2, it seems your student has quite a ruthless streak. Is he really aiming to take a life? The city officials frowned, surprised to hear that the match at stage 26C involved classmates, and questioning why the attack was so severe. Principal 2 gazed thoughtfully towards the 26C stage, his expression darkened, unsure of how to respond to the officials. Fortunately, the old master interjected, sighing, in our day, Old 2 and I never held back in our matches. That's how we've survived to this age. The city officials merely pursed their lips, falling silent and coldly watching the 26C stage. At this moment, the entire audience in the stadium, including those from the friends and family group below the arena, turned their gazes towards the 26C stage. They all wanted to understand what had happened to cause such a loud commotion. The fire serpent collided with Zhang Jingming, resulting in a massive explosion that released billowing black smoke. Lu Jijia wore an evil grin, feeling an immense satisfaction within. Finally, this annoying fly would disappear forever. Watching the thick smoke, Lu Jijia sneered, I told you before, if I used my spiritual energy you would die. Now all he had to do was wait for the electronic judge to declare his victory, and Lu Jijia could directly advance to the next round. However, as he waited, no prompt appeared, leaving Lu Jijia stranded on the arena. He waited until the smoke cleared. A shadow gradually materialized. Bully! Yang Xinma instantly sensed Zhang Jingming's aura, which was slightly weaker, but not critically harmed. Zhang Jingming's figure slowly emerged, his clothes tattered, and many parts of his skin charred black. His sharply defined, handsome face was covered in soot, looking utterly disheveled. Lu Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? He took my fire dragon wave, and still remained unscathed. Yet Lu Jijia, being a disciple of a hidden sect, maintained his composure. If one strike failed, he would simply launch another. I refuse to believe you'll have such good luck again. Zhang Jingming regarded Lu Jijia, whose flames surged intensely, and began to prepare for a counterattack. Having experienced the power of the fire dragon wave, Zhang Jingming became exceedingly cautious. That kind of pain penetrated to the bone, leaving his skin scorched and unbearably painful. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Jingming's forehead like water. He quickly crouched in a horse stance, his hands forming a blossom shape at his waist, and with each word, he shouted angrily, "Came. Haim. Huh." A powerful gust of energy erupted from the palms of his hands, stirring up a fierce wind. At this moment, Lu Jijia's fire dragon wave also arrived, and the two waves collided midair. Flames erupted in all directions. The intense backlash caused the audience below the arena to tumble over. Many erupted in exclamations of "Ouch, what the hell?" wondering how they had ended up in this mess. "I just came to watch. You two can fight all you want, but why drag the innocent audience into it? Damn it, you've knocked me down," Yang Xinma exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of dust, fuming. "I hate you all." The frightened little fur ball squeaked furiously. Wang Fansai, the head of the competition venue, rushed anxiously towards the 26C stage. He had no idea how severe the damage from such a powerful explosion was to the arena. The quality of this competition venue directly affected his future. After all, this event was of utmost importance to the entire Blue Star Alliance. As the dust settled, Wang Fansai widened his eyes, staring intently at the stage labeled 26C. Upon closer inspection, it appeared completely unharmed, not even a chip missing. In terms of quality, it passed with flying colors. At this moment, Wang Fansai smiled contentedly, feeling a wave of relief. However, the audience was not concerned about the quality of the arena. They were more curious as to why only Zhang Jingming remained standing. Where was his opponent? Where was Lu Jijia? Everyone began to search around, trying to spot Lu Jijia. Before long, someone shouted, "Whoa, he's right here." In a crevice of the stands, Lu Jijia was stuck upside down, his legs in the air. He was unable to move, and it appeared he had broken several bones. He was on the verge of death. With the help of many spectators and contestants, they finally managed to free Lu Jijia, who was promptly taken by the on-site medical team to the nearest hospital. Yang Xinma, showing her little tiger teeth, cheered excitedly, "The bully won. The bully won. Yay, yay, yay." The live stream chat exploded with comments. In fact, many comments were not displayed as the officials had deliberately filtered some out. Otherwise, the server would have surely crashed. Chu Yao, the CEO of Red Sea Live, tightly clasped his hands together, his fingers interlocked, as he sat in his office fixated on the data streaming in from Zhang Jingming's live broadcast. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please hold on, please hold on. If we get through today, Red Sea Live will soar to new heights." The live broadcast had reached its maximum capacity, blocking comments from users below level 20, allowing up to 7 million viewers to enter. The servers were continuously clearing the permissions of smaller live streams, redirecting all network resources to Zhang Jingming's room. After all, during this conference, only Zhang Jingming's equipment was entirely free from interference from the event hosts, providing a clear and uninterrupted live feed of the venue. Inside the live broadcast, many viewers found themselves unable to comment, with only a select few higher-level users allowed to do so. While they were dissatisfied, they could only grumble in frustration. At that moment, the bullet screen was filled with comments. "Wow. The only ones who can comment now are the big shots. How are you boasting? Does that mean I'm a big shot too? The platform is impressive. It seems those below level 20 can't comment." "Exactly, I'm just at level 20. Can you see my comment?" "Can't see it, can't see it." Of course, most were astonished by Zhang Jingming's earlier strike. Wow, what move did the host just use to send someone flying that far? The host is amazing. Who would have thought he would personally step up and even win? 10 rockets sent. Today's broadcast is thrilling, and the only place to see it is here. All other streams are just ripples, unwatchable. Sending 10 treasure maps. The host's clothes are all torn, but his pants are miraculously intact. Did he instinctively protect himself during that intense explosion? That seems likely, or otherwise had be fully exposed. I just joined. What did I miss? A spectacular showdown. As Zhang Jingming saw the electronic screen above the arena declare his victory, he endured the pain, limping down from the stage. Before he had completely descended, Si Kongqing, seated at the main podium, suddenly stood up, his face ashen, and fixed his sharp gaze on Zhang Jingming. "This contestant is Zhang Jingming, right? Can you tell us what move you just used? Why didn't you use spiritual energy?" Si Kongqing's face darkened as he asked sternly, "Why did you not use spiritual energy? This martial arts tournament aims to select outstanding spiritual practitioners to combat the beastmen and alien races, yet you did not employ spiritual energy and instead resorted to lethal force right from the start. His words left everyone dumbfounded, recalling the match, where they hadn't sensed any spiritual energy from Zhang Jingming. However, a few just and fair-minded individuals murmured, wasn't the other contestant also aiming to kill him? It was merely a case of skill falling short. The crowd's eyes were sharp, but due to the pressure from these sects and factions, no one dared to speak up. Zhang Jingming stood frozen in place. Was it a crime not to use spiritual energy? This was clearly an attempt to place a heavy burden upon him. After calmly analyzing the situation, Zhang Jingming responded unflustered. This is the first martial arts tournament. Oh, why must it require the use of spiritual energy? Kaiō-ken realized he was being somewhat unreasonable and looked taken aback. His own disciple Liu Jijia had lost in the first round, and he was merely embarrassed. At that moment, Kaiō-ken's demeanor shifted from his usual composed self to one filled with visible rage, veins popping on his forehead as he slammed his palm on the podium and leaped into the air. He arced through the air, landing in front of Zhang Jingming. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy radiated from Kaiō-ken, causing Zhang Jingming to stagger, deliberately attempting to humiliate him. Yet Zhang Jingming silently activated the king's fist, his muscles swelling to stabilize himself. It was worth noting that even Liu Jiji's full-force Fire Dragon wave hadn't made him feel this way earlier. However, the wound he had sustained was ripped open once more by the sudden surge of his muscles, sending a wave of excruciating pain throughout his body. Kaiō-ken, with a fan in hand, pointed it accusingly at Zhang Jingming, demanding, "Say, who are you really? What is your intention? Are you perhaps a spy from the demon realm?" Upon hearing demon realm, the audience gasped, for the news of its return had spread like wildfire, instilling fear in everyone. At that moment, the sects openly labeled this young man as a spy, causing panic among the spectators. The once festive atmosphere of the martial arts tournament, which had temporarily suppressed the anxiety over the demon realm's return and the beastmen's ravaging of cities, was shattered by Kaiō-ken's accusation, transforming the crowd's gazes towards Zhang Jingming into one of anger, hatred, and murderous intent. After all, many had lost loved ones to the beastmen's attacks. Kill him. This person must be from the demon realm. Yeah, I don't sense any spiritual energy from him at all. How terrifying. The back and forth thrust Zhang Jingming into a dire situation. Knowing that most of the viewers were spiritual practitioners, if they truly became incensed, he might well perish here. But speaking out seemed futile against so many voices. Kaiō-ken smiled slightly, tapping his fan against his palm in a refined manner as he asked, "Will you turn yourself in, or should I take action myself? Kaiō-ken sect truly believes it can dominate everything alone." Suddenly, an ethereal figure flickered onto the stage, and as everyone focused, they realized it was a disheveled Taoist priest clad in tattered robes. The priest wore a spring-like smile with a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth as he clasped his hands in front of Kaiō-ken, saying, "Friend, your Kaiō-ken sect has quite the audacity, accusing others of being demons. Could it be you're just trying to cover up for your disciples' humiliating defeat?" The audience murmured among themselves. Right, wasn't Liu Jijia a secular disciple of Kaiō-ken? Isn't he Kaiō-ken's disciple? Yes, I've heard. They are indeed brothers. So, does that mean Zhang Jingming isn't a demon? Who knows, but the identities of Kaiō-ken and Liu Jijia as Kaiō-ken sect brothers are real. Kaiō-ken, the top disciple of Kaiō-ken, remained unflustered, still smirking as he continued tapping his fan against his palm, slowly saying, "Why is Taoist Wang not at your broken Taoist temple on Mount Mangdang? How come you have the time to come here? However, it seems you weren't invited this time, were you? I merely came to watch the match. Is that not allowed? There are designated places for watching matches, but this is certainly not one of them. I kindly ask Taoist Wang to return to the stands." After Kaiō-ken spoke, he turned to Zhang Jingming, pointing with his fan and demanding, "Now tell me who sent you." Kaiō-ken made it clear that he intended to drive Zhang Jingming to his doom, ruthlessly slandering him as a spy from the demon realm to create public pressure. This way he could strike with justification. Zhang Jingming understood Kaiō-ken's calculations perfectly. It was merely a matter of face after he had defeated a disciple of the Kaiō-ken sect. However, such slander was intolerable for Zhang Jingming. He activated the Realm King Fist with all his might, his muscles swelling instantaneously. Despite his lingering injuries, he did not flinch, exuding an overwhelming aura. At that moment, the wayward Taoist strolled over, casually raising his hand to shield Zhang Jingming. He spoke lightly, "He'll take care of this." When the wayward Taoist turned his gaze back to Kaiō-ken, his eyes sparkled with a cold light. In that instant, he resembled a deity possessed, his tattered Taoist robe billowing in the wind, his gaze sharp like a sword. "It seems I need to experience the legendary Xian Yin thunder technique of the Kaiō-ken sect firsthand." Kaiō-ken, however, did not utter more words. His aura surged violently, creating a tempest that seemed to tear the heavens apart. His hair flew wildly, resembling a demon descending upon the world. The two men's auras clashed with explosive intensity, their terrifying spiritual pressure causing those around the arena to straighten up in fear. Wind and sand surged violently toward the crowd, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands to alleviate the pain. At that moment, the atmosphere of the arena felt like hell itself. A bolt of lightning struck as thunder and fire intertwined, radiating a sense of destruction. Before anyone could grasp the situation, a figure slightly rotund descended from the sky, forcefully separating the two. Whoa, Principal 2. From below, Jiang Wen instantly recognized his principal. The plump figure did not diminish the shock of his sudden appearance. No one saw how he had descended from the heavens. Moreover, he managed to halt the full-force clash of the two with just that action, leaving everyone in awe. After separating them, Principal 2 transformed from a fierce demeanor to a face full of smiles, cupping his fists toward both men in a relaxed manner. Gentlemen, shall we call it a day? Si Kongqing let out a heavy hum, retracting his aura. With a dismissive wave, he returned to the podium, appearing as calm as if he had never engaged in a confrontation, indicating exceptional composure in his breathing. The wayward Taoist smiled slightly and remarked, "Old 2, your momentum remains as imposing as ever, haha." Principal 2 responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes, ha. The wayward Taoist, puzzled, wondered why Principal 2 was so amused. He was merely being polite, so he replied with a haha in return. Haha. Principal 2's face darkened with anger. How dare you, a little Taoist from Mangdang Mountain, engage in banter with me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Noticing Principal 2's fury, the wayward Taoist understood that the haha banter should end there. He awkwardly smiled and cupped his fist toward Principal 2, leading Zhang Jingming down from the stage. The commotion at the 26E arena was immense, prompting all of Zhang Jingming's friends to gather early at the foot of the stage, anxiously awaiting his descent. At that moment, everyone cheered for Zhang Jingming, genuinely happy for him. A mere blank slate of a non-spiritual practitioner had managed to defeat a clever opponent. Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang Erden Wang Jihong and Jiang Wen surrounded Zhang Jingming excitedly. Well done, Jingming. Concealing your talents, huh? What technique did you just use? Why couldn't I sense any spiritual fluctuations? Yeah, tell us quickly. Mao Qiao perched on Yang Zinmia's shoulder, squeaking excitedly, while Yang Xinmei glared fiercely. Hey, can you let someone rest? At that moment, Zhang Jingming appeared, battered, his body charred, and his clothes shredded by the impact of the fire dragon wave, looking somewhat weak. However, with a resolute expression, Zhang Jingming waved his hand. It's fine, I'm all right. Wow, Jingming, who is this? Wang Jihong tilted his head, glancing at Yang Xinmei, then back at Zhang Jingming, who was sporting a mischievous grin. This is my friend, Zhang Jingming responded weakly. Yet at that moment, a slight blush appeared on Yang Zinmia's face, akin to a child caught misbehaving, as she lowered her head, unable to meet Zhang Jingming's gaze, her toes drawing circles on the ground. Lu Haoyu, observing Yang Zinmia's reaction, wore an expression of disbelief, stifling a grin. No way, Jingming. It seems there really is a story here. There's a story. The friends laughed heartily, making Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinmei feel quite embarrassed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "The goddess is coming." A path parted in the crowd, and a striking figure stepped forward. With an ethereal beauty and an elegant demeanor, she seemed like a celestial being descended from the Moon Palace. Ning Mengqing, the goddess of Peking University. It's her. What is she doing here? Her beauty is simply breathtaking, oh my heavens. It seems the creator is biased. How can all the good fortune be concentrated in Ning Mengqing? However, Ning Mengqing remained indifferent to the crowd's adoration, walking straight toward Zhang Jingming without a sideways glance. Well fought, congratulations. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat shy as he awkwardly replied, it was all right. The friends had undoubtedly heard of Ning Mengqing's fame. After all, she was the flower of Peking University, a genius among geniuses from a distinguished family. It was impossible to go unnoticed. All of them looked at Zhang Jingming with disdain. What do you mean, all right? The goddess initiated a conversation with you. Many would kill for that opportunity. Gazing at Ning Mengqing's figure, all the men felt she was a vision to be admired from afar, pristine and untouchable. Yet Yang Xinmei wore a dissatisfied expression. What's so special? She's just a bit taller. It's not just about being taller, she's a bit prettier, has a better aura. Jiang, the plump one, interjected, only to be met with an immediate wail. That hurts. Yang Zinmia's little tiger teeth had left a mark on Zhang Jingming before, and he knew how painful it could be. He quickly cast her a knowing look. Jiang, feeling wronged, pointed to the bite mark on his arm, which had broken the skin and still bore traces of saliva. Yang Xinmei wiped her mouth, huffed in irritation, and glared at Ning, munching her thoughts a mystery. However, no one dared provoke her, knowing Jiang Wen's recent experience. Mao Qiao was also startled, covering its eyes and squeaking from Yang Xinmei's shoulder. After Ning Mengqing finished speaking, she merely cast a brief glance at Yang Xinmei before turning to leave, paying little attention to the little madcap. Unaware that Yang Xinmei's peevishness was directed at her. Some things, when taken seriously, lead to loss. Like Yang Xinmei at that moment, who had lost completely. You're driving me crazy. Yang Xinmei puffed, her cheeks filled with frustration, her eyes glaring daggers at Jiang Wen as she displayed her tiny tiger teeth. In the next moment, Jiang Wen bolted out of the crowd, followed by a little girl and a fluffy creature on her shoulder, leaving everyone astonished as they watched their figures vanish from sight. Zhang Jingming hurriedly sought out the disheveled Taoist to express his gratitude for rescuing him from a perilous situation. The Taoist merely waved his hand calmly and replied, "It was merely a matter of personal sentiment, no need for thanks." After saying this, the Taoist turned and departed, each step carrying him 10 miles, leaving behind nothing but a whisper that danced on the wind. Wearing a pair of cloud shoes can tread upon both the realms of yin and yang, who wielding a whisk can sweep away the dust of heaven and earth. Before his words had fully faded, the Taoist's figure transformed into an afterimage, vanishing into the distance. What a true master! Wang Jihong exclaimed, gazing in the direction the Taoist had disappeared. The ability to cover 10 miles in a single step is truly terrifying. I wonder what level of spiritual energy this Taoist possesses. I estimate at least B rank, Wang Erden replied thoughtfully. Ichio supported Zhang Jingming as they slowly made their way to the infirmary to check for any serious injuries. Their friends were all concerned about Jingming's condition and anxiously followed him, but Zhang Jingming waved his hand hastily. It's nothing serious. Just Ichio can accompany me. You all should return and prepare for the next round of the competition. The preliminary rounds had no set schedule. As soon as one round concluded, the next would begin. If no one responded when their number was called, the competitor on stage would win by default. Thus time was quite tight, and Zhang Jingming did not wish to delay everyone because of his own matters. In the end, even Ichio was sent away by Zhang Jingming, who, limping slightly, found a secluded spot to activate the Wheel of Fate. His resentment points had long exceeded 200,000, allowing him to draw with peace of mind for 20 consecutive times. The Wheel of Fate is now open. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. To his dismay, the first 5 draws yielded nothing but "thank you for your patronage," and his face darkened. Was this some sort of poison? How could you, the Wheel of Fate in my system, play tricks on me? Thank you for your patronage. A crow flew by, cawing as Zhang Jingming's expression soured. Out of frustration, he decided to draw the remaining resentment points without even looking. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 skill points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spirit stone. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spirit stone. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 celestial beans. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Sun Fist. In total, he drew 20 skill points, 2 spirit stones, 5 celestial beans, and a martial arts manual. The Sun Fist manual automatically integrated into Zhang Jingming's skill set, now deeply ingrained within him, allowing for skilled utilization. Only 2 spirit stones. This Wheel of Fate is so stingy. The skill points were decent though, an entire 20 points at once. He quickly opened his attribute panel. This time Zhang Jingming did not allocate all his skill points to strength. Instead, he distributed them evenly across agility. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 4755, 3000, and 45, 7800. Strength 24, 832. Agility 8, 1220. Appearance 10,010. Available skill points none. Skills Kaiō-ken X1 Kamehameha LV1 A Wolf Fong Fist Sun Fist. Goodness, this boost is remarkable. Over 3,000 in combat power. I wonder what level of spiritual energy I can contend with now. Zhang Jingming, overwhelmed with excitement at his increased combat power, momentarily forgot about his old injuries. As he moved, pain shot through his body, causing him to gasp and sweat profusely. Gazing at the items from the Wheel of Fate, he suddenly froze. Wait, celestial beans. He hurriedly tossed one into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. It had little flavor, he thought to himself. In the next moment, he felt an itch all over, and his wounds seemed to heal almost simultaneously. Wow, these celestial beings are truly miraculous. Zhang Jingming felt invigorated, instantly regaining his vitality and energy. He returned to his designated stage with newfound enthusiasm, shedding his previous despondency, drawing the attention of all. Wasn't this kid just slumped over a moment ago? What happened? Is the infirmary here staffed with miracle workers? Of course. This is the first martial arts tournament. The medical resources must be top-notch. Then I can rest easy. My brother was supposed to compete, and I was quite worried. Yang Xinmo returned absent-mindedly, with the live-streaming equipment being handled by Mao Qiu. It seemed Mao Qiu had learned how to use the streaming device, perched on Yang Xinmo's shoulder, the camera aimed directly at the stage, prompting the fans in the streaming room to exclaim about the professionalism. At that moment on stage 26C, a spatial energy wielder faced off against a summoner, their battle intense and evenly matched. The spatial energy user continuously summoned flying knives, shattered stones, and decaying wood, launching them toward the summoner. Behind the summoner, a half-visible ancient warrior floated, wielding a massive sword, his armor glinting ominously, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The warrior effortlessly deflected all incoming debris, with his sword moving with astonishing speed. Fans in the streaming room were captivated, as summoners were exceedingly rare, and this one had called forth a spirit that seemed to be a general from a bygone era. The armor emanated a faint black mist, a sign of the deathly aura accumulated from countless slain foes, hinting at the bloodshed the general had witnessed. The comments exploded in excitement. Too cool. Summoners are this impressive. Wow, you can feel his killing intent without him being present. Spatial users are strong too. Look how much they can throw from a distance. I have an idea. Go on. Do you think the spatial user can throw something from the bank vault? Wow, genius. My cousin is a spatial user. I'll ask him. Oh my sister recently discovered her spiritual energy, and I think she might be a spatial user too. I should cultivate her. I'm off. Ultimately, the summoner's spirit cleaved through the void, causing a spatial rupture that sent the spatial energy wielder tumbling off the stage, resulting in a regrettable loss. Thus, the first round of the preliminary competition came to a close, swiftly followed by the commencement of the second round. All the advancing competitors were on high alert, knowing that even graver trials awaited them. Meanwhile, not far from the competition venue at the first hospital of the Lion City Federation, Lu Jiajia had just undergone surgery, his entire body encased in plaster and bandages, being wheeled back to his ward by Tang Xiaoli and the nurses. Lu Jiaji's uncle Lu Zheng wore a severe expression, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Tang Xiaoli. That Zhang so ruthless. If anything were to happen to my Lu family's sole heir, he must pay. You won't escape either. Tang Xiaoli felt her worldview shatter. Why was she being dragged into this? Yet she dared not speak further. She had witnessed Lu Zheng's methods, known throughout the Lion City spiritual energy community for their cruel and sinister nature, with a reputation for unpredictable actions. He had a large group of ruthless spiritual users under his command, engaging in numerous activities that the Federation had explicitly prohibited. The first martial arts tournament preliminary round in Lion City was underway with great fervor. At this moment, Lu Zheng was contacting members of the Illuminati from the European region of the Blue Star Federation through some special channels. The Illuminati. Although they worshipped the deity Badur of light, they were an evil organization comprised of many highly skilled psychics notorious for their heinous deeds. Despite being classified as grade A criminals by numerous federal cities, they had always managed to elude capture. The Illuminati had discovered and restored several quantum portals at the ruins of city-states ravaged by magical beasts, making their members elusive and difficult to track. Moreover, rumors suggested that they had intricate ties with ancient demonic clans from Europe. Charbas, the captain of the Despair Sword team within the Illuminati, was a hulking figure, his body marred with scars and his countenance fierce. At this moment, he and his team were hunting down a young, one-eyed giant cornered in a desperate situation reminiscent of demons from hell. The young giant wielded a freshly uprooted sapling in a frenzied attempt to fend off the approaching members of the Despair Sword, emitting tremendous wails of anguish. Sadly, no one would come to its aid. It had just witnessed this group of crazed beings slaughter its entire family. The young giant's parents had been surrounded and brutally killed, while its grandfather had been tormented in a cave where they tossed flammable liquid, burning him alive. Though a magical beast, the ferocity of the young giant paled in comparison to these merciless humans. Charbest roared with maniacal laughter, stepping closer to the already cornered young giant. The cries for mercy fell on deaf ears. At that moment, he seemed like the true demon from hell. Charbest extended his scarred hand, gripping the young giant's arm tightly and yanking it with force, causing a thunderous wail that startled all the birds in the nearby forest. Blood gushed forth as the young giant was torn apart with bare hands, a magical core rolling out. Members of the Despair Sword team screamed, Charbest's name drenched in the blood of the young giant, nearly driven to madness. In a secluded room at the first hospital of the Lion City Federation, Lu Zheng finished reading Charbest's dossier, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is the one we need. No worries about spirit stones. The key is to execute the task cleanly and beautifully. The situation in Huaxia is different from Europe. There are too many old monsters in the psychic community. If we are found out, we will surely face dire consequences. Yes. A figure cloaked in a black robe responded, eagerly pointing to the documents in hand. Rest assured, Boss Liu, the Illuminati has never failed. Their punishments for failure are exceptionally cruel. They are an organization that absolutely does not tolerate failure. After speaking, the robed figure placed a thick stack of documents down and bowed as he exited Liu Zheng's room. The first round of the martial arts tournament preliminaries had concluded, leaving half the contestants for the second round. When Zhang Jingming stepped onto the ring, numbered 26C, once again a surge of confidence filled him. This time he believed he could effortlessly crush his opponent. To his surprise, his opponent was a contestant named Daijin Galeva from the Indian region of the Federation. Daijin Galeva had a dark complexion and wore only a rudimentary apron made of leaves, barely covering his modesty. As a master of the Indian Brahmin sect, Daijin Galeva's deep-set eyes seemed to peer into the hearts of men. Benefactor, you possess no psychic energy. You should concede and step down, Daijin Galeva questioned, perplexed as to why this person would enter the competition, as bullying the weak contradicted his beliefs. No worries, master, please feel free to attack, Zhang Jingming replied respectfully, encouraging Daijin Galeva to make his move. The electronic screen displayed the start of the match. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as a footprint landed squarely on Zhang Jingming's face, leaving an unpleasant taste. Zhang Jingming was momentarily dazed. It happened so quickly. He barely had a glimpse of a shadow before he was struck. The previously disheartened Yang Xinma in the audience suddenly erupted into cheers, showcasing her signature small tiger teeth, laughing so hard she could hardly stand upright. You bad guy. Ha ha ha. Ma Qiu, hurry. Did you capture that moment? Yang Xinma anxiously inquired, desperately wanting the live audience to witness their host's blunder, a grand blunder. Slap. Another resounding slap landed on Zhang Jingming's face. The spectators gasped in astonishment. No one could discern how this Indian master had attacked. They could only hear the crisp sounds and see the marks left on Zhang Jingming's face. Zhang Jingming, shaken from his earlier arrogance, focused intently and braced himself. Finally, he caught a glimpse of the Indian master's movement. More accurately, it wasn't merely movement. Daijin Galeva executed a kick from midair, and that leg grew rapidly, extending towards Zhang Jingming's chest in an instant. With the power of the king fist, Zhang Jingming's muscles surged, and his heightened agility allowed him to keep pace with the Indian master's movements. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Jingming seized Daijin Galeva's extended leg, tightening his grip. At this moment, Daijin Galeva writhed in pain, unable to withdraw his right leg, standing awkwardly on one leg. The audience finally understood the master's attack, their eyes widening in disbelief. It turned out that the Indian master's speed was so exceptional that all the spectators mistakenly believed he was a space-type psychic. In this moment, Daijin Galeva, embarrassed and frantically attempting to force Zhang Jingming to release his foot, found his efforts effortlessly thwarted as Zhang Jingming clamped his long leg tightly under his arm. In the next instant, Zhang Jingming spun rapidly in place, wrapping Daijin Galeva's extended leg in a coil. Waiting for the opportune moment, as Daijin Galeva's body approached, Zhang Jingming suddenly dodged and released the Indian master's leg. In that instant, Daijin Galeva spun wildly, like a top, ultimately collapsing on the ring, frothing at the mouth. Yang Xinma gasped, her mouth forming an hands covering her eyes in disbelief. Is this how one wins? The barrage in the live stream was going wild. This is too much. Is the streamer playing with a crazy top? Doesn't this Indian master feel cold wearing so little? When this Indian master spins in a circle with love magic, I think I saw something. You shameless people, but I saw something too, covering my face. Seriously, wearing so little, and the organizers let him on stage, polluting our eyes. The streamer is amazing. He has already won 2 matches in a row. A wealthy viewer appeared, sending a flurry of gifts, igniting the atmosphere. Even a young viewer sent a lollipop. Streamer brother, don't mind me, I only have $2 of pocket money, I'll share one with you, here's a lollipop. Wow, is that so cute? Then I'll send a little heart too, don't mind it, streamer. Just one more match in the preliminaries, and Zhang Jingming would enter the finals. At this moment, he bowed in gratitude to the audience supporting him, eliciting a wave of cheers. This kid is polite, he must make it to the finals. Indeed, such a polite young man in this age is rare. However, it's a pity this kid lacks psychic abilities. The old man probably thinks he won't go far. An elder in the audience expressed his opinion, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd, as everyone had a fond impression of Zhang Jingming. On the podium, the expression of Si Kongqing was grim, filled with anger, as he looked towards Zhang Jingming, who had won 2 matches in a row, feeling utterly embarrassed. Even when his fellow judge Hu Ziemo spoke to him, he didn't hear a word. Hu Ziemo could only smile, awkwardly turning to casually chat with Gong Zhong, the Supreme Tower, to diffuse the awkwardness. In a luxurious private box at the competition venue, the old master Taoist was dressed in a green robe, his sleeves billowing in the wind, exuding an otherworldly aura. At this moment, the old master was leaning against the large floor-to-ceiling window in the box, intently watching everything happening with Zhang Jingming on the stage. In this instant, a hint of a satisfied smile appeared on the old master's face as he gently stroked his long white beard, murmuring, "This child is not simple. I have a feeling he possesses something within him that is different from ours." Principal 2 at this moment was sporting a belly even bigger than a city official, seriously accompanying the leaders to watch the match, even taking on the role of commentator, spitting words everywhere. At this moment, Principal 2 heard the old master mumbling and turned his head, looking at the old man with a puzzled expression and asking, "Oh, what does he have? You old fool." The old master glared at Principal 2, displeased. Originally, he had been enjoying a leisurely life on Longhu Mountain, but this gluttonous 2 had persuaded him to come down, which had already made him unhappy. Now this fat man was trying to curry favor with the powerful right in front of him, which was indeed infuriating. Utterly exasperating. Principal 2 grinned and turned back, not feeling anything wrong. After all, the old master had been personally invited down from Longhu Mountain by him, a true deity. Even if he scolded him or did a little more, he wouldn't utter a word of complaint. In this chaotic era, ever since the old master took his seat at Lion City's North University, no one dared to underestimate them, nor could they easily come to cause trouble. In the midst of cheers, Zhang Jingming walked down from the stage feeling relaxed. In this match, Zhang Jingming had not exerted all his strength. Instead, he had cleverly won through wit, showcasing that he possessed not only martial prowess, but also the rare wisdom of a psychic. At this moment, Yang Xinma followed behind him like a little fan, beaming, "You bad guy, why are you so amazing, easily defeating that master from India?" Zhang Jingming raised his head high, glancing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, pretending to be profound, and said, "It's merely an IQ suppression." After saying that, he shook his head lightly and left like the wind before Yang Xinma could even react, leaving behind a little girl with twin ponytails, her mouth agape, in surprise, standing in the wind in a state of confusion. "This person is too narcissistic. You narcissistic bad guy." Yang Xinma laughed while scolding Zhang Jingming simultaneously, using her wicked right hand to give a slight squeeze to the furry creature that was filming intently on her shoulders, startling it into squealing in protest. The fans in the live stream were also taken aback by the creature's cry. "Wow, that scared me to death. I saw it, that girl with twin ponytails just squeezed that little monster. Wow, she even named it Mauchio. What a cute name." To be fair, Mauchio's filming skills are even better than the streamers. The footage is incredibly stable. Have you not heard of the chicken head effect? Amidst the lively discussions in the live stream, no one truly cared what Mauchio was, only finding it adorable. Yang Xinma chased after Zhang Jingming's figure, but as soon as she caught up, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Zhang Jingming was currently focused on the 2 contestants preparing to battle at the 32B platform, with the announcement board clearly stating Ning Mingqing versus Bai Junyi. Both are outstanding talents from Lion City's North University, the pride of the skies. One cold and breathtaking, the other graceful and ethereal. The duel between the 2 drew the attention of all psychics present. At this moment, Bai Junyi stood on the stage, his jet black hair flowing with the wind, his attire snow white and spotless, his posture upright, as if he contained immense energy within. Bai Junyi with elegance lightly cupped his fist towards Ning Mingqing, smiling slightly. "Junior sister, I've heard so much about you." Ning Mingqing, however, did not respond. At this moment, her brows resembled ink paintings, her spirit as clear as autumn waters, utterly focused. An indescribable aura emanated from her, captivating everyone's hearts. Below the stage, both men and women were already hoarse, each supporting their own idol, almost frantic. A grand battle was about to commence, not only below the stage, but even in the luxurious boxes above. All eyes were focused on this arena. In a box right next to the mayor's, a dignified middle-aged lady sat elegantly by a bright floor-to-ceiling window, sipping her red wine delicately. With grace and poise, she asked the others in the box, "What do you think of Eater's chances?" The others hurriedly stood up, nodding and bowing, responding respectfully, "Young master Bai has a high chance of winning. Although this girl is the eldest daughter of the Ning family, she is rumored to be a strength-type psychic." The middle-aged lady, upon hearing this, turned her head, seemingly contemplative. "Strength-type? I never expected such a beautiful young lady to be a strength-type, rather unrefined, haha. Indeed, compared to the young master, she is indeed unrefined." Another person quickly nodded and smiled, looking very respectful. The Bai family of Lion City had risen to become one of the top 5 super families in Lion City since the resurgence of spiritual energy 3 years ago, commanding both the black and white realms with great success. It is rumored that their wealth was built on hunting magical beasts, and the family has an old monster with an extraordinarily high level of psychic ability, whose terrifying prowess few have witnessed. When he strikes, it is earth-shattering, leaving no survivors. The competition began, and everyone was intently watching the selection match. In that moment, one could hear a pin drop in the luxurious box. However, it was far too cruel for the contestants. Two prodigies unexpectedly faced each other in the preliminary rounds, leaving one to wonder whether it was a blessing or a calamity for the audience. At this moment on the stage, Bai Junyi moved like a bolt of lightning, launching himself toward Ning Mingqing. He intended to use the very strength that Ning Mingqing prided herself on to defeat her. As top-tier level psychics, Bai Junyi was utterly confident in his victory. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 blows, fist against fist, foot against foot, at a speed that left the onlookers awestruck. The air around them was charged with an electric arc infused with a sense of impending destruction. After 10 exchanges, Bai Junyi stared in astonishment at Ning Mingqing. Her strength was indeed remarkable, though not as swift as each of her strikes was imbued with overwhelming power. He felt a sweet sensation rise in his chest, a hot rush surging up. He quickly gulped down the blood that threatened to spill forth. In contrast, Ning Mingqing stood poised in a flawless stance that left no openings, her expression calm and unwavering, as if the battle held no weight upon her heart. A middle-aged woman with a stern demeanor let out a heavy humph, her brows knitted in displeasure. That Junyi still can't shed his childhood arrogance. He knows full well that the Ning girl is a formidable power user, yet he insists on competing with her strength. Beside her, a man in a black suit pondered aloud. This cannot be blamed on the young master. After all, the men of the Bai family have always been fiercely competitive. The middle-aged woman smiled, brightly unperturbed by his words, turning her attention back to the match. The men of the Bai family had never known the meaning of surrender, and she felt a deep sense of agreement with that sentiment. Her husband, Bai Junyi's father, was such a man. Bai Xian, the most outstanding psychic of Lion City in his time. During the beast tide, the Bai family was still residing at their old estate. Bai Xian single-handedly thwarted the assault of the fearsome beasts, and it was due to his blood-soaked struggle that the Bai family managed to migrate safely to Lion City. When the ancient patriarch returned home, he found the old estate deserted, discovering only his son Bai Xian lying in a pool of blood devoid of life. The old man, holding his son's lifeless body, wailed in agony, his voice piercing like a blade. After burying his son, the patriarch plunged into the beast-infested jungle alone. The roars of the beasts mingled with the old man's heart-wrenching cries, and that night the jungle was turned upside down, bathed in the blood of the beasts. Upon returning to Lion City, the old man was drenched in blood and locked himself away in the Bai family's new home, never to venture outside again. He descended into madness, losing the ability to speak, reduced to incoherent babbling. In the psychic realm, rumors of the old man's plight spread like wildfire. He showed particular affection for his grandson Bai Junyi. Only when he saw him did his eyes regain their clarity, briefly restoring his lost sanity. Meanwhile, the Bai family began engaging in the black market trade of hunting beasts. The middle-aged woman shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she pulled herself from her memories. The competition below had reached a fever pitch. On the stage, Bai Junyi's expression shifted to one of intense focus, shedding his earlier frivolity, no longer competing with Ning Mingqing in terms of strength. Here it comes, the ancient martial arts stance is taking shape, exclaimed the man in the black suit, his face alight with joy. He recognized that Bai Junyi was now employing the ancient martial arts energy, taking the match seriously. Ancient martial arts. Down below, knowledgeable spectators recognized the type of psychic energy Bai Junyi wielded. Damn the ancient martial arts. It's said that when they strike, it's either death or injury, never a miss. Indeed, ancient martial arts are inherently lethal. There are no special limitations. Does that mean the young lady up there is in danger? Not necessarily. That young lady is no pushover either. A group argued for some time, attempting to determine a victor from their seats. Their bickering soon drew the ire of serious spectators. Chill. Can you please be quiet? Just watch the match. The disputing crowd begrudgingly silenced, refocusing on the contest. On the stage, Bai Junyi assumed a position that seemed unfathomable to the average person, his legs bent, his body curling into a nearly fetal posture. In the luxurious box, the middle-aged woman shot a reproachful glance at the man beside her. Tanren, be quiet and focus on the match. Tanren, realizing he had been a bit too talkative, nodded and fell silent, his gaze fixing on the stage once more. Suddenly, Bai Junyi propelled himself forward, launching like an arrow towards Ning Mingqing, his fierce and unorthodox move eliciting gasps from the audience. Watch out. Seeing Bai Junyi barreling towards her, Ning Mingqing summoned the full extent of her psychic energy, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted around her. The energy swirled violently, her flowing hair standing on end, presenting her as a figure of purity akin to a war goddess. With a single punch she struck out, though simple and unadorned, it packed the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bai Junyi sensed an ominous premonition and quickly maneuvered his body backward in midair, narrowly evading the unpretentious yet devastating blow. As he straightened up, he realized that a piece of his shirt had been torn away by the force of her punch, exposing a significant portion of his skin. Bai Junyi's brow furrowed in concentration as dark energy enveloped his hands, drawing upon the lethal techniques of the ancient martial arts. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with decorum. For him, losing the match would be a true embarrassment. Not only would he lose face, but the Bai family's honor would also be at stake. Regaining his focus, Bai Junyi moved with lightning speed, each strike calculated to be lethal. The dark mist shrouded Ning Mingqing, and with every punch and kick, Bai Junyi unleashed the unique power of ancient martial arts, targeting her vital points with precision. Ning Mingqing steadied her mind, biting down on her tongue to stave off the sluggishness induced by the toxic mist of the ancient martial arts. Though her strikes lacked the speed of Bai Junyi's, they were solid and impactful, her punches and kicks radiating an unmatched force. With strength capable of shaking the heavens, Bai Junyi dared not engage her directly, relying instead on agility to dodge her attacks, constantly seeking openings for his own strikes. The two exchanged blows, each assaulting the other in a whirlwind of combat, racking up over 100 exchanges in mere moments. At this point, beads of sweat began to form on the back of Bai Junyi's neck, fatigue creeping in. While ancient martial artists excelled in cunning tactics, facing someone like Ning Mingqing, who could overpower with sheer strength, left him at a loss for words. He had yet to dare directly confront her attacks, remaining on the defensive. Unbelievable. This beauty is fierce. I can feel her punch wind, even from here. That kid in white should just back down. He's been dodging the whole time. Right? How shameless, targeting the girl's vital points with every attack. If it were me, I would have already stepped down from the stage. I can't bear this shame. And what's with the smoke? It's disgusting. In the live broadcast room, everyone cheered for Ning Mingqing while expressing deep disdain for Bai Junyi's tactics. To be so ruthless against a girl as beautiful as a celestial being was in their eyes a moral degradation. Mao Qiu remained focused on his duties, diligently pointing the camera at the arena, providing fans with a visual feast. The flow of gifts was unceasing, inspired by some invisible tycoon's rockets and treasure maps filled the screen, creating a lively atmosphere in the broadcast room. After the Red Sea live streaming platform urgently boosted its servers, they enabled a barrage of comments, which scrolled endlessly without interruption. On the stage, Bai Junyi smirked cunningly, deliberately creating an opening as if he were unsteady upon landing. Ning Mingqing's heart leapt with joy, and she unleashed a powerful punch. Little did she know that as Bai Junyi pretended to falter and lean back, he transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting behind her. Seeing Ning Mingqing fall into his trap, Bai Junyi felt a surge of delight, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He transformed his punch into a palm strike enveloped in thick black smoke and struck downwards at the back of her neck with force. The crowd gasped and covered their eyes, exclaiming in shock. This blow could either kill or severely injure her, but Bai Junyi could not afford to lose, especially not in front of so many spectators. However, just as Ning Mingqing's punch was halfway through its arc, as if she had eyes at the back of her head, she deftly sidestepped Bai Junyi's lethal strike and retaliated with a powerful kick that generated a fierce gust of wind. Bai Junyi, originally poised to capitalize on his sneak attack, had unleashed his ancient martial arts energy to its maximum potential, fully intending to take Ning Mingqing's life. At this moment, retreat was impossible. Both fighters had revealed significant openings, and it was a race to see who would strike first. Bai Junyi never anticipated that the seemingly weightless Ning Mingqing could be so agile, able to turn and kick midair. Indeed, the next moment, she delivered a side kick that struck him squarely in the waist. With a resounding bang, followed by a series of crashing sounds, the spectators reopened their eyes only to find Bai Junyi had vanished. No one remained in the arena. In the northeastern corner of the martial arts competition, a section of the wall collapsed and debris scattered across the ground. Quick! Come here, the person is over here. Finally, the security personnel rushed to investigate, discovering Bai Junyi lying among the ruins, barely alive and buried under the fallen wall. In a luxurious private room, a middle-aged woman with a fierce gaze bellowed, "Ning family has raised a good daughter. How dare she harm my ear?" After her outburst, she noticed everyone in the room stood there in shock, infuriating her further. She turned to the assembled guests, a glint of menace in her eyes. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and dig him out. If anything happens to ear, I'll see to it that you and your families pay the price." As her words fell, everyone in the opulent room scattered, hurrying toward the collapsed wall, many of them digging with their bare hands due to a lack of tools. Meanwhile, in another luxurious suite adjacent to the angry woman, the scene was quite different. Principal 2 wore an ingratiating smile as he addressed the leaders from Lion City. "These are all my students. My students." Haha. After speaking, Principal 2, with a chubby face, gazed at the leaders from Lion City with a grin. The Lion City leaders nodded in satisfaction, smiling slightly. "I never expected Peking University to have students of such caliber. Truly remarkable, simply remarkable." Principal 2 laughed heartily, relishing the moment, for to him victory or defeat was of little consequence. Both winning and losing were simply reflections of his students' abilities, and the glory belonged to Peking University. However, the old master was somewhat displeased with Bai Junyi's ruthless tactics, furrowing his brows in disapproval until he witnessed Ning Menking's decisive leg sweep against Bai Junyi, at which point he nodded and smiled. He could not help but comment, "This girl is impressive, calm under pressure and decisive." Principal 2, shaking his ample flesh, shot a smug glance at the old master, silently conveying that all these students were his. The old master shot him an angry glare in return and turned away, refusing to look at the repulsive fat man any longer. At the Ning residence, an elderly man with a head full of white hair set down his phone, dancing with joy. "Ninger has won. She has won." His nose turned red, slightly intoxicated. He downed the last of his drink and placed the cup heavily on the table. Turning back to his room, he rummaged for a moment before emerging with a stick as thick as his arm, lightly stepping out of the Ning residence. At the Bai family in the northern part of the city, news of Bai Junyi's defeat and severe injuries spread rapidly. A piercing wail erupted from deep within the courtyard. "Who dares to harm my ear?" In an instant, the Bai family courtyard was in chaos, all the servants trembling and kneeling continuously, bowing their heads. A small, wild-looking old man burst forth, his eyes bloodshot, oblivious to the kneeling servants, as he muttered and ran madly, "Who dares to harm my ear? Who dares to harm my ear?" At that moment, no one dared to confront the diminutive old man. No one dared to look up. There had been a servant who had once met the gaze of the Bai family's old monster and had been torn apart like a beast. From that day forth, whenever the old monster went mad, no one dared to look him in the eye. Barefoot, the old monster dashed out of the Bai residence, sniffing the air as he headed toward the direction of the first martial arts conference. With one leap, he launched himself toward the competition venue. An aura of terror surrounded the old man, causing every bird within a 10-mile radius to flee in fear, hiding away. The first martial arts conference was now in sight. The old monster only needed one more leap to reach the competition grounds. "Bad egg, I don't want cola." Zhang Jingming, initially with some time before his next round, had stepped out to buy a bottle of drink, only to have Yang Xinma stick to him like a leech. After picking and choosing, Zhang Jingming could only finish the cola in his hand and exchange coins for a bottle of mineral water for Yang Xinma. With a bright smile, Yang Xinma fed the water to Mao Qiu. "And you? What will you drink?" Though Zhang Jingming was a straightforward guy, seeing Yang Xinma give water to Mao Qiu, he patiently asked the little girl what she preferred. Yang Xinma stood with her hands behind her back, looking innocent with her small fangs showing. "You bad egg actually cares about others, not bad at all." Zhang Jingming smiled slightly. "Of course I'm gentle and considerate. You should look for someone like me when you find a partner in the future." "Uff, shameless." Yang Xinma lightly spat her face, turning slightly red. As they were playfully bantering, a white-haired old man with a nose like a wine-soaked bulb approached them. "Youngsters, is this where the martial arts conference is held?" Zhang Jingming nodded in surprise. "Yes, sir. Are you here to participate in the competition?" The old man said nothing and turned to walk toward the competition site. "How rude." Seeing the old man's silence, Yang Xinma murmured in displeasure. Zhang Jingming waved his hand dismissively and pointed at the thick wooden stick concealed behind the old man, signifying that he was formidable and should not be provoked. As they turned to head back, a sudden gust of ominous wind rushed past them. Zhang Jingming, already on guard, quickly pulled Yang Xinma aside, avoiding the barrage of wind. When the wind subsided, a figure landed gracefully. The wild-haired old man touched down softly, making no sound upon landing. Though his eyes were bloodshot, they retained a semblance of clarity, proving that the Bai family's old monster had regained some of his sanity. "Hey, kid, is this where the martial arts conference is held?" The old man shouted with an air of arrogance, demanding to know from Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming stood there, his mouth agape. What on earth was going on with the martial arts conference? Why were all these old men showing up? Zhang Jingming walked back with Yang Xinma, a look of confusion on his face as they passed through a square, the main entrance to the martial arts tournament coming into view. Yang Xinma continuously patted the restless fluffy creature in her arms and asked anxiously, "Hey, what's wrong with Fluffy? Hearing this, Zhang Jingming hurriedly glanced at Fluffy, who was bouncing up and down on Yang Xinma, squeaking and behaving quite restlessly. Zhang Jingming softly reassured Fluffy while gently stroking it, and indeed the creature seemed to settle down considerably. Just as Zhang Jingming was about to relax and return to the venue, Fluffy suddenly extended its paw, pointing in a direction while chattering excitedly. Following its gaze, Zhang Jingming spotted an old man with a bulbous nose stealthily emerging from a small grove beside the square. Quickly, Zhang Jingming pulled Yang Xinma aside to hide. The old man's arm, which was the thickness of a tree branch, was conspicuously visible as he tried to conceal a long stick behind him, its length sticking out 2 heads above his shoulder. The old man's actions resembled that of a seasoned criminal, moving with practiced ease as he scanned the surroundings and stealthily approached a madman who was babbling and desperately rushing towards the venue. Finally, seeing that the coast was clear, the bulbous-nosed old man struck the madman on the back of the head with a blunt blow. Though Zhang Jingming was at a distance, he still heard the crisp sound of the impact. Thud! The madman fell to the ground stiff and unconscious. Oh, he hit someone, Yang Xinma exclaimed as she witnessed the old man's actions. After delivering the hit, the bulbous-nosed old man began dragging the madman's legs into the bushes, muttering, "Old man, don't blame me. Your descendants are a precious only child, while my Ninger is my heart and soul. Old man, I'll send you back first, and once you wake up you'll forget all about this, right?" Suddenly, upon hearing Yang Xinma's shout, the bulbous-nosed old man jumped in surprise, shivering instinctively. He glanced around and finally noticed Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma hiding behind the trees. Seeing that he had been discovered, the old man's expression darkened, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. But in an instant he quickly changed his demeanor, adopting a lewd smile that revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. He hunched over and scurried over to Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma. "Hee, youngsters, I didn't expect you to catch me in the act. So tell me, what can I do to make you keep quiet?" The old man's eyes darted around, looking quite lecherous, until suddenly they lit up as he noticed Fluffy tucked away in Yang Xinma's arms. "Oh, where did you find this little creature?" Seeing the old man eyeing her precious Fluffy, Yang Xinma hurriedly hid the creature behind her, glaring with her sharp canines and saying, "Old man, you haven't cleared things up yet, and you're already thinking about my Fluffy. Watch out, or I might just bite you." The old man quickly waved his hands. No, I just think this little monster is a bit strange. You're the strange one. Your whole family is strange." Yang Xinma glared fiercely at the old man. Zhang Jingming, however, was curious about why the old man had struck someone. He walked over to the unconscious madman and crouched down to check for signs of life. "He's still breathing." The bulbous-nosed old man puffed out his chest with pride. "I'm a professional. Ooh, I wouldn't take a life." Feeling unsatisfied, the old man then pulled out a black gourd that looked like it had been brewing for ages, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. A burp. As he savored the effects of the alcohol, he let out a loud belch and turned to the two, flashing a toothy grin. "Hee, youngsters, what can we do to settle this?" Yang Xinma's eyes lit up at his words, and sensing an opportunity, she quickly interjected before Zhang Jingming could respond. "That depends on your sincerity, Grandpa." The old man squinted his eyes, sizing Yang Xinma up. Internally, he thought, how dare this little girl negotiate with me? Yet maintaining his facade of friendliness, he cautiously asked, "Well, I don't have much money on me. How about this? And this, is it enough, little girl?" As he spoke, the old man rummaged through his clothes, finally pulling out a handful of crumpled bills from under his shoe in a somewhat shameful manner. "Here, this is all I have." Afterward, he nervously touched the spiritual stones concealed in his pocket, attempting to appear calm. Yang Xinma wrinkled her nose. "Grandpa, this is pretty much unacceptable." Seeing the old man's stack of smelly bills, she quickly jumped back, resembling a startled rabbit. Zhang Jingming waved his hand dismissively while covering his mouth and nose, holding his breath. "Forget it, you can keep the money, but what are you planning to do with the old man lying on the ground?" "Of course I'll take him home and let his family take good care of him." The old man perked up at the thought of a resolution. "Good, then please proceed." Zhang Jingming felt that although the old man's methods were dubious, he was not a bad person. From his mutterings, it seemed he was entangled in some family feud over his descendants. He thought to himself, let him go with that silent strike earlier, neither I nor Yang Xinma could have matched him. The fact that the old man could calmly discuss matters with them for so long was a testament to his martial ethics, showing restraint against the younger generation. The old man, noticing Zhang Jingming's softened tone, revealed a grin filled with crooked yellow teeth. "If that's the case, then I'll remember this kindness, youngsters." With that, he hoisted the unconscious madman onto his shoulder and swiftly disappeared from their view, his speed astonishing. Yang Xinma watched Zhang Jingming let the old man go and was immediately infuriated. "How can you be so lenient with that old man? He hit someone. Besides, he has several spiritual stones, or I can sense it." Zhang Jingming gazed after the departing figure, and replied calmly, "Don't forget how terrifying that madman was when he arrived. He was knocked out by that old man with just one strike. Others didn't overpower us despite the confrontation. That's already quite merciful." Zhang Jingming earnestly shared his thoughts on the situation. Of course, if one day Zhang Jingming discovers that the old man with a nose like a drunkard is actually Ning Mingqing's grandfather, he would definitely applaud his own wise decision. Yang Xinma, however, was taken aback, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Jingming and said, "You genius. Your analytical skills are impressive. No wonder Uncle Xiaowei asked you to retrieve the hard drive." Zhang Jingming was somewhat flattered by Yang Xinmo's praise, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. In the luxurious box of the martial arts competition, Bai Junyi lay on the couch, his body covered in injuries, clearly having been rescued from a dire situation, though his wounds were not too severe. A middle-aged woman with a sullen face berated him harshly. "But do you know where you went wrong? You were overconfident. You've never corrected that habit since you were a child." Bai Junyi remained silent, his expression stiff as he stared at the arena. After a lengthy scolding, the middle-aged woman received a phone call. Upon hanging up, her face turned ashen, and she hurriedly instructed Bai Junyi before rushing out of the box with several others. Bai Junyi struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed on Tan Ren, who remained in the box. "What happened?" Tan Ren hesitated, his face full of concern. "The ancestor is missing." Bai Junyi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His grandfather, who loved him dearly, was the closest family member he had. He fought desperately to stand, but Tan Ren, looking anxious, pulled him back. "Young master, the madam has already rushed back to handle it. This time the Bai family did not only bring you to the competition. You should stay here in place of the madam and identify any useful talents for the Bai family." After saying this, Tan Ren looked at Bai Junyi, who, while still anxious, was no longer as irrational as before. He quickly helped him to the seat where the middle-aged woman had just sat, giving him a full view of the martial arts competition. "Young master, this should be one of your classmates, right?" Tan Ren pointed to the stage where Hong Feng had won effortlessly. Hong Feng, Bai Junyi, Jiang Min, and Ning Mingqing were known as the four great talents of Peking University, all hailed as the most likely candidates to ascend to grade A in the future. Bai Junyi gazed at the other three Peking University geniuses still on the stage, lost in deep thought. Zhang Jingming returned to his designated stage, soon to face his final preliminary match. He glanced at the sign and noted that the next round of competitors did not seem to be from the Huaxiao region. Closing his eyes, Zhang Jingming focused, knowing he had to concentrate for this final match. In the crowd, a chubby man with shifty eyes was pushing through, repeatedly calling out, "Excuse me. Excuse me." Finally, he spotted Zhang Jingming in a corner beneath the stage and shouted joyfully, "Jingming, here you are. Their matches are over, and I brought everyone to cheer you on." Zhang Jingming opened his eyes and saw Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang Erden and Wang Jihong standing behind Jiang when all smiling at him. "You all made it to the main event." Zhang Jingming was astonished. It seemed everyone had qualified for the main competition. As expected, everyone nodded, confirming they had indeed qualified and had come specifically to support him. "Why you all being here adds so much pressure on me." Zhang Jingming scratched his head nervously, a habit he resorted to when anxious, one he was probably unaware of. Wang Jihong pushed past Jiang Wen and lightly punched Zhang Jingming on the chest. "When did you start getting nervous? Don't be scared. I checked your opponent's profile on the way here, and he's actually of African descent." Wang Erden exaggeratedly made a face at Zhang Jingming. "He's a shaman from a tribe." Wang Jihong glared at Wang Erden, annoyed. "Go play by yourself." Turning back to Zhang Jingming, he spoke reassuringly. "He's not really a shaman, just a spirit user from a tribe, my brother. You can definitely win." Wang Jihong then raised his fist, cheering Zhang Jingming on. The electronic screen announced the start of the match as the competitors took the stage. On the platform, a competitor covered in various paints, adorned with feathers from different birds around his neck, and wearing a makeshift skirt crafted from a black leopard skin, presented an aura of primitive mystery. Muhammad Ali versus Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming concentrated on his opponent, who mirrored his intensity, both assessing what each had to offer to reach the final round of the preliminaries. This was a competition of the Blue Star Federation Global in nature. Reaching this stage was no simple feat. Indeed, the African contestant was incredibly fast, launching himself at Zhang Jingming in a split second, exploiting an opening for a fierce attack. Zhang Jingming silently activated his king's fist, his muscles swelling rapidly. In that moment, he was not only powerful, but his heightened agility allowed his movements to be swift as lightning. The two soon clashed, their punches and kicks exchanging at an astonishing speed. Wang Jihong, Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang Erden, and others exchanged glances, unable to believe this was Zhang Jingming, an unpowered individual. Yang Xinma with her little tiger teeth was unfazed, looking at the others with disdain at their ignorance. On the stage, both fighters became mere shadows, trading over 100 blows in just a few minutes. Though the Wolf Fang fist was a basic technique, under the enhancement of the King's fist, it unleashed a formidable energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Muhammad Ali, momentarily careless, felt Zhang Jingming's punch graze his chest, leaving several marks and drawing bright red blood. Of course, Zhang Jingming wasn't unscathed either. He was struck in the stomach by Muhammad Ali's fist, nearly doubling over in pain. Yet this was a competition, a life-and-death struggle. He could only endure the immense pain and continue fighting. Muhammad Ali. This was a contender whose body was black save for the whites of his eyes. At this moment, his irises darted around very noticeably. Zhang Jingming recognized this behavior. It was all too familiar, reminiscent of Jiang Wen's mischief. Zhang Jingming silently activated the King's fist, remaining vigilant. Sure enough, after another clash of fists, Muhammad Ali was sent stumbling back 10 meters. Flailing his arms, he inexplicably began to dance a tribal dance, right where he stood, chanting what sounded like a spell. What was most unbelievable happened next. This African shaman, in full view of everyone, removed his skirt, revealing his entire body dark as night. The sky swiftly darkened, plunging the arena into a pitch-black void in the blink of an eye. What's happening? Why did it get dark? Whoa, is there a ghost? I can't see anything. The audience below the stage erupted into panic, almost everyone unable to see what was happening on the platform. Muhammad Ali charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches at Zhang Jingming. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball system could sense combat power and the so-called aura, clearly distinguishing Alice's attack trajectory. However, it was only enough for Zhang to barely defend himself. How could he see the strikes coming? In a moment of desperation, Zhang Jingming found himself unable to react, ultimately dropping his guard against the relentless barrage. Muhammad Ali's fist connected with Zhang's chest, and he felt a sharp sweetness in his lungs as he was sent flying backward. As he struggled to regain his footing, Zhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that one of his heels was completely suspended in the air. A chill ran through him. At this moment, his opponent only needed to give him a gentle push, and he would tumble off the ring, losing the match. Ali, of course, would not let this golden opportunity slip by. He charged forward, his energy peaking at its highest level. The dangerous aura triggered a red alert within the Dragon Ball system, incessantly warning Zhang to be wary of the enemy's full-force strike. Zhang regulated his breathing, activating his Kaiō-ken to its full extent, swiftly adjusting his position just in time to evade Alice's onslaught. That was close, Zhang exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Yet he knew this defensive approach was unsustainable. He was too passive. It was only a matter of time before he lost the match. But what could he do? His opponent's energy was too peculiar. He could even manipulate the weather. In his anxious thoughts, Zhang fell into deep contemplation. Finally, after successfully blocking another of Alice's attacks, a realization dawned upon him. In the skills section of the Dragon Ball system, there lay a set of boxing techniques, quietly waiting. Sun Fist. Indeed, the solution had been right under his nose all along. Zhang felt a surge of elation mixed with frustration for having forgotten this newly learned technique. Alice's assault continued unabated, like mercury spilling everywhere. Though he was astonished that his opponent could withstand his attacks under such circumstances, he greatly respected Zhang's resilience. However, for the sake of victory, he had to press on. Alice's punches were intensified with a special energy. From below the ring, the audience could only hear the violent sounds of combat and the explosive reverberations of energy. Everyone was mesmerized by the intensity of the fight. While they could not see the action, the sound alone was sufficient to captivate them. If the lights and screens in a cinema were turned off, the effect would undoubtedly be the same. Stunning. After successfully fending off another strike from Ali, Zhang suddenly seized the moment and shouted, "Sun Fist." With the utterance, the heavens and the earth transformed. The brilliance shot straight into the sky. The audience was blinded by the blinding light. Many who had shut their eyes still found their tears streaming down their cheeks from the strain. My eyes. What's happening? My eyes hurt so much. Oh my. This match is bizarre. One lights out and one light up. I can't take it anymore. I'm not watching. Who's going to compensate me if my eyes are ruined? Not only the spectators below the ring were affected, but even the commentator was startled, squeaking and shaking the live broadcast equipment in a frenzy. Fans in the live stream expressed their grievances. I can't see anything. When it's bright, I still can't see anything. I can't see. I can't see. Nothing at all. Just a little rant. Why are these people screaming? It sounds like they're calling for my eyes. And what's with the camera shaking? It's making me dizzy. After the blinding light faded, Muhammad Ali collapsed to the ground. He covered his eyes, rolling on the floor in agony, tears streaming through the gaps between his fingers. Zhang Jingming retracted his fists. He would never take advantage of an opponent in such a state. Martial ethics might be trivial to some, but for Zhang, who grew up reading martial arts novels, the heroes in those stories were his standards for conduct. In the luxurious box of the martial arts championship, the old master closed his eyes, nodding frequently. It seems this African contestant must live in relatively dark conditions, hence the cultivation of a technique that alters the weather. Principal 2, now wearing large sunglasses, turned to the old master with an air of superiority. "See, I was well prepared." He pointed to his oversized sunglasses with a smug expression. However, when he turned back, he found several leaders from the Lion City glaring at him, causing his face to shift between pale and flushed. He awkwardly chuckled, gradually removing the sunglasses from his face. The old master ignored Principal 2, immersed in his thoughts, with a slight smile. It seems this contestant can no longer continue the fight. Indeed, the scoreboard displayed Zhang Jingming as the victor. With Zhang's help, Muhammad Ali exited the ring, where a medical team prepared by the event organizers lifted him onto a stretcher for examination. His companions rushed over, buzzing with excitement. Yet at the same time, they pointed at Zhang with wide eyes, mouths agape in astonishment. Yang Xinma squeezed through the crowd, and upon seeing the situation, doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even the commentator, grinning widely, was jumping around with delight. Uncertain of the cause, Zhang Jingming chuckled foolishly and instinctively scratched his head. A loud wow echoed through the martial arts championship venue. The sound bounced off the surrounding walls, reverberating endlessly. Wow, wow, wow. Gradually fading away. Zhang Jingming rubbed his bald head, feeling regretful. How did he end up bald? His flowing hair. Such heartbreak. Had he known that the sun fist would turn him bald, he would have never used it, even unto death. A gentle breeze brushed past him, sending a chill across his scalp, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yang Xinmo, unable to stand upright, was half squatting and shaking with laughter. Even Ning Mingqing, who had come to watch from a distance, couldn't help but smile slightly. "You little guy, impressive." Wang Jihong punched Zhang Jingming's chest, appearing quite thrilled. "Ouch, that hurts," Zhang cried out as the blow struck an old injury. Lu Haoyu winked at Zhang, saying, "So the secret of the sun fist is to go bald." Wang Erden smacked his lips and muttered, "This kind of boxing technique, better off not learning it." Jiang Wen wore a broad smile, his mischievous eyes darting around as he pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Jingming. "Do you think you could apply for a lighting project? Climb high every night to generate power for love and have the government cover all the lighting costs." His suggestion sent a wave of laughter through his group of friends, their bodies shaking in the wind as they chuckled heartily. "Get lost." Seeing Zhang Jingming glare at him, Jiang Wen quickly made a zipping motion across his mouth, yet he still couldn't suppress his amusement. The official competition list was out. Regrettably, Zhang Jingming and most of his friends were grouped in Area A, with only Wang Jihong placed in Area B. Even more unfortunate was the fact that Wang Jihong would face his senior from Ji Pavilion, the chief disciple Donggong Qing, in the first match of the main event. The competition rules had been established prior to the start, and disciples from the judging panel, including Donggong Qing, were exempt from preliminary selection. They would directly enter the main event. This posed a challenge to all participating contestants. It would reveal just how much they differed from these sex champions and secluded disciples. Wang Erden smacked his lips, somewhat disheartened. Looking at this list and the groupings, it seems pretty hopeless. Wang Jihong, however, remained optimistic, smiling slightly. Participating in the competition doesn't mean you have to win, but you must understand the gap. Once you know the gap, you'll find your direction for improvement. As soon as he finished speaking, his friends began to cheer him on. Zhang Jingming patted Wang Erden's shoulder for encouragement. "What's there to fear? If we lose, we lose. Look at me. I've made it this far without any spiritual energy, and you're still afraid." Wang Erden, slick-haired and feigning confidence, puffed out his chest, attempting to appear strong. "I'm not afraid, but looking at the groupings, if we both make it through the first round, we'll face each other in the second. Yet too bad I'll be eliminating you so early." Zhang Jingming held his head high, pretending to be profound. A breeze swept through, causing his clothes to flutter dramatically, nearly startling Wang Erden. "Come on. You don't even have any spiritual energy. What are you pretending for? Just wait until I knock you out. Don't come crying to me." Wang Erden swaggered away, tossing his slick hair, wearing a disdainful expression. Yet inside, he felt uneasy, especially after witnessing Zhang Jingming's recent match. That guy, how could he fight so well without any spiritual energy? I need to be cautious. But losing to Jingming wouldn't be so bad, no way. I won't lose. The friends parted ways, each returning to their homes. Though the world outside was chaotic, the safe zone remained remarkably convenient, with quantum teleportation solving geographic issues. It was safer, faster, and without side effects. The entire blue star had transformed into a true village with cities nearly instantaneously connected. The upcoming Lion City Martial Arts Tournament received significant attention from the Blue Star federal government, with the main event set to be broadcast worldwide. This was also an opportunity to scout talent from beyond the realm. Despite the increasingly rampant magical beasts from the outer realms, they had begun to attack cities equipped with the Redeemer quantum energy cannons. Resources and energy had become crucial in this world, especially electricity. City life and defense required vast amounts of electrical energy. Even in standby mode, the quantum energy cannons consumed a considerable amount, let alone in defense mode, where they became insatiable energy pits. The federal government urgently needed a formidable force capable of eliminating or suppressing the magical beasts, but unfortunately, it still seemed premature. Although geographical restrictions had diminished, the cultural and religious differences across regions made true unification a challenge. The so-called World Tree had over a dozen major specimens, with those in Lion City, the Middle Eastern Bame, and European Kashilda being the most colossal, their root diameters exceeding 30 kilometers. It appeared that the World Tree showed no signs of halting its growth, and experts unanimously concluded that the World Tree was revitalizing spiritual energy. Beneath its canopy, the rich aura attracted more and more people seeking to cultivate and meditate. Then came a shocking piece of news: the old ghost of the Bai family had been found. Rumor had it that he had wandered off while intoxicated, only to be discovered by the current head of the Bai family, Qiao Lu, who found him reeking of alcohol. It seemed he had been intentionally overindulged by the Ning family's ancestor before being returned. Yet no matter how well he concealed it, the large fleshy bump on the back of his head was impossible to hide. The Bai family's rapid growth was largely due to having such a madman at the helm. Losing him would spell disaster for the Bai family. In the grand hall of the Bai family estate, Qiao Lu's face was twisted with anger. If I find out who dared to knock the old master unconscious, they won't escape retribution. Indeed, who would be so audacious as to strike the head of the Bai family's madman? If this got out, it would be a major embarrassment. Bai Junyi, suppressing his pain, adjusted his posture to appear more dignified. Mother, there are a few competitors without family backgrounds who could be useful to our Bai family in this tournament. He respectfully handed over a list he had compiled, which included the names of Zhang Jingming, Wang Jihong, and others. Qiao Lu took the list, coldly smirking as she pointed at the names Zhang Jingming and Wang Jihong. These two don't need to be contacted. This Zhang Jingming has been investigated and found to possess no spiritual energy, while this Wang Jihong is from Ji Pavilion. Afterward, she managed a strained smile towards Bai Junyi. However, the other names on the list are useful. It seems is indeed diligent. Bai Junyi nodded, eagerly gazing at his mother, who exuded an air of nobility and authority. Ever since his father had died and his grandfather had gone mad, she had assumed the role of head of the Bai family. Yet her ambition was too great, so great that it left him feeling estranged. This martial arts tournament represented the best opportunity for her to recruit talented youth without powerful backgrounds. The Bai family's business mainly involved hunting lower-tier magical beasts in the outer realms to obtain magic cores, which were then meticulously processed and refined into what were known as spiritual stones. The size and purity of the magic cores directly affected the value of the spiritual stones. Although spiritual stones could serve as currency, there were distinctions among them. Moreover, the magical beasts were a painful reminder for the Bai family. The previous head, Bai Xian, hailed as a man destined to reach A class, had perished during a magical beast tide. Since then, his mother had grown cold and taciturn. Bai Junyi called for Tan Ren, handing him the list with a few instructions. Tan Ren nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, in the waiting hall of the Lion City Quantum Teleportation Portal, a group of tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners emerged. Clad in specially designed tight camouflage suits, they exuded an air of vigor, wearing large sunglasses that made them resemble a special forces unit, although they bore no insignia or numbers. As they stepped out, passers-by halted, curiously eyeing them. Among them, the leader, despite donning large sunglasses and a beret, could not conceal the gruesome scars that marred his face. Once they emerged, they swiftly boarded several waiting black Rolls-Royces. With the roar of engines, the cars vanished from sight. Under the night sky, the vibrant Lion City was alive with colors. Zhang Jingming took a satisfied sip from his glass, filled with pale, yellow liquid, savoring the taste. At this moment, Jiang Wen felt as though he had just triumphed in a major competition, his spirits soaring. Jingming, impressive. You really uplift us blanks who lack spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming smiled back at Jiang Wen, knowing full well he was not without spiritual energy. He possessed a system, but could he disclose that? He could only manage an awkward smile. Yang Xinma stubbornly refused to go back, insisting on following them. I'm coming. You all are having a great time and expect me to leave. Zhang Jingming was speechless. Aren't you afraid of Uncle Yang giving you a beating for staying out so late? Not at all. He knows I'm with you. Are you serious? You really should go back. If something happens, I won't be able to explain. No way. Jiang Wen, however, was oblivious to their banter. He enthusiastically devoured the food before him. In a matter of moments, he had completely dismantled a small crayfish, devouring it whole. The spicy and savory flavors danced on his palate. Another sip of Lion City's snowflake beer followed. The taste was. Jiang Wen shot a glance at the still arguing duo. With delicious food at hand, they could take their time discussing. He would not hold back. Beneath the World Tree in Lion City, these food stalls thrived, allowing customers to indulge in exquisite dishes while absorbing the ancient tree's spiritual energy. Yet it seemed unrelated to Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. The establishment they occupied, the Qingxiang Dongguan, was bustling with business. If they had arrived even a little later, there would have been no seats available. After some futile debate with Yang Xinma, Zhang Jingming took a deep gulp from his glass in frustration. Nothing beats the taste of our Lion City snowflake. Indeed. With his mouth stuffed, Jiang Wen could only mumble in agreement. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet? Next to their table stood a ragged little girl, offering roses from a basket. The night was deepening. The girl tried her best to present a brave face, maintaining her smile. Sir, buy a flower to send. Before she could finish, her words were abruptly cut off. Get lost. You little brat, how dare you disturb me while I'm drinking? A burly man with a face full of flesh glared at her, reaching out to grab the girl. No. The girl trembled in fear, feeling utterly helpless, just as the man's thick arm was about to seize her. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. The drunken brute turned to see who it was, swearing. What the hell? Who are you? He suddenly found a shiny bald head smiling back at him. That bald head was so bright it reflected light directly into his eyes. The drunkard quickly shielded his eyes with his hand, cursing. Who the hell are you, daring to meddle in my business? It's just a little girl. If you don't want to buy flowers, then don't. Just don't lay a hand on her. Zhang Jingming remained calm as he addressed the man. Fuck. I see you're tired of living. The brute swung a fist, and his companions, having been drinking with him, knocked over the table and joined the fray. Despite being outnumbered 7-1, they were no match for Zhang Jingming, who swiftly took them all down. Spit. You'll regret this. The burly man, sporting a pair of black eyes, scrambled to his feet, spitting blood as he and his companions fled. Zhang Jingming paid no mind to them. Instead, he gently reassured the little girl. What's your name, little sister? How old are you? 6. 6 years old. My name is Jean Karen. The little girl trembled, tears in her eyes, as she spoke her name. Oh, just 6 years old. Come here, let me give you a hug. Yang Xinma, seeing the girl's cute face marred only by a bit of dirt, felt a surge of compassion. Why are you out selling flowers at such a young age? Where are your parents? They died. What? How did they die? Yang Xinmo's eyes widened in shock, finding it unfair that such an adorable girl had suffered so. Monsters outside the city. As she spoke of her loss, the girl's eyes reddened. Yang Xinma tenderly patted the girl's head, her expression filled with sympathy. Then who do you live with now, eh? Jean Karen shook her head and then nodded, wiping away her tears. With my aunt and uncle. Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed in from the street, slapping Jean Karen across the face. I told you to sell flowers, not to chat with people. Auntie, Tears streamed down Jean Karen's cheeks. Someone bullied me, and it was the older brother and sister who helped me. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Jingming. If they helped you, why didn't they buy flowers? Yang Xinma, unable to contain her temper, interjected. So helping someone means you have to buy flowers. I'll buy if I want to, and no one can make me. Oh, you little brat, getting all cocky are you? With her hands on her hips, the woman adopted a scolding position, just as a confrontation between the two was about to erupt. Boss, it's them. The burly man, sporting his blackened eyes, returned with his companions, pointing angrily at Zhang Jingming and the others. It's them, boss. Following his gaze, Zhang Jingming and his friends exchanged knowing smiles. It was none other than Brother Hu, the primary source of Zhang Jingming's grievances. Initially, Brother Hu stood menacingly at the back, hands in his pockets, embodying the demeanor of a leader. But upon recognizing Zhang Jingming and the others, he nearly crumpled to the ground, especially when he saw Yang Xinma smiling at him. It was evident how deeply she had left her mark on him. The burly man remained oblivious, still shouting, Damn it! Brother Hu, it's these little brats. Are we going to take them down? The woman was so frightened her legs felt like jelly, trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, don't involve me. With that, she turned to flee, ignoring the girl's cries. Auntie, where are you going? Karen is scared. Don't call for her. Better off without that kind of aunt. Come with me, sister. Yang Xinma scooped up Zhang Karen, gently wiping the tears from her face. The burly man continued to shout, urging Brother Hu to attack Zhang Jingming. Damn it, you're looking for death, aren't you? The man was utterly shocked when the reinforcements he called upon turned against him with a kick. Brother Hu kicked the brute down and flashed a bright smile at Zhang Jingming. Hey, nice to see you again. Zhang Jingming waved at Hu Gu, signaling him to come closer. Hey, what's up, Brother Zhang? Hu Gu approached with a humble demeanor, taking small steps as he inquired. That's not right. What's not right? Hu Gu was perplexed, unable to understand what had gone awry. Your attitude is off. Huh? Hu Gu looked at Zhang Jingming with confusion evident on his face. Zhang Jingming had initially hoped to extract some resentment points from Hu Gu, but the latter's demeanor made it difficult to proceed. At a loss for words, he stood there unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Yang Xinma set aside Zhang Karen and handed the little fur ball to Jiang Wen. Approaching Hu Gu, she flashed a bright smile, revealing her small tiger teeth. However, to Hu Gu, Yang Xinma's smile radiated an unsettling chill. You? Money, money. Before Yang Xinma could finish her sentence, Hu Gu hurriedly pulled out his wallet, respectfully offering a stack of federal bills. Now you're speaking my language. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Yang Xinma accepted the money from Hu Gu. She returned to her seat with a grin, declaring, Tonight all expenses are on me. The burly man was now so surprised that he could hardly close his mouth. At that moment, Hu Gu shot him a cold glare, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fear struck the burly man, making his legs go weak. What in the world was happening? Was this really the famous Hu Gu of the underworld? Why was he afraid of these kids? If he had known how much Yang Xinma had tormented Hu Gu earlier that day, he wouldn't have asked such questions. To Hu Gu, this little girl was more terrifying than a demon. The people behind her were even more formidable, someone he dared not provoke. Hu Gu led the burly man away, cursing and muttering. Who did you think was easy to deal with? You chose to mess with them. Damn it, you'll pay me back 100-fold for my losses. His voice gradually faded into the distance. Zhang Jingming and his companions exchanged amused glances, all finding the situation hilarious. Soon the system updated the resentment points. Chao Hu resentment points 10,000. Chao Hu resentment points 7560. Chao Hu resentment points 11,000. Zhang Jingming observed the rapid increase in resentment points, merely smiling knowingly without giving it much thought. Contrary to their belief, Hu Gu hadn't gone far. He was hiding nearby, making a phone call. Yes, it's them. I can confirm. After hanging up, a peculiar grin twisted across Hu Gu's face, his features contorted with tension. A few Rolls-Royces parked outside the Lion City Empire building growled angrily, gradually fading into the night. Having won the preliminary round, Zhang Jingming was elated, sharing a few more drinks with Jiang Wen. Zhang Karen beamed as she played with the little fur ball, laughing joyfully. Karen, isn't the fur ball adorable? Yang Xinma gazed at Zhang Karen with a warm smile. The little girl's cuteness shone through after washing her face. She pondered how her aunt and uncle could bear to let such a lovely child drop out of school to sell flowers. Yang Xinma thought to herself, it's all right, you can stay with me from now on. I'll take care of you. And there's a kind stepfather at home who will surely love you. The little furball seemed to share her affection for Zhang Karen, continually making soft, adorable sounds while gently pawing at the girl's cheek. The heartwarming scene drew tears to the eyes of the group, aided by their intoxication. What a cruel and tragic world this was. How many girls like Zhang Karen existed out there? Yet this touching moment didn't last long. Screech. With several sharp sounds of brakes, a squad of foreign individuals clad in specialized camouflage stormed down. Swish, swish, swish. They worked in unison, swiftly surrounding the area where Zhang Jingming and his friends were dining. In the office of the director of the Hengchang City Federal Police, Yang Jigua picked up a phone call. What? The Illuminati. Sort of despair. Speak louder, damn it. You're saying Xinma is involved too. Yang Ziguo's expression darkened as he absorbed the information from the phone call, and with a resounding slam, he hung up. In that moment, Yang Jigua felt as if the weight of the world had collapsed upon him. His daughter had inexplicably become entangled in the Illuminati's assassination plot. Sort of despair. This notorious psionic organization was infamous for its brutality, and Yang Jigua knew all too well their bloody reputation. But this was China. Though part of the Federation, this land belonged to China. An ancient civilization with a rich history, not a place where foreign evil forces could tread at will. Yang Jigua dashed out of his office in a frenzy, calling out as he ran, Old Jia, hurry. I'm heading to the scene. Contact Xiaohui and the others as Xinma, and the others may be in grave danger. Old Jia, already aware of the situation in his office, felt a surge of concern for Yang Xinma's safety. This girl was cherished by everyone at the police headquarters, and absolutely nothing could happen to her. Old Jia quickly called Colonel Xiao Wei while hastily gathering personnel to sprint out of the precinct. On the streets of Hengchang City, police sirens blared as dozens of patrol cars tore through the night sky. All were heading straight for the quantum portal waiting hall. Meanwhile, beneath the World Tree in Lion City, the situation had turned dire. The sword of despair surrounded Zhang Jingming and his friends, closing in on them. They had no choice but to take cover behind the protruding roots of the tree, fearing an attack from below. Yang Xinma furrowed her brow, sensing the atmosphere. This is bad. Not only psionics are here, but there are also unidentifiable entities among them. Unidentifiable entities. Zhang Jingming looked at Yang Xinma with a peculiar expression. What do you mean by that? I can't explain it. They aren't psionics, but they are incredibly powerful. They emanate a dark aura. Yang Xinma expressed her feelings earnestly, having spent many years in Hengchang City, helping her father apprehend numerous criminals. She could distinctly identify many individuals' auras and psionic energies. Jiang, when clutching Zhang Karen, and the furball trembled uncontrollably on the ground. Stop talking, it's too terrifying. Zhang Karen quietly wiped her tears, forcing a smile. With my brother and sister here, Karen isn't scared. She puffed out her little chest, trying to appear brave. Yang Xinma quickly ruffled Zhang Karen's hair, her expression filled with affection. The sword of despair gradually tightened their encirclement. Initially, their intel had exaggerated Zhang Jingming's capabilities significantly. Thus, the Sword of Despair squad employed a standard encirclement tactic resembling mercenary special operations. Yet they soon discovered Zhang Jingming and his companions merely cowered and did not retaliate. It turned out they were nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. Chalburst, the captain of the Sword of Despair, realized at this moment that these individuals were utterly inept. He abandoned the tactical formation, grinning savagely as he charged toward Zhang Jingming and his friend's hiding spot. Chalburst stood before them clad in a specially designed tactical camouflage jacket with a short dagger fashioned from gargoyle bones strapped to his waist. His dark red hair was cropped short, and his piercing tiger-like eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. A towering figure, his bare skin was marred by numerous gruesome scars. In that moment, Chalburst resembled a harbinger of death, his eyes glowing an ominous crimson. He charged toward Zhang Jingming and his companions, wielding a standard-issue alloy heavy sword produced by the Qixing Company, moving with astonishing speed. Little ones, don't hide. It won't hurt much. Chalburst grinned wickedly, as if Zhang Jingming and the others were mere prey caught in his web, easily manipulated. Don't come out, you guys. If you have the chance, run. Zhang Jingming forcefully shook off Yang Xinmo's grip and stepped forward. If they continued to hide, it was likely that none of them would escape from their refuge behind the tree roots. Don't go. Yang Xinma cried bitterly, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chalburst and his cohort. She couldn't bear to see Zhang Jingming march to his doom. Yet in this dire situation, he had made up his mind to face the threat head-on. Chalburst regarded Zhang Jingming with curious eyes, but they were akin to those reserved for a condemned man. In all of Europe and beyond, few dared to confront him directly, and this boy certainly did not belong to that rarefied list. Chalburst chuckled, admiring his courage, though it would ultimately lead to his demise. For such bravery, he would grant him a swift end. With a sudden burst of speed, Chalburst transformed into a blur, almost instantaneously appearing before Zhang Jingming. Looking up at this figure reminiscent of a war god from Greek mythology, Zhang Jingming felt every muscle in his body tense. He silently activated his King of Worlds fist. Boom. Chalburst discarded his heavy sword, unleashing a punch that struck like lightning. Zhang Jingming crossed his arms to shield his chest, but still he was sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. Crack! He crashed into the thick roots of a tree, his body finally coming to a halt. In that moment, despair engulfed him. The disparity in power was insurmountable. The man before him was far too strong. It was evident that Chalburst merely sought to toy with him. Had he truly unleashed his full power, Zhang Jingming would likely have already perished. Despair. A wave of hopelessness began to wash over him. Zhang Jingming suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yang Xinma nearly rushed out in panic. Jiang Wen quickly grabbed her arm. Don't. Going out will only complicate things for Jingming. Zhang Karen clutched her plush toy, trembling, but trying to appear brave. Sister, don't be scared. Brother will definitely win. With that, she tugged at Yang Xinma's sleeve, forcing a small smile. Seeing Zhang Karen's courage, Yang Xinma's heart softened, and she pulled her into an embrace. Sister isn't afraid. Karen is so brave. Yet deep down, Yang Xinma feared that today would end in tragedy. The little girl was far too innocent to be caught in such peril. Chalburst pushed off the ground, launching himself into a second round of assault. Another punch. Another thunderous impact. Zhang Jingming was once again sent flying. This time, however, he did not rise. 2 of his ribs were broken, and the searing pain rendered him speechless. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The members of the Despair Sword team were drawing ever closer to the hiding spot of Zhang Jingming, and the others, their footsteps growing louder. Hey, this little girl is quite a looker. One of the Despair Sword members had already leaped over a massive tree root and into the clearing. In that moment, the Despair Sword team had entirely relaxed their vigilance. No longer were they a tactical squad, but rather a pack of ravenous wolves. They lunged at Zhang Jingming, Jiang Wan, and the others like predators pouncing on prey, ensnared in a trap. Despair. Zhang Jingming felt a frenzied wave of hopelessness wash over him. Was this the meaning behind the name of the Despair Sword team? To instill despair in others. But Zhang Jingming was not one to succumb to fate. He struggled to his feet. This time, instead of charging at Charburst, he dashed back to the hiding spot, delivering a powerful punch to one of the approaching Despair Sword members. Boom. The man was sent flying 10 meters away. Yet more members of the Despair Sword team continued to close in. Charburst coldly observed, watching his team encircle the prey that had already stumbled into their trap. Zhang Jingming roared, repelling the advancing Despair Sword members, but it was merely a temporary setback. He failed to inflict any significant damage. To them, it was like a game. They laughed as they charged back, entreating Zhang Jingming's fury as mere entertainment. Hey, this kid's got some fight in him. Ha ha ha, let him keep swinging. Let's see how much energy he has left. Ooh, he's pretty tough. The group jested, utterly unconcerned. To them, Zhang Jingming and his companions were already in the bag. Capturing them was merely a matter of time. Charburst did not intervene, merely watching coldly. Allowing them to relax was one of his methods of effectively managing his bloodthirsty subordinates. Zhang Jingming felt the sharp pain from his broken ribs. The agony was unbearable, and he struggled to catch his breath, nearly unable to throw a punch. Exhausted, in excruciating pain. Boom. Once again, he sent a Despair Sword member flying with a punch. Thud. Zhang Jingming felt all his strength ebb away. His legs buckled, and he fell to one knee. Ha ha ha. This kid can't fight anymore, huh? The Despair Sword members, seeing Zhang Jingming kneeling, erupted into cruel laughter. Gradually, they closed in, intent on tormenting this defiant young man as they would a wild beast. Huh, deserved it. Hugo, hiding behind a tree root, scoffed. Now you know the consequences of crossing me, huh? As Hugo peered out, reveling in his misfortune, Zhang Jingming caught sight of him. Suppressing the intense pain in his chest, Zhang Jingming made a bold decision. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he kicked off the ground and propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jingming stood before Hugo, seizing him by the throat regardless of his struggles. Hugo felt as if an iron vice had clamped around his neck, making it hard to breathe. Smack. A resounding slap. Smack. Another slap. 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 Zhang Jingming relentlessly delivered blow after blow to Hu Ji's face, striking him over 10 times in quick succession. All the while, Hu Guest's subordinates watched in disbelief. Their leader was being mercilessly slapped by this young man. Yet none dared to intervene. They had witnessed his prowess. Hugo felt humiliated, his teeth clenched in fury. But as he bit down, he realized he could no longer hold them. His teeth had been knocked out, leaving only bloodied gums behind. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, rendering him unable to cry out, only able to sputter in rage. Zhang Jingming's inner joy soared. More, give me more. Unrelenting, he continued to rain down slaps, as Hu Ji's face became grotesquely deformed. In the great wheel of fate, the resentment values soared. Not only did Tiger Brothers' resentment increase, but even that of his underlings surged dramatically. As his boss was publicly humiliated, Zhang Jingming, though trembling with fear, was filled with indignation. In an instant, he accumulated over 300,000 resentment points. Desperate 30 consecutive draws. The wheel of fate began to spin wildly. The announcement echoed, the wheel of fate is now open. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Zhang Jingming's face turned pale. This was truly a desperate situation. Could they not play around? Perhaps the wheel of fate heard the host's call, or perhaps the system sensed danger. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Saiyan bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 spirit stone. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 4-body fist. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have earned 30 skill points. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have received the 4-body fist. Congratulations, host. You have attained the 10-fold Kaiō-ken. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 10-fold Kamehameha. The Saiyan bloodline. Zhang Jingming knew exactly what this meant. With the Saiyan bloodline, he had the potential to become infinitely stronger in the future. It must be said that this time the consecutive draws in a desperate situation were exceptionally fortunate. He had obtained so many techniques, spirit stones, and skill points all at once. It was exhilarating. Although he was in a perilous situation, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. After urgently allocating the skill points, his attributes panel refreshed. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat Power 17000. Strength 52. Agility 30. Appearance 10010. Skill points available for allocation none. Skills tenfold Kaiō-ken Kamehameha Wolf Fang Fist Solar Fist 4-Body Fist. With the Saiyan bloodline, Zhang Jingming opened the shop and an icon suddenly lit up. He remembered that this had once been just a black box devoid of any icons or items. At that time he hadn't paid it any mind, and now it seemed that he simply hadn't possessed the Saiyan bloodline. An icon named Super Saiyan gleamed brilliantly. Zhang Jingming clicked on it. 30 spirit stones. Just right. At that moment a wild wind surged through the heavens and the earth. Zhang Jingming threw the barely conscious tiger brother to the ground, feeling an indescribable transformation coursing through his muscles and bones. This transformation was both painful and exhilarating. A powerful force within his muscles surged, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were shifting. The pain was excruciating. Zhang Jingming struggled to contain this overwhelming power. But the force relentlessly sought to break free. Pain. That was the only signal in Zhang Jingming's mind. Oh, it hurt so much. Everyone stared at Zhang Jingming, watching his agonizing struggle until he toppled over. As he cried out in pain, Yang Xinma felt her heart shatter. The man before her was likely not going to make it. In order to protect herself and everyone around her, Jingming. Yang Xinma cried out, her tears staining her clothes, but unfortunately, she was held back tightly by Jiang Wen. Don't. Oh. Jiang Wen felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand. Upon inspection, he realized that Yang Xinma's sharp canine had embedded deep into his flesh. In an instant of agony, his hand involuntarily loosened its grip on Yang Xinma. At that moment, Yang Xinma shot towards Zhang Jingming like an arrow released from a bow. She wished to be by his side in his final moments, even if it meant dying together without any regrets. Crying out, Yang Xinma drew closer to Zhang Jingming, feeling as though she had exhausted all her strength, ultimately collapsing beside him. Overcome with emotion, she fainted. Silly girl. If Yang Xinma could clearly hear this phrase, she would surely be overwhelmed with joy. After Yang Xinma fell unconscious, Zhang Jingming surprisingly stood up, cradled her body, and gently placed her behind a sturdy tree root. It seemed he had managed to stabilize the powerful force within him. At this moment, Zhang Jingming exuded an astonishing aura. His pupils transformed into a golden hue, and his formerly shiny bald head sprouted hair, also golden, standing upright. He was enveloped in a visible golden aura. Charbolster was taken aback. This is out of control. He quickly shouted and propelled himself towards Zhang Jingming. Members of the Despair Sword team, hearing the shout, exchanged their previous jovial expressions for urgency, hastily regrouping to follow Charbolster and rushing towards Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming. Super Saiyan. Although Zhang Jingming's transformation into a Super Saiyan was at its initial stage, it was sufficient. His golden eyes radiated with fury, and his speed reached its peak. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Zhang Jingming exchanged over 100 blows with Charbolster. Both stared at each other with astonishment. The other's strength was beyond their expectations. Charbolster furrowed his brows deeply. How could this person's aura change so drastically in such a short time? At this moment, Zhang Jingming was even more terrified. The power within him could vanish at any moment, and he was merely matching this opponent. How strong was he? Zhang Jingming was unaware that Charbolster's abilities only intensified when faced with strong opponents, making him incredibly formidable. Given this, he had very few rivals across Europe and even the world. Zhang Jingming had to defeat this terrifying adversary within the limited time frame. Otherwise, if the power within him faded, dire consequences awaited. Tenfold Kaiō-ken. 4-Body Fist. Wolf Fang Fist. In an instant, Zhang Jingming unleashed his full might, the 4-Body Fist transforming into 4 ethereal figures, each empowered by the tenfold Kaiō-ken, relentlessly executing Wolf Fang Fist attacks. The remaining members of the Despair Sword team had assembled behind Charbolster, who extended his left hand, signaling a tactical strike. The team members gradually separated, encircling Zhang Jingming and his 4 ethereal figures. The battle was imminent. The 4 ethereal figures unleashed immense combat power, splitting mountains and shattering rocks. One of the ethereal figures faced Charbolster, tenfold Kamehameha. With a roar, an energy wave burst forth, breaking through the night. Boom. Charbolster was hurled by the energy wave, which exploded violently around him. Ah! Charbolster howled in rage as he was sent flying. The other three ethereal figures glowing with golden light relentlessly pursued the members of the Despair Sword team. Various combat stances. Wolf Fang Fist. Kamehameha. The four ethereal figures roared with fury. Bang bang bang. Rocks shattered the roots of the world, tree flew up, and powerful energy erupted in chaotic explosions. Zhang Jingming's ethereal figures displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Yet he knew deep down that he would soon be exhausted, the power was overwhelming, and he could not fully control it. Indeed, just after another Kamehameha, the ethereal figures rapidly merged back with his body. Zhang Jingming's golden state swiftly dissipated. Zhang Jingming's body rapidly deteriorated. The immediate side effects of the sudden enhancement from the Super Saiyan transformation became apparent. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy and unable to rise again. Am I really going to die here? Zhang Jingming internally roared in despair. But what could he do? He had pushed his body beyond its limits using the Super Saiyan form. This was his deserved punishment. With the last vestiges of strength, he let out a desperate howl. Charbest looked coldly at the changes unfolding on Zhang Jingming's body. Leading the Despair Sword squad, he moved in closer. Charbest made a throat-cutting gesture toward his own neck. Kill. He understood that this man, this boy, was a terrifying potential threat. Every second he lived represented a danger to the Illuminati. This boy must die today. This was what Charbest told himself, and without hesitation, he drew forth a dagger crafted from gargoyle bones. Under the canopy of the world tree in the night sky, darkness enveloped the area save for a few dim lights flickering from the direction of the restaurant. A chilling atmosphere prevailed. Jiang Wen clutched Zhang Karen, and the furball, his eyes wide with fear. Perhaps after Jingming it would be our turn. But what could we do? Nothing at all. I am just a useless person. Tears streamed down Jiang Wen's face as he felt an overwhelming anger at the imminent fate awaiting Zhang Jingming. At the same time, he resented his own inability to wield spiritual power. A useless waste. Never had he felt such hatred for his own ineffectiveness as he did today. As Charbest closed in on Zhang Jingming step by step, Jiang Wen's eyes nearly bulged with fury. Suddenly a fierce wind surged above the treetops. Dozens of piercing beams of light shot through the foliage and illuminated the ground below. The sound of gunfire erupted. Jiang Wen looked up, straining to listen. Night Eagle combat helicopter. It's Colonel Xiaohui. In that moment, the noise of the Night Eagle's rotor blades sounded incredibly melodious. It was like a lullaby of survival. Jiang Wen's desire to live ignited within him. He sprang to his feet and shouted at Zhang Jingming. Jingming, Colonel Xiaohui is here. Get up. Hold on. Jiang Wen's frantic cries caught the attention of several members of the Despair Sword squad, who, concealed by the night, stealthily approached. This detestable fat man, what is he shrieking about? The faces of a few Despair Sword squad members contorted in disdain, deciding to eliminate both Zhang Jingming and this noisy fat man at the same time. The canopy of the world tree obscured the sky, with the military helicopter casting down only a few glaring beams of light, unable to pinpoint the positions of Zhang Jingming and the others. What was once a singular target in danger had now morphed into two. Not only was Zhang Jingming in peril, but Jiang Wen and Zhang Karen were also on the brink of catastrophe. At that moment, Jiang Wen could distinctly smell the scent of the members of the Despair Sword squad looming before him. A few tall, blonde, blue-eyed Europeans regarded Jiang Wen coldly, eyeing this fat man who was about to become prey. Standard alloy long swords glimmered ominously in their hands, drawing ever closer. Just as the swords were about to descend, several figures lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and feet clashed, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. Colonel Xiaohui. Jiang Wen never imagined Colonel Xiaohui had arrived with ground troops. But then, Jiang Wen's gaze shot back to Zhang Jingming's kneeling form. A group of shadows had quickly surrounded him. Jingming. Jiang Wen shouted loudly, hoping to awaken Zhang Jingming's will to survive. Get up, Jingming. Jiang Wen's voice was hoarse from screaming, but time was running out. Charbest looked down at the boy kneeling on the ground and sighed. Perhaps you would have become someone significant in the future, but unfortunately you've attracted unwanted trouble. Zhang Jingming replied coldly with a smirk. If you want to kill me, then do it. Why all the chatter? Charbest's knife struck down the gargoyle dagger aimed straight for Zhang Jingming's exposed neck. He would never show mercy to someone labeled a genius who might threaten the Despair Sword of the Illuminati in the future. Nor would he hesitate to complicate matters for himself and his organization. Decisive in slaughter, this was Charbest's prideful nature. Today Charbest would eliminate the genius. At that very moment, a figure cloaked in black robes and a hood appeared behind Charbest, speaking in a low, raspy voice. Not good. A formidable opponent is coming. The dagger plunged downward. Just inches from Zhang Jingming's neck, Charbest felt a powerful resistance. That final distance could not be breached. Wearing a pair of cloud shoes can tread the realms of yin and yang. Wielding a whisk can sweep away the dust of the world. A figure landed. It was the disheveled Taoist Wang Daochuan from the dilapidated temple of Mangdang Mountain. He formed a sword with his fingers and flicked them lightly, causing Charbest's dagger to fly from his hand. The Taoist smiled faintly. Friend, your aura is too heavy with malice. You cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation like this. Having said that, the disheveled Taoist swiftly produced a talisman from his robe, and with a gentle shake, it ignited without a flame. He drew a character for pardon in the air and sent it flying toward the member of the Despair Sword Squad dressed in black robes. Boom! The fire struck the figure, resulting in a violent explosion. Do you think Taoist talismans have any effect on me? The figure sneered, his voice as unpleasant as a duck's quack. The disheveled Taoist did not respond, merely staring coldly at him, then shouted to Zhang Jingming on the ground, "Get up, come with me." Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that simple. The figure transformed into a blood mist, an ominous crimson aura swirling ominously. The disheveled Taoist smirked coldly, playing with blood magic on my ancient Huaxia territory. His hand moved like lightning, 3 palm strikes unleashed, scattering the blood mist in all directions. The figure reappeared, the sinister voice ringing out, "I didn't expect to encounter such a master upon entering Huaxia. It seems this trip was truly worthwhile." Charbest and the remaining members of the Despair Sword Squad quickly surrounded the area, cutting off all avenues for escape. You Huaxia have a saying, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Here it seems there are more than 4 hands, right? As he spoke, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Charbest's mouth. Wang Jinghao smiled faintly, his wide sleeves sweeping gently as he said, "One more Huaxia proverb for you today. Even a mighty dragon cannot subdue the local serpent." Chairbaisight's eyes flared a crimson light, and the members of the Despair Sword Squad surged forward in a frenzy, determined to take down these 2 before the ground forces arrived. Zhang Jingming heard Wang Jinghao's call and forced himself up, with trembling hands, staggering to his feet. He was exhausted. At that moment, Zhang Jingming could no longer fight. He had only enough strength to stand. Wang Jinghao glanced at Zhang Jingming's condition and shook his head with an anguished smile. "This might be a step too far," he muttered. Then he reached out and gathered Zhang Jingming into his arms as if he were a reed in the wind. "Can you stand steady?" Wang Jinghao asked, adjusting the collar of Zhang Jingming's robe with a bony hand and offering a gentle smile. "Remember my name, Wang Jinghao, the sole senior disciple of that shabby Taoist abbey on Mangdangshan." As he spoke, Wang Jinghao's threadbare robe billowed as though a breeze had risen from nowhere. Zhang Jingming forced his eyes open and stared at the man before him, a relatively young, ordinary-looking Taoist who, after simply sharing a meal with him, had risked his life to save him. A thunderous sound erupted. Wang Jinghao's whole being exuded a startling aura, dead branches and fallen leaves scattered outward from him in every direction. Sand and dust filled the air. Everyone hurriedly shielded their eyes. The hooded figure laughed in a thin, eerie voice. "Heh. Has the little Taoist decided to fight to the death?" Chairbaisigh showed no expression. He waved, and the Despair Sword members charged at Wang Jinghao. Wang Jinghao retrieved a peachwood sword from his bosom, wiped the hilt with a practiced motion, and murmured, "Master, you said that yellow and white things are evil, that the human heart is the most inscrutable. Since I descended the mountain, I have found your counsel lacking." He spoke as he sprang forward. "Kill!" Wang Jinghao shouted. The peachwood sword traced a flourish through the air. The blade pierced one of the Despair Sword members clean through. The man did not even have time for a sound. Wood carved its arc, and every stroke sent a spray of crimson. Huapu Jieka. One member of Despair Sword cradled a fallen companion and screamed his name. "I will kill you." He raged, but another sweeping arc of the wooden blade silenced him. He closed his eyes and toppled his end, granting him the grim solace of fulfilled hatred. Chairbaisigh did not pause for his fallen men. He became a streak of sanguine electricity and lunged from the sky. Wang Jinghao met him, sword in his right hand, his left hand catching Chairbaisight's punch. A tremendous blast shook the ground. The earth beneath Wang Jinghao cracked and crumbled, his feet sank into the soil. Chairbaisigh merely bled from his mouth. He licked the blood from his lips with his tongue and offered Wang Jinghao a wicked smile. In an instant, Chairbaisigh, the robed stranger, and Wang Jinghao were locked in combat. Under the world, tree, sand, and stone whipped through the air. Boulders danced as lightning scattered the battlefield. Only the silhouettes of their fray could be seen through the storm. Colonel Xiaohui frowned, watching the direction of the fighting with grave concern. After a long moment, he muttered under his breath, "Class A." He fished his phone from his pocket and nearly shouting into it said, "Deploy the Hague Special Forces now." Wang Jinghao had already pushed his spiritual energy to its limit, but still the fight with the two adversaries reached a stalemate. He knew while his surge would be fleeting, his spiritual reserves could collapse at any moment. These two were consummate masters. Against one he might still stand a chance, but against both he was grievously outmatched. Wang Jinghao wore a rueful smile and spoke softly, "Master, you told me to practice our Taoist talismans diligently. I would shirk and play, and when you caught me you would ask why not draw your talismans properly. I would answer the world is not filled with demons and ghosts. You would scold me until you could hardly breathe. Now I know my folly." He fixed the uncanny figure before him with a glare, each word a thunderclap, the Blood Clan. "I never imagined our Huaxiao soil would be trodden by your kind." The figure hesitated for a heartbeat, then laughed, a sound like glass being scraped, chilling and thin. "Ha ha ha. The little Taoist is not entirely dull," the voice intoned. He threw back his hood and revealed himself, hair the color of dried blood, pupils blazing crimson, and a pair of gleaming fangs at the corners of his mouth. "I am Waikisite Grand Duke," he announced, placing a hand over his chest and bowing with aristocratic grace. Wang Jinghao smiled faintly. Lightning coalesced in the palm of his hand. One man, one palm, one sword. He confronted two Class A spiritualists from the west. Thunderlight palm. Wang Jinghao cried, his left hand striking forth with the crackle of electricity, while his peachwood sword traced bloody arcs toward Cherbizite. They clashed with ferocious velocity. Waikisite's blood magic turned the ground into a sea of gore. Cherbizite's blows trembled with bone-shattering force. Their movements blurred beyond human perception. Three phantoms interlaced and repelled one another. Zhang Jingming could barely maintain his footing. A gust of murderous wind struck him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. As the three continued their intractable battle, and sparks of light flew among their figures, another silhouette dove toward Zhang Jingming and hauled him upright. "Where is Shinma?" Zhang Jingming croaked. He opened his eyes dully and found his rescuer was Yang Zhigua. He pointed with a trembling, feeble hand toward the great root of the world tree not far away. Yang Zhigua signaled two uniformed officers. They rushed over and carried Zhang Jingming away. Yang Zhigua then dashed for the roots where Yang Shinma lay, fainted, and at last found her face streaked with tears. She was slumped behind the root. Yang Zhigua scooped Yang Shinma into his arms and hurried back. A murderous gale still raged. Their combat had turned this place into a deathly zone. A misstep could cast one into the path of flying stones. Wang Jinghao, his reserves almost spent, had flamed his spiritual power to its zenith, yet even now he could not overcome the two Western masters. Perhaps it was the sight of Zhang Jingming being rescued, or perhaps it was the exhaustion of Taoist Wang Jinghao's spiritual energy. The blood magic of the Duke of Winchester gradually seeped into Wang Jinghao's protective evil aura. As this happened, he began to sense a metallic tang of blood spreading through his mouth and nose. Cough, cough, cough. To the astonishment of those in the know, Taoist Wang Jinghao began to cough amidst the life-and-death struggle. For experts, this was a deadly mistake. Not only did he compromise his own protective aura, but the act of coughing also exposed him to vulnerabilities. Seeing the effectiveness of his blood magic, the Duke of Winchester was elated, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist, aiming to shatter Wang Jinghao's last line of defense. Charbest wielded his alloy greatsword, relentlessly targeting the weak points in Wang Jinghao's defenses. Though the sword was blunt, it could cleave mountains and split stones. Each strike, devoid of any flourish, was straightforward, yet immensely powerful. With every clash against his wooden sword, Wang Jinghao felt fresh wounds bloom within his chest, the force coursing through his veins, ultimately injuring his heart. Finally, Wang Jinghao could no longer suppress himself. A surge of hot blood erupted from his mouth. Staring at the two formidable foes before him, he remained undaunted, murmuring, "Master, I am coming. Please do not leave me behind once again." After deflecting another heavy blow from Charbist, cracks appeared in his wooden sword, rendering it unusable. Gently, Wang Jinghao caressed the wooden sword that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, tracing the carved runes with his fingers, tears welling up in his fierce eyes. "O sword, you have been with me since I was young, yet I have never bothered to give you a name." He chuckled bitterly, focusing intently on the sword in his hand, pondering for a moment, before sighing, "Alas, poor me, lacking in education, unable to bestow a beautiful name upon you." With that, he placed the wooden sword aside. Charbest exchanged a glance with the Duke of Winchester, and the opportunity had arrived. Simultaneously, they unleashed their ultimate skills. The blood magic imbued with an eerie aura surged toward Wang Jinghao with incredible speed, while Charbest swung his alloy greatsword, creating a swirling vortex of debris around him. "Taoist, you have lost your weapon. Let's see how you defend yourself." Char Best roared, his voice thundering as he swung the heavy sword toward Wang Jinghao. From a distance, Colonel Xiaohui, Yang Jigua, and others closed their eyes in despair. Though they did not know this ragged hermit, his ability to stand against Char Best and his allies was worthy of respect. Amidst the howling winds, the Taoist's tattered robes billowed fiercely, showing no signs of fear in the face of the heavy sword and the sinister blood magic. With a decisive gesture, he intoned, "All who fight shall stand before me." Boom! A blinding burst of light erupted with a deafening explosion, sending dirt and debris flying through the air. The ground where they stood erupted in a massive explosion. The shockwave knocked everyone to the ground, with the frail caught in the gust, almost swept away. As the winds subsided, Yang Jigua rose and noticed that Yang Xinma was still fast asleep in his arms. In the center of the battlefield, all that remained was a vast crater. Silence reigned. Colonel Xiaohui exchanged a quick glance with Yang Jigua before rushing toward the site with a group of soldiers. However, apart from the 30-meter deep crater that had inexplicably appeared, only a few scraps of the Taoist's tattered garments remained still smoldering. Search everywhere. Even a single hair from that Taoist must be brought back. Colonel Xiaohui was furious. How could people from Huaxiao invade the Illuminati? Such an open act of rebellion. It was like a slap in the face to the soldiers. For centuries, Huaxiao had been a sacred land untouched by the Illuminati or the forces of evil. Yet today they had appeared together. Search. Go find them. Find. Seek. Search. Colonel Xiaohui's furious roar echoed through the still night. A few young soldiers, initially displaying fear in their eyes, huddled together, whispering about the impossible depth of the crater. They jumped in fright at the colonel's shouts, stumbling and scrambling to their feet. At the first hospital of the Lion City Federation. On the hospital bed, Zhang Jingming opened his eyes, struggling to move, but finding himself utterly immobilized. The effort brought forth a myriad of painful sensations akin to countless steel needles piercing through his bones. Ow! Caught off guard, Zhang Jingming cried out in pain. "Doctor! The patient in bed 38 is awake." The duty nurse darted out like the wind, leaving only a gentle breeze in the ward. Before long, a throng of people entered. Yang Xinmo rushed to the front, tears glistening in her eyes. "You bad guy. Woo! I thought you wouldn't wake up." Even the fluffy creature on Yang Xinmo's shoulder joined in with a series of sad cries. Zhang Jingming turned to the source of the sound, realizing that everyone was clad in protective gear and masks. Even the fluffy creature was fully armed, revealing only its two large round eyes. With a chuckle, Zhang Jingming couldn't help but laugh out loud, unable to contain himself. "You're still laughing." Yang Xinma's tears turned to laughter, her small fists raised as she playfully punched Zhang Jingming's chest. Bang! As Zhang Jingming's attending doctor and others, including Yang Jigua and Colonel Xiaohui, walked in, while discussing his condition, they noted the sudden increase in strength has caused his muscles to exert too much pressure, shattering his bones. The patient may not be able to move for 6 months. Moreover, due to the blood lineage, he must be isolated for a time. The critical issue is whether this condition is contagious. With Yang Xinma's punch, all eyes widened in shock. On the monitor, Zhang Jingming's heartbeat flatlined. The machine emitted a continuous alarm beep. Doctors and nurses hurriedly pushed through the crowd, rushing to his side. Even with masks, it was clear that Yang Xinma's mouth was agape with shock. The doctor pulled Yang Xinma's hand away forcefully. "This little girl, just calm down. Oh, what are you doing with your hands? Quick, prepare 100 grams of adrenaline. Get the defibrillator ready. Cough, cough, cough." Everyone turned in astonishment to Zhang Jingming, whose cough was unmistakably coming from him, revealing a look of sheer terror. Wait, doctor, I'm fine. I'm fine." The young nurse hurriedly picked up a loose thread that had been attached to Zhang Jingming's chest to monitor his vital signs. She wore a resigned expression. Yang Ziguo's face darkened as he scolded, "What nonsense." Ignoring her father's scolding, Yang Xinma looked pitiful, her joy mingled with tears. "I thought you were gone, bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy. Woo." Zhang Jingming, covered in plaster, heard the doctor say he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 6 months. Instinctively, he struggled a bit. A surge of pain shot through him, and cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. "What about my clothes?" Suddenly, Zhang Jingming recalled that there were a few life-saving magical beans in his bag and asked eagerly, "They're in that wardrobe. What do you need clothes for? This is ridiculous." The doctor, her face flushed with anger, was taken aback by the patient's absurdity in wanting clothes instead of focusing on recovery. Pulling off her mask, she scolded Zhang Jingming, only to realize that his attending physician was an exquisite beauty. With an elegant demeanor and a cold expression, she glared at him, her fury evident. No. Hey, help me out, Xiaohuya. Please get them for me." Zhang Jingming felt speechless. He was being scolded just for needing a piece of clothing. He couldn't stay here any longer. If his parents found out he was hospitalized, they would surely panic. Yang Xinma, puzzled, bounced over with the clothes. That one, yes, that one. Zhang Jingming urgently directed her to help him retrieve a bag containing the magical beans. Yang Xinma counted the beans, noting there were 4 left, then blinked in confusion at Zhang Jingming. Bad guy, what do you need this for? Isn't it obvious? To eat. Hurry up and feed me. The doctor was on the verge of a breakdown, witnessing the absurdity of the situation. One was a patient, the other a family member. Or perhaps not. They seemed more like lovers, yet they were goofing around right in front of her and discussing an unknown substance. This is nonsense. As she attempted to snatch the bag from Yang Xinma, the agile girl was quicker than a flash. With a swift motion, she grabbed a magical bean and tossed it toward Zhang Jingming's mouth. Yay, eat up. Zhang Jingming caught it in midair and began to chew. Munch, munch. The doctor was teetering on the edge of insanity. You can't bring pets into a hospital room. You all need to leave. But as she shouted the second command, she was left speechless. Zhang Jingming was sitting up, unwrapping his bandages and tearing off the plaster piece by piece, tossing it to the floor. The little creature, jumping joyfully around Yang Xinma, chirped "Ji," as it danced and waved its paws. Colonel Xiaohui, with more experience, dashed forward, examining the remaining magical beans in the bag with great care. If only they had this in the field, countless soldiers wouldn't perish in hospitals after being wounded in battle. How many had died due to blood loss, amputations, and other complications after being rescued? Gently stroking the magical bean in his hand, a tender glow sparkled in his eyes. Are there many of these? Zhang Jingming regretfully shook his head. The brilliance in Colonel Xiaohui's eyes dimmed gradually as he sighed in disappointment, carefully returning the remaining magical beans to Zhang Jingming. Could you all step outside? Zhang Jingming, feeling embarrassed, noticed he was still half wrapped in bandages and realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. The doctor, along with 2 nurses, insisted on staying. We haven't seen everything, and we need to check you thoroughly before we can let you go. Come on. The doctor urged Zhang Jingming to get out of bed for further examination. Once they confirmed he was fine, they would discharge him. Zhang Jingming was in a panic, feeling exposed for the first time in his life in front of so many people. He stood up, awkwardly covering himself as best he could. As the 2 nurses blushed at the sight of his muscular physique, they reluctantly assisted the doctor in checking him. Eventually, they found that Zhang Jingming was completely unharmed, with his broken bones already healed. Doctor, is it all good now? Zhang Jingming stammered out the question after being flipped over multiple times for examination. The doctor, appearing nonchalant, replied, yes, get dressed. With that, she turned and left. You all. Zhang Jingming looked at the 2 nurses, still in a daze, pointing toward the door. Realizing their lapse in professionalism, the nurses blushed deeply and bolted out of the room like the wind. Soon Zhang Jingming emerged fully dressed. However, upon hearing that specialists from across the Federation were gathering to examine him further, he turned pale. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. He hurriedly made his escape. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the hospital. In the North University playground, Jiang Wan and his friends, panting heavily, found Zhang Jingming. Why did you run away? Wang Jihong stepped forward, embracing Zhang Jingming. Brother, I thought. Hey, it's nothing. Where is Taoist Wang Jinghao? I want to see him. Zhang Jingming asked urgently. Jiang Wan's face flushed, and he slowly shook his head, saying they haven't found Taoist Wang's body, yet just a few pieces of burnt cloth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingming felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his vision darkening momentarily as he stumbled, nearly falling. Taoist Wang Jinghao had saved him from danger, and now there wasn't even a body. Tears welled up in his eyes. Just cloth. Zhang Jingming clung to hope, but after receiving Jiang Wan's confirmation, he became despondent, silent for a long stretch. Jingming, don't be too sad. The military is still searching for Taoist Wang. Wang Jihong, standing at 182 meters tall, spoke loudly, pulling Zhang Jingming into a hug. Hey! What are you doing? Zhang Jingming pushed Wang Jihong away, struggling out of his embrace. His awkwardness lightened the previously heavy atmosphere. At that moment, while a group of friends sat cross-legged on the grass, chatting animatedly, a striking figure approached. Jingming. Hearing someone call his name, Zhang Jingming looked up to see Ning Mengqing standing a short distance away. Wang Jihong, Ichio Lu Haoyu, and Wang Erden were not from North University, and aside from seeing Ning Mengqing once on the stage, this was his first time seeing her in casual attire. Her long black hair cascaded down, paired with high-waisted jeans and combat boots, exuding a casual, yet strikingly cold charm. The boys stared, their eyes wide. Wow, her fashion sense was definitely on another level. Seeing her outfit and the group's captivated stares, Yang Xinma, feeling a bit miffed, exclaimed, Hey, what are you all gawking at? The friend smiled, awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jingming, are you okay? I just heard you were hospitalized. Ning Mengqing stood still, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jingming. I'm okay, I guess. Zhang Jingming stumbled over his words, unsure how to respond. Ning Mingqing nodded thoughtfully, then turned and walked away, her expression slightly dim. Everyone watched as her figure gradually receded into the distance, becoming a small, before disappearing completely. Wang Jihong, with his loud voice, pushed Zhang Jingming with annoyance. You deserve to be single for life. But Jiang Wen scoffed, muttering, what's the point? You'd be better off playing games. Instantly Wang Jihong, Ichio Lu Haoyu, and Wang Erden turned their astonished gazes toward Jiang Wen, their surprise evident. No wonder Jingming was becoming increasingly oblivious. He had friends like you. Yang Xinma, seeing Ning Mingqing leave, brightened up, revealing her signature little tiger teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. Right? Playing games is way more fun. Get lost. Everyone rolled their eyes. You dare to tell me to leave? Yang Xinma screamed, chasing after a few people with wild abandon. It seemed that Jiang Wen's promotion had been remarkably effective, though everyone was aware of the little tiger's fierce reputation. After a frantic afternoon of running, everyone was exhausted. Yang Xinma, finally summoned repeatedly by her father, returned to Hengchang. As she was about to leave, she solemnly told Zhang Jingming, actually, I think Ning Mingqing really likes you. Zhang Jingming scratched his head in confusion and replied foolishly, oh. Damn it, why did you bite me? In the end, after biting Zhang Jingming's arm hard, Yang Xinma turned and fled, as if escaping. Truly ungrateful. Wang Jihong exclaimed angrily, is there no justice? What a foolish idiot. How could someone so charming not be appreciated? Wang Erden combed his slicked back hair with his hand, putting on a serious face, and said, those girls must be blind to a handsome guy like me is right there, yet they don't pursue him. You should just stop. Lu Haoyu looked at Wang Erden with disdain. You have no idea how much you weigh. Damn it, Lu Haoyu, are you looking for a fight? Wang Erden tilted his neck and swaggered toward Lu Haoyu. He'll knock you out. Lu Haoyu lunged at him, and the two began to roll around on the grass. No one intervened. This was a game Zhang Jingming and the others had played since childhood. But they weren't using any supernatural powers, they simply tumbled over each other. In the end, Lu Haoyu emerged victorious while Wang Erden spat out grass and dirt. Spit, spit, spit. Damn it, Lu Haoyu, you really are something. You shoved my head into the mud. As soon as he finished speaking, the others erupted into laughter. Underneath the giant pit at the World Tree in Lion City. Captain, I'm afraid we won't find anything. A young soldier from the Federal Huaxiao Army spoke delicately to his commanding officer. Meng Hung, the captain of this special operations team, glared at the subordinate with anger. You're worthless. Even a military dog would be better than you. After saying that, Meng Hung's face darkened. We must see the body if they're dead, and we must see the living if they are alive. After all, they are strong warriors of Huaxia. If they fall into the hands of foreign tribes, they won't even have the dignity they deserve. Upon hearing the captain's words, the young soldier immediately saluted and jumped back into the pit to continue searching for clues. Although we are currently a federal state, the cultural differences are still significant. The people of Huaxia have always considered themselves descendants of dragons. This time, the name of Taoist Wang Jinghao has resonated throughout the land of Huaxia. Everyone feels proud and honored that he single-handedly faced two powerful European adversaries. Countless self-media influencers and internet celebrities flocked to the dilapidated Taoist temple on Mangdang Mountain to conduct on-site reports. The temple is situated on a small hillside overgrown with weeds, appearing as if it hadn't seen visitors for quite some time. What the audience is seeing now is the Taoist temple where Taoist Wang Jinghao lived during his lifetime. Now I will take the audience to view the place where Taoist Wang practiced and studied spiritual techniques every day. It can be seen that Taoist Wang was quite poor during his lifetime. The locals of Mangdang Mountain curiously watched from a distance, wondering why these kids were running around this rundown valley. What could possibly be in that dilapidated temple? Once there was an old Taoist who said there was an evil spirit in the mountains. He built a temple here to live in, just like the one you're seeing now. Oh, it was even smaller back then. An old man, his head wrapped in white cloth, looked quite aged, hunched over and trembling as he sat down. The old man was pressed by this group of self-media influencers for answers, yet he spoke without hesitation. One day, that old Taoist suddenly proclaimed that the evil spirit had been defeated and this area was safe. A few local gentry gathered some money and helped him expand the temple. Later, the old Taoist brought back a child who grew up in that dilapidated temple. The poor kid didn't even have a proper Taoist robe. A social media influencer pushed through the crowd, extending a microphone. Old man, is that Taoist still around? The elder shot a glare at the influencer, replying irritably, he's gone, can't you see that? After catching his breath, the old man continued, that old Taoist fell ill not long after and passed away. Even the coffin was paid for by the villagers. Soon after, that little kid closed the temple, saying he was going to travel the world to vanquish demons. Old man, the little Taoist you spoke of is dead. He fought against 2 adversaries alone. He is a role model for the children of Huaxia. One influencer blurted out proudly. Unbeknownst to him, the old man's eyes dimmed, and he turned away from the crowd, murmuring, "Dead, the little Taoist is dead." Watching the old man leave, the other influencers were outraged, blaming the garrulous influencer. The locals had no idea that many years ago the old Taoist had sacrificed himself to rid the mountains of a dark demon becoming poisoned by demonic venom. He had to descend the mountain to find an orphan child to whom he could pass his entire cultivation. Unfortunately, the old Taoist had quietly departed. Few knew his name. It was both tragic and lamentable. Zhang Jingming lowered his phone, feeling a lump in his throat. Noticing his son's distress, Zhang's father quickly offered comfort. "Son, it's all right not to have spiritual power. Being an ordinary person in this world is perfectly fine." In truth, Zhang Jingming didn't have much affection for his adoptive father. Rather, the fallen Taoist had left a brilliant imprint in his heart. Zhang Jingming was not originally from this world, but had crossed over from another realm. In the beginning, life was quite uncomfortable, especially after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Earthlings had no idea how to perceive this spiritual energy. Thus, he had become a marginalized figure in this world for a time. Fortunately, destiny favored him, granting him a system. Zhang Jingming simply shook his head at Zhang's father, softly saying, "I believe Taoist Wang is still alive." Zhang's father looked at Zhang Jingming with surprise. "Are you talking about the Taoist Wang who disappeared in the news?" Zhang Jingming nodded. Zhang's father was unaware that the protagonist of the incident was actually Zhang Jingming. He merely expressed a muted sense of regret. Eventually, Zhang Jingming entered the dark room, telling his father he was going to perceive spiritual energy. Zhang's father opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he couldn't find the words. He merely watched silently as Zhang Jingming entered the dark room. It wasn't until Zhang Jingming closed the door that Zhang's father murmured to Zhang's mother, "I really shouldn't have pushed this child to perceive spiritual energy. Now he talks less and less with us." Zhang's mother looked at the darkroom door with a worried expression. "Sai, he used to be so outstanding. I never imagined that after the resurgence of spiritual energy, he would become a poor student. Now he's silent not only with you, but with me as well." In the dimly lit room, Zhang Jingming attempted once more to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet he met with failure yet again. Was it his emotional state influenced by the perilous circumstances he faced at the time? Zhang Jingming tirelessly explored the path to achieving his Super Saiyan form, trying to recall how after purchasing it from the store, he had been able to transform so effortlessly. Although it had been inexpensive, it proved to be utterly ineffective. If only he had been able to endure a bit longer, perhaps, until he consumed a Senza bean, the outcome might have been different. Zhang Jingming roared in frustration, channeling his furious emotions into power. The tenfold Kaiō-ken erupted with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the door to the dim room burst open, blown away by a fierce wind. A golden figure shot forth from within. Zhang's father and mother stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to close them due to sheer shock. With a flicker, the golden radiance of Zhang Jingming was instantly reabsorbed into his body. He surveyed the chaotic living room, scratching his head sheepishly. Zhang's mother, her voice laced with fury, shouted, "Jingming." Zhang's father quickly intervened. No, let the boy be. He's just experiencing a spiritual awakening, or it might be a bit overwhelming." Pleased with his own excuses, Zhang's father added, Yes, just a bit overwhelming. Don't blame the child." Watching his father defend him so vigorously ignited a flicker of warmth in Zhang Jingming's heart. However, he still could not face his mother's wrath and hastily concocted an excuse to find Jiang Wen and discuss his recent sensations, slipping away in the process. Even as he rushed down the stairs, he could still hear his mother's furious voice reverberating through the house. Zhang Jingming shivered involuntarily. The sound of his mother's wrath was formidable. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of spiritual energy his mother possessed. Her lion's roar was nothing short of powerful. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Jingming noticed his phone ringing. He picked it up to find it was Jiang Wen calling. He answered hurriedly. "Jingming, something big has happened." "What is it? Are you not watching the news?" "I haven't been paying attention." "What's going on?" "One of the financial companies in Europe, Tokopia, vanished overnight. They say the people inside turned to ash after their deaths." "Okay, and what of it?" Zhang Jingming asked, puzzled by Jiang Wen's sudden shift to European matters. "Are you really that clueless? This company is a small branch of the Illuminati." "Wait, you mean they turned to ash?" "Yes, you finally caught on." "Bloodsuckers. What the hell? Who did this?" On the other end, Jiang Wen lowered his voice deliberately. "I suspect it was the people from the Hague strike team. Remember when you were in the hospital? I heard Colonel Xiao Wei on the phone. The other end must have been the Hague Special Forces. Xiao Wei spoke for a while, but the last few words were the most critical. Our ancient Chinese heritage is sacred and inviolable. The repercussions of this invasion are immense. The public is in a state of panic. You deduced it was the Hague Special Forces from that. Come on, I told you to watch the news. They said it was executed with professional skill, powerful spiritual energy, and most importantly, coordination and discipline. A company of that size was completely wiped out, and they only discovered traces after reviewing the surveillance footage. The most crucial detail is that they only captured footage of the financial company employees being struck in the heart before turning to ash. Wow, that's incredible. Annihilating the enemy. Zhang Jingming felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the best news he had heard in a while. It could be seen as a form of revenge for Taoist Wang Jinghao. I won't keep you. I need to check the news. Zhang Jingming hastily opened a connection and began searching. Sure enough, a striking headline caught his eye. Fox Financial Massacre vanished overnight, no trace of the assassins. Even more mysterious employees turned to ash upon death, suspected to be bloodsuckers. Wow, this is explosive. Zhang Jingming exclaimed, engrossed in the article as he walked only to bump into someone. You? The person he collided with glared at him in fury. Zhang Jingming quickly apologized. I'm sorry, my bad. However, when he finally saw the person's face, he felt a flush of embarrassment. It was none other than his attending physician from the Lion City Federation Hospital. Recalling how he had been stripped bare before others, Zhang Jingming felt as if he stood before her without clothes. He hurriedly turned his head and attempted to leave. Hey, Zhang Jingming, why are you running? The doctor was infuriated. It was the first time she had seen someone react this way towards her. She grasped his arm and smiled. I'm Su Ming, your former attending physician. After introducing herself, Su Ming extended her hand amicably. Zhang Jingming beamed and quickly shook her hand. Zhang Jingming, how can you walk like that? Luckily, it was me today, or if it were an elderly lady, you could have caused a disaster. Su Ming smiled at him. Today she was not wearing a white coat, but instead donned a casual white t-shirt paired with ripped jeans that accentuated her perfect figure just right. Her shoulder-length hair fell loosely, and despite the absence of deliberate makeup, her beauty was still striking. Zhang Jingming momentarily lost his composure, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Did I hurt you, Dr. Su Ming burst into laughter. Of course, it hurt a lot. Zhang Jingming felt awkward, eager to leave, but unsure how to proceed. What should I do? Easy. Take me out for a meal. You don't know how to treat a guest. Su Ming feigned anger, though her demeanor was undeniably charming. I can. Zhang Jingming, feeling resigned, led Su Ming to a nearby restaurant. Zhang Jingming, you're treating a girl to beef noodles. Su Ming was speechless. This guy had taken her into a noodle shop. Don't you like noodles? How about we go for rice dishes instead? Zhang Jingming stood up, ready to leave. Let's stick with beef noodles. Su Ming was utterly exasperated with him. I swear, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to take revenge on me? Su Ming pretended to be very angry. Revenge for what? Zhang Jingming thought hard, but couldn't fathom how he was retaliating against Su Ming. Finally, Su Ming pointed to her own body, blushing. You're getting back at me for examining you thoroughly in the hospital, aren't you? Zhang Jingming felt his face turn crimson, unable to believe a girl would say something like that. How was he supposed to respond to that? I didn't. Su Ming also felt inexplicably bold today, joking with a former patient, her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, at that moment, the server brought over their noodles. The two of them awkwardly ate their beef noodles before parting ways. Su Ming reminded Zhang Jingming to come back to the hospital for a checkup in a few days, considering he had sustained such serious injuries that needed to be monitored. In the Lion City Quantum Teleportation Terminal, a group of young individuals clad in black suits and dark sunglasses emerged from the security checkpoint. Each of them exuded an air of vitality, pushing along Louis Vuitton rolling suitcases. They moved in unison through the security clearance, and as they stepped out the main entrance, their presence caused passers-by to stop and steal glances. Wow, some of them are really handsome. I wonder if they have girlfriends, one brightly dressed girl exclaimed, nearly swooning. Yeah, I wonder what they're up to. Their expressions are so serious, remarked her companion, also with an impressive figure, captivated to the point that she seemed ready to drool. I don't know, but they look so cool, replied the first girl. The two of them stared wide-eyed, chattering incessantly. Among the group, a younger man in a black suit noticed the girls' sneaking glances at him, unaware that he was puffing his chest out with pride. He felt as though he were strutting down a runway. The others, however, seemed indifferent to the girls' admiration, whispering among themselves. One with a buzz cut turned to the man in front who wore dark sunglasses and asked, Captain, how much will the bonus be for this operation? For this mission, it's roughly 2 spirit stones per person, but you'll have to turn in 2 spirit stones to the team when we get back. Why is that? You know why. You were the only one who got exposed this time, and the camera caught you. The captain glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice further. The federal government is very angry. They openly condemn the Huaxia side. Although they lack substantial evidence, you were far too careless. At that time, the other cameras were all interfered with. Who would have known that particular camera was a pervert watching female employees change clothes? I didn't notice. The buzzcut man sighed in frustration, lamenting the existence of so many deviants in the world. Damn it, even the Blood Clan has peeping toms. He felt he had miscalculated this time. He should have been more cautious. Shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the annoyance, he followed his companions outside, where several Hummer H2s awaited at the entrance. They swiftly grabbed their suitcases and hopped into the vehicles. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the synchronized sound of closing doors, the last Hummer H2 roared away with a thunderous growl, leaving behind a few young people who were engulfed in dust, looking disdainfully at the fading taillights of the Hummer. Damn, did they deliberately slam the gas that hard. Piece of junk. Showing off, huh? The venue for the final of the first martial arts tournament at the Lion City Stadium was already prepared. Wang Fonsai, the overseer, was quite satisfied at this moment, stepping onto the stage to test it out. The tournament's final stage stood 10 meters high and measured 50 by 50 meters, designed with the most advanced technology. The movements of the spirit martial artists on the stage would be magnified several times through holographic projection with comprehensive audio capture from every angle. The audience would not only feel immersed, but even whispers exchanged between competitors on stage could be captured and transmitted to the viewers. Moreover, the stage was constructed using a special material infused with the blood and bones of a mutant armadillo beast capable of withstanding the force of meteoric impacts. Even glass spirit users would find it indestructible, extremely sturdy. After inspecting the area, Wang Fankai suddenly signaled to a foreman responsible for setting up the advertising space, giving a serious warning this time: the advertisement board for Qixing Company must not be taken lightly. Do you understand? The foreman nodded, eagerly affirming his understanding. He could not afford to be careless, especially with the dazzling lighting effects and three-dimensional designs that had to leave the audience in awe. Everything seemed ready. Wang Fankai took out his phone and respectfully dialed a number. Hello, yes, this is Fankai. The venue is set up for the tournament. Please send someone to inspect. Yes, understood. After hanging up, Wang Fankai contentedly lit a cigarette. This grand event was unprecedented, drawing the attention of the entire federation to the martial arts tournament in the Lion City. Of course, everyone had their own agendas, but that was no concern of his. He was merely the builder. Although the first martial arts tournament remained the focal point of discussion among Blue Star Federation residents, with the clash of the new generation of spirit users from the East and West being a hot topic. Recently, however, another hot topic had emerged in the Huaxia region: the appearance of an additional moon in the sky. Whether by day or night, that moon hung high in the heavens, increasingly ethereal in color and drawing nearer to Blue Star. No one could explain what it was. The federal government even dispatched ships to investigate, but as soon as the ships approached, the moon inexplicably vanished. Shortly after the ships departed, it reappeared in the sky. The entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Within the ranks of the Huaxia federal government, high-level officials were tirelessly convening meetings to analyze and assess the situation. Yet the ultimate result was inconclusive. They simply could not grasp it. What was going on? No one knew. All they could do was watch and wait. Since the massacre of the Fox financial family in Europe, the atmosphere had been anything but peaceful. In a small town, all residents had perished overnight. The scene was horrific. They had been drained of blood. The aftermath resembled a hellscape, with some bodies torn apart and organs strewn everywhere. In certain houses, the walls were drenched in blood, and even the seasoned federal police could not help but vomit upon entering. Rumors circulated that it was a retaliatory action by the Blood Clan in response to the Fox financial massacre. In a distant realm of mountains and waters shrouded in mist and illuminated by the glimmers of dawn, the old master was engaged in an intense game of chess with a frail old man. The old master gently stroked his long beard and smiled slightly, saying, "Yuan Zhen, you have lost." The emaciated old man pushed the chessboard away, erupting in fury no more. "I cannot compete with you. Haha, after all these years in the mountains, Yuan Zhen, your temper remains unchanged." The old master remained unperturbed. If he did not wish to continue, so be it. After a moment, the old man seemed to have calmed down, and with a dismissive expression, he asked old Zhao, "I've heard that since you descended the mountain, the demonic clan has infiltrated Huaxia." The old master nodded slightly, his expression turning somewhat awkward. "Do you know how long it has been since the demonic clan set foot on this land of Huaxia?" His voice was sharp and piercing like a knife slicing through glass. The old master's countenance grew serious. If I recall correctly, according to the records of the Patriarch Hall, it has been a full 3,000 years. 3,000 years without a single visit, and now that you've come down they have returned. The old master sighed softly. I fear that the prohibitions set by the ancient powers of Huaxia have long since become mere illusions. Look at those magical beasts that have emerged with the revival of spiritual energy. They are ferocious, by nature bloodthirsty. These are the very threats we practitioners should strive to eradicate. The old man waved his hand lightly. No need to say more. I will not accompany you down the mountain. You old Zhao, coming to find this old man surely brings no good news. The old master remained calm, pulling out his phone and clicking on a link. The screen displayed Zhang Jingming engaging in battle beneath the world tree against two energy masters from Europe, surrounded by a golden glow that emanated boundless power. The old man snatched the phone with his bony hands, lifting it before his eyes to scrutinize. The old master quickly cautioned Yuan Jin, the screen emits radiation. It is unwise to hold it so close. Isn't this lad's equipment different from ours? Ignoring the old master's advice, the old man showed no regard for his warnings, which to him were as meaningless as the buzzing of flies. This kid seems interesting. The old man, watching the phone screen, began to move about excitedly. The old master frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a secretive smile, thinking that the old fool was still being deceived. Old Zhao, let's go down the mountain and find this boy. I want to test him. The old master stroked his beard gently and smiled. No need to rush. We can observe him a bit longer and see if he has the potential for greatness in the future. The old man nodded. To inherit the teachings of the ancients and establish peace for all generations, one must first toil their muscles and strengthen their resolve. In Hengchang City, within a gaming simulation room, Achu, after sneezing several times, the monstrous beasts rampaged through every corner of the neighborhood. A colossal tiger engulfed in black flames descended from the sky and swallowed a middle-aged man who had been paralyzed with fear by the sudden onslaught of the creatures. Roar! The giant tiger let out a thunderous roar of satisfaction. Suddenly, a massive beast resembling a rhinoceros trampled in with heavy steps, its immense force knocking the tiger to the ground, where it rolled twice before scrambling back to its feet. The tiger's black flames surged in fury as it bared its teeth and lowly growled at the rhinoceros' roar. Unfazed, the rhinoceros continued its charge, its robust body akin to a tank, clearing away all obstacles in its path. The two beasts seemed to engage in a fierce competition, lunging wildly into the crowd of people who were frozen in terror and screaming. Behind them surged a swarm of smaller monsters, ravenously devouring the remains of the two colossal beasts. Soon the streets were stained with pools of blood, scattered remnants of shredded clothing, and severed feet still clad in shoes. The scene was utterly horrific, a veritable hell on earth. Yang Xinma crouched by the window, trembling with fear as she watched the chaos below, her heart racing in panic. Yang Jigwa stealthily approached from behind and yanked her back, whispering urgently, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Some of these creatures can." Before he could finish, a shadow zipped past the window, startling them both. The father and daughter quickly lowered their bodies, peering out to see a horde of lizard-like beasts clustering on the opposite building. They flicked their long tongues, searching for gaps in the windows and balconies. If they managed to squeeze inside, it would surely be followed by horrific screams. Yang Jigwa gasped, "Lizard demons." After speaking, he pointed to the corner, signaling for Yang Xinma to stay there. He then quietly crawled to secure the glass window on the balcony, slowly drawing the curtains. At that moment, Maoxiu was exceedingly restless, its fur standing on end as it darted around the room, seemingly sensing the impending danger. Though unsettled, the little creature remained eerily quiet, appearing to be on alert, trying to convey to Yang Xinma that they were in grave danger. Yang Xinma tightly embraced Maoxiu, hurriedly crouching in the corner. Yang Jigwa crawled around, careful not to make a sound, until he had inspected all the doors and windows before slowly returning to the corner. Before long, the hallway echoed with the sound of claws scraping against the ground. The elevator door was being pounded furiously, resonating with violent vibrations. Yang Jigwa lay flat on the floor, straining to listen to the cacophony of animal claws clattering against the tiles. Moments later, a loud crash erupted from the neighbor's door. "Something is trying to break in." Yang Jigwa hissed urgently, placing a finger to his lips to signal Yang Xinma to be silent. At this moment, absolute silence was paramount. They must not make a single sound. They waited in their home for the army to rescue them. Yang Jigwa understood all too well that any rashness or extreme fear could spell doom for them all. Quietly awaiting rescue was their best strategy. Suddenly, a series of heavy breaths emanated from the crack beneath the door, a shadow, sniffing eagerly at the scent within. It made a huff-huff-huff sound. Yang Jiguo pressed his back tightly against the wall, half squatting beside Yang Xinma, his throat tightening as he unconsciously swallowed. Suddenly the shadow seemed to catch a whiff of something, emitting a loud wail, and soon enough Yang Jiguo felt the presence of creatures gathering at their doorstep. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Jiguo pulled out a pistol manufactured by Qixing Company, holding it firmly as he pressed his back against the wall, preparing to deliver a fatal blow when those creatures burst in. Despair hung thickly in the air. Yang Xinma held tightly onto her fluffy companion, burying her face in its soft fur, trembling uncontrollably. Outside, the creatures battered the door with reckless abandon, causing the entire house to shake. Fine cracks appeared in the wall beside the door, with plaster raining down like snow. The risk of the door being broken open loomed large. Yang Jiguo's palm was slick with sweat as he envisioned the moment the door would give way. Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew louder, more intense. Several bolts on the door could no longer withstand the assault and fell to the ground. The iron door had begun to warp, and a pungent wind filled with the scent of blood surged through the gaps. Yang Jiguo gripped his pistol tightly, his finger resting firmly on the trigger, unwaveringly aiming at the door. At that moment his shirt was drenched in cold sweat, and his hand trembled uncontrollably around the gun. The door was severely deformed, yet the force continued to pound relentlessly against Yang Jiguo's home. Yang Xinma clutched her fluffy companion tightly, her eyes fixed on the door. She could already see the crimson eyes of the beasts peering into the house. The monsters, having caught the scent of humans, grew increasingly frenzied. They howled a woo. Their attacks intensified. The door could be shattered at any moment. Just as Yang Jiguo braced himself for a desperate fight against the monsters, a series of loud thuds echoed from outside. Then came the anguished cries of the creatures resounding through the air. Crimson, foul-smelling blood poured in through the cracks beneath the door. The fierce sounds of battle continued. The entire hallway was filled with the wails of the beasts. Bang! After the deafening noise, a monstrous silhouette was cast against the iron door, leaving an imprint of its shape. Then an unyielding silence followed. It was as if this world had been stripped of sound. Yang Xinma and Yang Jiguo stared intently at the door, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Footsteps approached from outside. They drew closer to the door, followed by the sound of something being moved. Thud! It felt as though a lump of flesh had been tossed aside. Then came a knocking on the door. Bang! 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 Uncle Yang! Yang Xinma! It's me, Jingming. Yang Xinma and Yang Jiguo exchanged glances, and after a moment Yang Jiguo nodded and cautiously approached the door to listen. Uncle Yang, it's Jingming. Open the door, I'm here to take you both away. With a swift motion, Yang Jiguo pushed the door, which had warped in its frame, causing it to crash down. The scene outside unfolded before him. Amidst a pool of blood, Zhang Jingming stood at the center, radiating a golden aura, his face splattered with blood, resembling a god of slaughter. Around his feet lay the bodies of the beasts. They had been shattered to pieces. Yang Xinma could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, embracing Zhang Jingming tightly. I knew you would come to save us. Woo-woo. She spoke, her voice choking with emotion. Yang Jiguo gathered his composure, holstering his gun and patting Zhang Jingming's shoulder, nodding in gratitude. Let's go, Uncle Yang Xinma. I'll take you to the shelter. Zhang Jingming urged, grasping Yang Xinma's hand, ready to leave. Yang Jiguo shook his head, saying, Jingming, take Xinma and the fluffy one away. I must head to the police station. It's crucial. We don't know when those beasts will retreat from the streets. Someone needs to step up to rescue the remaining civilians. Zhang Jingming wanted to persuade him further. Uncle Yang. Yang Jiguo, with a resolute expression, waved him off and said firmly, Jingming, your uncle trusts you. Quickly take Xinma and the fluffy one and go. Finally, Zhang Jingming hurriedly took Yang Xinma to the southern shelter of the city. Yang Jiguo was preparing to return to the police station. The sights along the way were horrific. It was utterly terrifying. It resembled a slaughterhouse on earth. The streets were choked with cars, leaving only room for pedestrians. At an intersection, Zhang Jingming with Yang Xinma and the ball of fluff parted ways with Yang Jiguo to proceed on their separate paths. Along the way there were many others defying the chaos, just like Yang's father. A group of soldiers wielding heavy alloy swords charged recklessly towards the eastern part of the city, where the onslaught of beasts was most severe. Military armored vehicles and tanks recklessly surged towards the tide of beasts. Though it proved futile, the monstrous beast, the armored rainbow elephant, stood as an invincible force against armored vehicles. These vehicles could crush every abandoned car on the street, yet they could not overcome the challenge posed by the armored rainbow elephant. With a gentle collision from its massive body, an armored vehicle toppled over while a giant tiger wreathed in black flames lunged at a tank, tearing it apart with chilling ferocity. As the armored vehicle sustained increasing damage, a mixture of gasoline and engine oil flowed freely across the ground. Boom! After the deafening explosion, a pillar of fire soared into the sky, staining half the heavens red. Thick black smoke billowed upward. Zhang Jingming could hardly believe it. A modern infantry armored regiment had almost no room for resistance. In an instant, they were annihilated. The terror of the beasts, the horror of their combat prowess. Behind them, roars echoed continuously as figures ablaze with their maximum spiritual energy plunged into the tide of beasts shining brightly. Frantic howls, the cries of spiritual warriors and beasts intertwined. Zhang Jingming tightly clasped Yang Zinmo's hand, hoisting the ball of fluff onto his shoulder, and dashed towards the direction of the shelter in the south. Numerous federal soldiers bearing their alloy swords in perfect unison brushed past Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma. The soldiers enthusiastically pointed out the direction of the shelter, then bravely charged into the throng of beasts. "Hey kid, are you scared?" A group of federal soldiers had just indicated the way for Zhang Jingming when they stumbled into a dense mass of beasts. An old soldier with half a burning cigarette in his mouth teased a younger federal soldier beside him. "I'm scared of nothing, but you don't wet yourself." The younger soldier showed no trace of fear, standing tall and proud as he looked at the old soldier. The old soldier bestowed an appreciative glance upon the young soldier and refrained from further teasing. He removed the half-burnt cigarette from his mouth and gripped his alloy sword tightly. Roar. The beast horde was a chaotic blend. Some were ablaze while others moved with an eerie unpredictability, and some exuded an icy chill that froze the air for miles. The federal soldiers ignited their spiritual energy, charging into the tide of beasts with resplendent protective auras. Yet, it was like a stone cast into the sea, producing barely a ripple. In the pool of blood, the old soldier had lost his lower half and lay incapacitated on the ground. Glancing at the similarly fallen young soldier, he laughed maniacally. "Huh? I told you'd wet your pants, didn't I call it right?" The young soldier, missing one arm and one leg, clung helplessly to his motionless alloy sword and gasped, "You shameless old man, look at yourself. Can you still urinate?" The old soldier glanced at his missing lower body and burst into laughter once more. "Ha ha, you little brat." However, this frenzied laughter did not last long before it abruptly ceased. The old soldier forever closed his eyes. The young soldier released his grip on the heavy sword and crawled beside the old soldier, nestling into his embrace. This paternal figure was the one who had cared for him most deeply within the ranks. At last, the young soldier's hand fell limply to the ground. A gust of foul wind swept through as the beast horde ruthlessly surged over the two bodies. The corpses of soldiers were scattered everywhere, tossed about chaotically. The shelter in the south of the city was right before them. Zhang Jingming frantically pulled Yang Xinma along, unwilling to pause for even a moment. The disciplined troops lined the roads, continually directing the fortunate citizens in the city to enter the shelter in an orderly manner. This underground fortress, crafted from a super strong new material, was anything but ordinary. Finally, after layers of identity checks, the two, along with the furry ball, arrived at the entrance of the shelter. The door itself was nothing remarkable, just a simple structure on the ground. Yet within it lay a world of secrets. The elevator inside could withstand impacts of hundreds of tons, plunging directly down 1,000 meters beneath the earth. Zhang Jingming couldn't help but wonder how Jiangwen was faring inside as he watched the door slowly creak open. "Xinma, take the furry ball and go down quickly." Zhang Jingming released Yang Xinma's hand and handed over the furry ball. "Jingming, aren't you coming?" Yang Zinmo's voice was laced with anxiety. After their time together, she had come to know Zhang Jingming as a man of responsibility, yet in this dire moment human nature turned selfish. Who wouldn't desire their companion by their side in the face of imminent peril, even if it meant confronting death? But Zhang Jingming was not that kind of person. He had witnessed too many of the most beautiful examples of selflessness on his journey. The impact on his heart was unparalleled. "Xinma, you must go inside. I'll check on Uncle Yang at the police station," Zhang Jingming urged as the iron door began to close. With a helpless expression, Yang Xinma, tears glimmering in her eyes, took the furry ball and stepped through. Bang! The door slammed shut. Zhang Jingming dashed outside in a frenzy. Along the way, he was continually obstructed by the military. An officer-like soldier blocked his path. "Citizen, the shelter is that way. Do you want to die? Stop running around. I'm going to save people." "Nonsense, go back." The officer's face was filled with anger. At such a time, there were still citizens behaving so recklessly. Two soldiers approached to restrain Zhang Jingming. Suddenly, a surge of intense energy erupted from Zhang Jingming, unleashing a violent gust that knocked the two soldiers off balance. A squad of soldiers and the officer stood agape, watching Zhang Jingming's golden silhouette dash away. Their mouths formed an O shape in astonishment. The officer was also knocked to the ground by the force of Zhang Jingming's eruption, staring blankly for a moment before he chuckled, watching the golden figure vanish into the distance. Perhaps this kid might make it. A horde of monsters led by a dire wolf surged towards the shelter with remarkable speed, their forms varied and imbued with strange powers and phenomena. Roar! The dire wolf was enormous, its height exceeding 2 meters when crouched, and its length stretching 3 to 4 meters, leaving an imposing impression. Under its command, countless soldiers met their demise within its jaws. They followed the scent of flesh. As they advanced, they encountered Zhang Jingming glowing with a golden aura. Roar! The dire wolf sensed that this person was different from those who had come before, though he too charged toward it. The aura exuding from him was entirely unique. The desperate Songlong lay half-crouched, emitting a low, rumbling growl of warning. Who? It seemed to caution the approaching figures, alerting its subordinates to the formidable presence before them. The pack of beasts behind Songlong, having received the silent command, ceased their chaotic movements. They let out deep growls, fixating their fierce gazes on the golden-haired youth before them. These wolf-like creatures glinted with predatory ferocity, their fangs bared in a menacing display. Their faces were smeared with the blood of humans, flesh wedged between their jagged teeth. As they observed the young man, despite his intimidating aura, they only needed to stay close to the massive Songlong. Feasting upon their prey was merely a matter of time. These creatures, inheriting the ferocity and cunning of wolves, were ruthless. A foul wind swept through. Suddenly, the gigantic Songlong sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of its forepaw, it launched itself into the air, tracing an uncanny arc as it pounced towards Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming remained composed, watching the shadow of the colossal wolf blotting out the sun. Activating the tenfold king fist, his muscles surged with power. Boom! He met the creature with a punch. A golden radiance enveloped his fist. The overwhelming force of his punch sent ripples through the air, creating a cascading wave of energy. In midair, Songlong sensed the imminent danger, a flicker of panic flashing in its eyes. It swiftly executed a flip, curling its body like a launched projectile, narrowly evading Zhang Jingming's explosive strike. Swish, swish, swish. 3 waves of lethal energy surged forth, but Songlong evaded them with another uncanny maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. The other wolf-like beasts, lacking such agility, were caught in the blast, their bodies sent flying in all directions. Some were torn in half, their severed remains lying on the ground, moaning in agony. Songlong landed, steadying itself, and glanced back at the carnage with a look of grim determination. Turning to Zhang Jingming, its expression twisted into a snarl, a hint of malice flickering in its fierce gaze. It began to howl frantically. A whoa! As the wolf's howl intensified, streetlights along the roadside shattered into pieces with a cacophony of noise. Inside the Hengchong police station, the surveillance room captured the final image of Kanglang's ferocity. A class beast. Old Jia exclaimed, his face serious as he twisted the knobs of the control panel in a futile attempt to restore the footage. Yang Zhigua fished out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Old Jia while lighting one for himself. His anxious expression was evident as he remarked, "Wasn't that kid supposed to be at the shelter?" Old Jia shot a look at Yang Zhigua, his eyes narrowing. "That brat dares to confront the demon race. You saw how he was just now, so what's there to worry about?" Old Jia paused as if realizing something and exclaimed, "Oh, I see now. Seems like someone is feeling heartache for her future son-in-law. Seriously. Old Jia, how old are you to make such jokes?" Yang Zhigua blushed, resembling a child caught in a prank. All right. Enough of that." Old Jia quickly interrupted, noticing Yang Zhigua's irritation. Yang Zhigua took 2 final puffs from his cigarette, extinguishing it with a serious expression. "Gather everyone." Yes. Once the gathering was announced, the identity of the federal police was invoked. Old Jia wasted no time, urgently calling all personnel to assemble in the hall except for those on guard duty outside. The police station's armory, usually locked tight, was wide open today, allowing anyone to take whatever they wished. Take what you want. If you wanted to equip yourself like a warrior covered in guns and explosives, you could, as long as you could carry it. Observing the peculiar assortment of weapons among his subordinates, some brandishing a heavy alloy sword from Qixing Company, while others sported 2 Browning submachine guns at their hips, was quite a sight. Many wielded axes and had flamethrowers strapped to their backs. It was bizarre. However, Yang Zhigua couldn't afford to be distracted even by the odd array of equipment, for the people outside were enduring a hellish ordeal. Abandon the police station. Our citizens need us. Our soldiers are fighting valiantly outside. As the federal force, as the backbone of Huaxia, we have an obligation. Yang Zhigua gazed at the group of young recruits, his eyes narrowing. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the federal police had frantically recruited these spirited youths as officers. The older generation, slow to perceive the changes brought by spiritual energy, had gradually retired to live out their days in peace. Before him stood a group of earnest young recruits, each acutely aware of the trials that awaited them outside. Yang Jigua raised his weapon high, his gaze sharp as he shouted, "Let's go." The doors of the police station opened slowly, and a squad of well-trained special police officers surged forth. On the streets, the beasts turned their heads, their keen eyes fixed upon these youthful warriors, erupting into deep, powerful growls. Before long, more beasts gathered, blocking several street corners. With no turning back, Yang Jigua led the charge, gun in hand, running headlong into the fray. In this moment, though Yang Xinma weighed heavily on his heart, as an enforcer, a protector of the city, the lives of the common folk were equally, if not more important than his own. Yang Jigua charged fiercely alongside the young special officers, plunging into the beast horde. Blades flashed, gunfire erupted. Old Jia fired a shot straight into the forehead of a beast, its brain splattering everywhere. He reached down to pull up Yang Jigua, grinning slightly. "You owe me one." Yang Jigua retorted angrily, "You weren't standing firm. How many do you owe me?" Before he could finish, he dodged a lethal strike from a beast, its eyes glinting with malice. Bang! A bullet struck the beast in the back of its head. "Nice shot." Old Jia praised, noticing Yang Jigua's unyielding resolve. The other special police officers, equipped with an array of bizarre gear, witnessed their superior's bravery and eagerly followed suit into battle. Before long, the gunfire diminished. The cries of battle gradually waned. The street was littered with the corpses of beasts piled high. Emerging from a corner was a squad drenched in blood, as if they had stepped out of hell. Each one wore police uniforms, wielding an assortment of weapons, their expressions resolute. The citizens who had not fallen prey to the beast saw them, as if receiving a shot of adrenaline, rising to resist. The furious howl of the dire wolf shattered every glass object in sight: storefront windows, streetlights, and more, scattering shards across the ground. Yet Zhang Jingming remained utterly unaffected. The golden radiance of a Super Saiyan insulated him from it all. However, he had been in this form for too long, with only one senzu left. This state could not be sustained for much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. Zhang Jingming's mind raced with thoughts of how to quickly defeat this cunning and elusive dire wolf. Its strength was formidable, especially its bizarre movement technique, which had allowed it to evade his lethal strikes time and again. It seemed that close-quarters combat was the key. He needed to entangle it to disrupt its footing. With that thought, Zhang Jingming propelled himself forward like an arrow, legs coiling and launching him into the air. The dire wolf watched as Zhang Jingming charged at it, its eyes blazing with ferocity. It was rare for the predator to be the one hunted, and it roared as it leapt into the air, massive claws raised high, ready to shred this audacious human upon first contact. With a thunderous collision, Zhang Jingming and the dire wolf met in the sky. The wolf's claws, imbued with the feral energy unique to savage beasts, swiped at Zhang Jingming with deadly intent. Boom! A shadow of a claw lingered in the air. Zhang Jingming, glowing with golden light, shot towards the dire wolf like a bullet. His fist struck down heavily. The dire wolf felt as if its insides had been ruthlessly yanked. Boom, boom, boom. A torrential downpour of punches rained down upon the dire wolf, pummeling every inch of its hide. With a howl of anguish, the dire wolf fought to regain its balance and launched a counterattack. Its fangs, glinting ominously, locked onto the golden figure with a frenzy. Crack! Zhang Jingming met the challenge with a raised fist, shattering one of the wolf's fangs. Blood sprayed from the wolf's mouth, intensifying its malevolent demeanor. In an instant, the two had exchanged several blows midair. Zhang Jingming's expression turned grave. The dire wolf was far too cunning, and he had not gained a significant advantage. Instead, he felt a deep gash opening on his abdomen from the wolf's massive claws, blood pouring forth. It was clear that he needed to train diligently from this point on to maintain the Super Saiyan form effectively. This time, merely holding the form had consumed 3 senzu. Such a waste. The King Kai fist had shattered its limits, advancing to 20 times its normal power. It seemed that the struggle between life and death could indeed foster growth. With a series of crackling sounds, the muscles in Zhang Jingming's body transformed, the energy within him more pure and terrifying than ever. A punch through the void, bathed in golden light. Zhang Jingming became a bullet shot forth, aimed directly at the dire wolf's belly. The dire wolf howled in fury. It opened its massive jaws, its menacing fangs glistening coldly. It adjusted its position, targeting the trajectory of Zhang Jingming's advance, preparing to swallow him whole. Getting closer, Zhang Jingming could even see the finely cleaned meat between the dire wolf's teeth, streaked with blood. Bang! The golden figure surged straight into the wolf's maw. Realizing its plan had succeeded, joy flickered in the dire wolf's eyes. But in an instant, that joy morphed into agony. Before the wolf could react, its belly erupted with two loud pops, splitting open. Filthy remains spilled onto the ground. Yang Jigua made arrangements for old Jia's funeral and hurried to the location of the shelter. As a self-proclaimed veteran of the battlefield, Yang Jigua walked through the hellish scene before him, his brow furrowed in distress. Blood painted the streets and walls of vivid crimson, while dismembered limbs and scattered organs of both man and beast lay in disarray. The stench was overwhelming. Yet to Yang Jigua's astonishment, after the beast tide receded, people poured back onto the streets. They rushed crazily towards the shattered corpses of the magical beasts. Without a shred of remorse, they tossed aside the bodies of those who had fallen defending them. These individuals, driven mad by greed, plunged into the heaps of beast corpses, their hands and faces smeared with sticky blood. Rather than recoiling in revulsion, they wore maniacal grins. A bald man with blood from the beasts covering his head and face hunched over, groping through the corpses. "Huh, a magic core." He cackled, holding up a magic core freshly extracted from a carcass, which caught the sunlight and reflected a crimson glow. The brilliance intensified, revealing the purity of the core. Onlookers gazed at the core in envy. While this core is huge, it can be processed into several spirit stones. "You've struck it rich. Are you selling it, brother?" Those who had searched fruitlessly for hours crowded around him, some even beginning to inquire about its price. Yang Jigua could hardly fathom the intoxicating allure of money. Witnessing the callous disregard for the bodies of the soldiers who had just fought bravely to protect these very people ignited a surge of anger within him. At that moment, Zhang Jingming had just extracted a football-sized magic core from the carcass of a colossal wolf-like magical beast. After wiping off the blood and viscous remains, it gleamed in his hand with exceptional clarity. Such purity. No wonder it was a rank magical beast. This was rightfully Zhang Jingming's reward for personally slaying the rank beast, the abyssal wolf. He deserved to enjoy the fruits of his victory. Having successfully thwarted a citywide massacre by magical beasts, he had saved Hengchang City. In that instant, a throng of those seeking fortune surrounded Zhang Jingming, their eyes filled with avarice as they gazed at the magic core in his hand. If not for the immense wolf carcass at Zhang Jingming's feet, which left them awestruck, they would likely have rushed in to seize it. Suddenly, the golden aura surrounding Zhang Jingming was drawn into his body. Looking at the magic core in his hand, excitement surged within him. This would fetch a significant price on the black market. He wondered how many ultra-pure spirit stones could be cut from it. When Yang Jigua arrived, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. His mouth hung open in shock at the sight of the enormous beast carcass. Though he had seen it on surveillance, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. "Jingming!" Yang Jigua shouted. Zhang Jingming turned and spotted Yang Jigua rushing over eagerly. "You defeated it alone." Yang Jigua could hardly believe it. Though the proof lay before him, this young man possessed a different kind of strength, one that was extraordinarily formidable. Feeling bashful, Zhang Jingming scratched his head and nodded sheepishly. "Yes, Uncle Yang." In that moment, Zhang Jingming's demeanor shifted entirely. He was now relaxed, a stark contrast to the killing machine he had been moments before. The two arrived at the shelter's entrance, where the red light on the gate flickered. Gradually, the doors opened wide. People surged out, crying and shouting in relief. They likely hadn't anticipated that the air of freedom would come so swiftly. Many had assumed they would be confined for months. Others, upon witnessing the hellish scene outside, were so overwhelmed that they collapsed in terror, unable to contain their nausea. Finally, as more and more people flooded out of the shelter, Yang Jigua spotted his beloved daughter. Yang Xinma, initially looking weary and struggling to move, emerged slowly, her pet, a fluffy creature, behaving obediently beside her, as if sensing her distress. Jiang Wen followed closely behind, his lecherous gaze surveying the familiar yet alien world outside. The pungent smell made his chubby face wrinkle with disgust as he covered his nose. "Damn, there's a stench wafting out here." If he were to step onto the streets and see the frenzied civilians rummaging through the beast corpses for magic cores, he would truly understand the meaning of that smell. Jiang Wen and Yang Xinma spotted Zhang Jingming and Yang Jigua anxiously waiting outside and rushed over. Yang Xinma leaped into Zhang Jingming's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Jigua, who had opened his arms to welcome his daughter, felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Fortunately, Jiang Wen came to the rescue, grinning widely. "Uncle Yang, let's hug it out." The two men embraced, alleviating Yang Jigua's awkwardness. He shot an annoyed glance at Yang Xinma, muttering, "A daughter can't be kept around as she's too old for that. You don't even know if others have feelings for you, yet you throw yourself into their arms without a shred of shame." Yang Jigua's voice was deliberately loud, meant for Yang Xinma to hear. Yet she buried her head deeper into Zhang Jingming's embrace, refusing to budge. Her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed Yang Jigua had consumed every ounce of vinegar today. He felt a pang of sour jealousy. Zhang Jingming smiled, brightly, feeling a bit shy under the gaze of so many onlookers who were intently watching him and Yang Xinma. Some young people pointed at them, whispering to their partners, "Look at how affectionate they are. What about you?" "Xinma, there are so many people here. Let go of me." "No way, I." Suddenly Yang Xinmo's hand brushed against the hard magic core in Zhang Jingming's embrace, and sensing its immense power, she stammered, "You. This. It's so big." The fluffy creature seemed to sense the overwhelming energy contained within the magic core, shrieking wildly, "Ji. It exaggeratedly covered its eyes. For a creature raised in the wild, it clearly understood the terror that such a magical beast represented. More military forces rolled into the streets, beginning to clear the area. People were ushered back to their homes. Many had struck it rich from the beast invasion, yet countless families lay shattered. The federal government deployed substantial manpower and resources, determined to recover and bury the soldiers' bodies that had perished in the beast tide. The losses in Hengchang were catastrophic. The streets were shrouded in thick smoke, presenting a scene of desolation. Troops continued to flood in armored vehicles and trucks, tirelessly clearing the ground of beast carcasses. Meanwhile, the head of the Bai family, Qiu Lu, arrived in Hengchang with her family's aide, setting up shop to collect the magic cores from the citizens for the purpose of processing spirit stones. Of course, the Bai family paid dearly for this, facing severe penalties from the Hengchang city government. Only after much negotiation did they finally obtain permission from the Hengchang federal government. Qiu Lu sat gracefully in the 8-star hotel of Hengchang at the top of Yunrui, where the expansive view allowed her to see half of Hengchang city. She observed the enthusiasm of the citizens as they eagerly sold magic cores at the Bai family's designated points. After all, private individuals lacked the capability to process magic cores, which required advanced modern technology. For a moment, the atmosphere in Hengchang city was mixed. Some were joyous, while others were plagued by sorrow. Some mourned the loss of loved ones, while others profited immensely from the bodies of magical beasts. A magic core of decent quality could fetch over 5,000 new Federation dollars. Processed spirit stones could be sold for over 3 million, yielding significant profits, yet the necessary processing equipment represented a substantial financial investment. When the Bai family introduced this technology, it was a considerable gamble. They had violated government prohibitions to capture magical beasts from other realms and obtain magic cores. Always skirting the edges of legality, the government had conducted numerous raids, but Qiu Lu was not an ordinary woman, as she had consistently managed to receive advance warnings and evade capture. As Qiu Lu gazed through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows at the fervent citizens selling magic cores, a faint smile gradually appeared on her face. With elegance, she lifted her coffee cup, savored a sip of the fragrant brew, and then slowly set it down, her demeanor exuding nobility and grace. Her most trusted subordinate Tan Ren stood beside her, impeccably dressed in a suit. It had been a long time since Tan Ren had seen the family head smile. To his surprise, even in her 40s, her smile remained captivating. "Tan Ren." Qiu Lu furrowed her brow slightly, having called his name several times without response. Slowly turning her head, she found Tan Ren staring at her, which only deepened her frown. "What are you staring at, Tan Ren?" Her tone turned icy. Startled, Tan Ren snapped back to reality, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Nothing. I was lost in thought, miss." He stammered, fearful that Qiu Lu might discern something amiss, which would be a serious offense within the Bai family, punishable by family law. However, the magic core in Zhang Jingming's possession was exceptional, crystal clear, and of extraordinarily high purity. It could almost be used without processing. By the time Zhang Jingming arrived at the Bai family's designated point to inquire about the price of the magic core, Qiu Lu had already noticed from the top floor of the Yunrui Hotel. She could hardly remain seated. Yet the collectors of the magic cores deliberately underpriced him, leading to an argument between Zhang Jingming and them. The quarrel escalated, and Zhang Jingming, filled with anger, examined the core again, as if making a mental decision. "I'm not selling it," he declared, turning to leave, but the Bai family's servant, terrified of losing the magic core and facing punishment, chased after him with a sycophantic smile. In a fit of rage, Zhang Jingming took the magic core and began to devour it piece by piece. The core, the size of a ball, was completely consumed within moments. Everyone on the street stared in astonishment at Zhang Jingming, including Qiu Lu, who had rushed over her, eyes wide in disbelief. But it was too late. The entire ball-sized magic core was gone. Before long, Zhang Jingming's skin began to turn pink, and he repeatedly screamed "Ah!" His cries morphed into roars. Everyone rolled their eyes in disbelief. Of such a large magic core, despite its high purity, still contained impurities, yet he had swallowed it whole. However, Zhang Jingming's transformation continued to escalate. His hair stood on end, turning a vivid pink. A powerful explosive energy radiated from him, sending everyone scattering in chaos. Boom. At that moment, Zhang Jingming had transformed into a Super Saiyan god. His combat power surged dramatically, perhaps even beyond his own expectations. With eyes gleaming with lethal intent, he glared at the blood moon above, which instantly vanished. It turned out to be the returning demon realm, compelled to retreat upon sensing his overwhelming aura. In no time at all, Zhang Jingming transformed into a phantom, gradually fading from view. His spirit traveled to a planet with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, where he became the realm king destined to guard the earth forever.